Section 14 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. William Penn receives the grant of Pennsylvania. Founding of Philadelphia, A.D. 1681, by George E. Ellis. Although European settlers had occupied portions of the present state of Pennsylvania for 50 years before William Penn arrived in that territory, the real foundation of the great Commonwealth name after him is justly dated from his time. Penn was an English Friend, or Quaker, and was descended from a long line of sailors. He was born in London in 1644, his father being Admiral Sir William Penn of the English Navy. The son was educated at Oxford University and became a preacher of the Society of Friends. This calling brought him into collision with the authorities. He was several times arrested, and for a while was imprisoned in the Tower for urging the cause of freedom with importunity. Through the influence of his family and the growing weight of his own character, he escaped the heavier penalties inflicted upon some of his co-religionists, and, by the shrewdness and tact which he united with spiritual fervor, he rapidly advanced in public position. In 1675, Penn became part proprietor of West New Jersey, where a colony of English Friends was settled. 5 years later, through his influence at court and the aid of wealthy persons, he was enabled to purchase a large tract in East New Jersey, where he designed to establish a similar colony on a larger plan. But this project was soon superseded by a much greater one, of which the execution is here related. The interest of William Penn having been engaged for some time in the colonization of an American province, and the idea having become familiar to his mind of establishing there a Christian home as a refuge for Friends and the scene for a fair trial of their principles, he availed himself of many favorable circumstances to become a proprietary himself. In various negotiations concerning New Jersey he had a conspicuous share, and the information which his inquiring mind gathered from the adventures in the New World gave him all the knowledge which was requisite for his further proceedings. Though he had personal enemies in high places, and the project which he designed crossed the interest of the Duke of York and of Lord Baltimore, yet his court influence was extensive, and he knew how to use it. The favor of Charles II and of his brother, the Duke of York, had been sought by Penn's dying father for his son, and freely promised. But William Penn had to claim more substantial than a royal promise of those days. The Crown was indebted to the estate of Admiral Penn for services, loans, and interest to the amount of £16,000. The Exchequer, under the convenient management of Shaftesbury, would not meet the claim. Penn, who was engaged in settling the estate of his father, petitioned the king in June 1680 for a grant of land in America as a payment for all these debts. The request was laid before the Privy Council and then before the Committee of Trade and Plantations. Penn's success must have been owing to great interest made on his behalf, for both the Duke of York, by his attorney, and Lord Baltimore opposed him. As proprietors of territory bounding on the tract which he asked for, and as having been already annoyed by the conflict of charters granted in the New World, they were naturally unfairly biased. The application made to the king succeeded after much debate. The provisions in the charter of Lord Baltimore were adopted by Penn with slight alterations. Sir William Jones objected to one of the provisions which allowed a freedom from taxation, and the Bishop of London, as the ecclesiastical supervisor of plantations, proposed another provision to prevent too great liberty in religious matters. Chief Justice North having reduced the patent to a satisfactory form to guard the king's prerogative and the powers of Parliament, it was signed by writ of Privy Seal at Westminster, March 4, 1681. It made Penn the owner of about 40,000 square miles of territory. This charter is given at length by Proud and other writers. The preamble states that the design of William Penn was to enlarge the British Empire and to civilize and convert the savages. The first section avers that his petition was granted on account of the good purposes of the son and the merits and services of the father. The bounds of the territory are thus defined. All that tract or part of land in America which the islands therein contained, as the same is bounded on the east by Delaware River from 12 miles distance northward of Newcastle town unto the 43 degree of northern latitude, if the said river doth extend so far northward, but if the said river shall not extend so far northward, then by the said river so far as it doth extend. And from the head of the said river the eastern bounds are to be determined by a meridian line to be drawn from the head of the said river unto the said 43rd degree. The said land to extend westward 5 degrees in longitude to be computed from the said eastern bounds, and the said lands to be bounded on the north by the beginning of the 43 degree of northern latitude, and on the south by a circle drawn at 12 miles distance from Newcastle, northward and westward unto the beginning of the 40th degree of northern latitude, and then by a straight line westward to the limits of the longitude above mentioned. Though these boundaries appear to be given with definiteness and precision, a controversy notwithstanding arose at once between Penn and Lord Baltimore, which outlasted the lives of both of them, and being continued by their representatives, was not in fact closed until the Revolutionary War. The charter vested the perpetual proprietorship of this territory in William Penn and his heirs on the fealty of the annual payment of 2 beaver skins. It authorized him to make and execute laws not repugnant to those of England, to appoint judges, to receive those who wished to transport themselves, to establish a military force, to constitute municipalities, and to carry on a free commerce. It required that an agent of the proprietor should reside in or near London, and provide for the rights of the Church of England. The charter also disclaimed all taxation, except through the proprietor, the governor, the assembly, or parliament, and covenanted that if any question of arms or conditions should arise, it should be decided in favor of the proprietor. By a declaration to the inhabitants and planters of Pennsylvania dated April 2nd, the king confirmed the charter, to ratify it for all who might intend to emigrate under it, and to require compliance from all whom it concerned. By a letter from Penn to his friend Robert Turner, written upon the day on which the charter was signed, we learn that the proprietor designed to call his territory New Wales, but the undersecretary, a Welshman, opposed it. Penn then suggested Sylvania as applicable to the forest region, but the secretary, acting under instructions, prefixed Penn to this title. The modest and humble Quaker offered the official 20 guineas as a bribe to leave off his name. Failing again, he went to the king and stated his objection. But the king said he would take the naming upon himself, and insisted upon it as doing honor to the old admiral. Penn now resigned to the charge of West New Jersey, and devoted himself to the preliminary tasks which should make his province available to himself and others. He sent over in May his cousin and secretary, Colonel William Markham, then only 21 years old, to make such arrangements for his own coming as might be necessary. This gentleman, who acted as Penn's deputy, carried over from him a letter dated London, April 8, 1681, addressed "For the inhabitants of Pennsylvania, to be read by my deputy." This was a courteous announcement of his proprietorship and intentions to the Dutch, Swedes, and English who, to the number, probably of about 3,000, were living within his patent. Penn's object being to obtain adventurers and settlers at once, he published "Some Account of the Province of Pennsylvania in America, lately granted under the Great Seal of England to William Penn." This was accompanied by a copy of the charter and a statement of the terms on which the land was to be sold, with judicious advice addressed to those who were disposed to transport themselves, warning them against mere fancy dreams or the desertion of friends, and encouraging them by all reasonable expectations of success. The terms of sale were, for 100 acres of land, 40 shillings purchase money, and 1 shilling as an annual quit rent. This latter stipulation, made in perfect fairness, not unreasonable in itself, and ratified by all who of their own accord acceded to it, was, as we shall see, an immediate cause of disaffection, and has ever since been the basis of a calumny against the honored and most estimable founder of Pennsylvania. Under date of July 11th, 1681, Penn published certain conditions or concessions to be agreed upon by William Penn, proprietary and governor of the province of Pennsylvania, and those who may become adventurers and purchasers in the same province. These conditions relate to dividing, planting, and building upon the land, saving mulberry and oak trees, and dealing with the Indians. These documents were circulated and imparted sufficient knowledge of the country and its produce, so that purchasers at once appeared, and Penn went to Bristol to organize there a company called the Free Society of Traders in Pennsylvania, who purchased 20,000 acres of land and prepared to establish various trades in the province. Yet further to mature his plans and to begin with a fair understanding among all who might be concerned in the enterprise, Penn drew up and submitted a sketch of the frame of government, providing for alterations, which a preamble for liberty of conscience. On the basis of contracts and agreements thus made and mutually ratified, 3 passenger ships, 2 from London and 1 from Bristol, sailed for Pennsylvania in September 1681. One of them made an expeditious passage, another was frozen up in the Delaware, and the third, driven to the West Indies, was long delayed. They took over some of the ornamental work of a house for the proprietor. The governor also sent over 3 commissioners, whose instructions we learn from the original document addressed to them by Penn, dated September 30, 1681. These commissioners were William Crispin, John Bezar, and Nathaniel Allen. Their duty was that of settling the colony. Penn refers them to his cousin Markham, now on the spot. He instructs them to take good care of the people, to guard them from extortionate prices for commodities from the earlier inhabitants, to select a site by the river, and there to lay out a town, to have his letter to the Indians read to them in their own tongue, to make them presents from him, adding, "Be grave, they love not to be smiled upon," and to enter into a league of amity with them. Penn also instructs the commissioners to select a site for his own occupancy, and closes with some good advice in behalf of order and virtue. These commissioners probably did not sail until the latter part of October, as they took with them the letter to the Indians to which Penn refers. This letter, bearing the date October 18, 1681, is a beautiful expression of feeling on the part of the proprietor. He does not address the Indians as heathen, but as his brethren, the children of the one Father. He announces to them his accession, as far as a royal title could legitimate it, to a government in their country. He distinguishes between himself and those who had ill-treated the Indians, and pledges his love and service. About this time William Penn was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society in London, probably by nomination of his friend Dr. John Wallis, one of its founders, and with the hope that his connection with the New World would enable him to advance its objects. With a caution which the experience of former purchases rendered essential, Penn obtained of the Duke of York a release of all his claims within the patent. His Royal Highness executed a quitclaim to William Penn and his heirs on August 21st, 1682. The Duke had executed in March a ratification of his 2 former grants of East Jersey. But a certain fatality seemed to attend upon these transfers of ducal possessions. After various conflicts and controversies long continued, we may add, though by anticipation, that the proprietorship of both the Jerseys was abandoned. and they were surrendered to the crown under Queen Anne in April 1702. Penn also obtained of the Duke of York another tract of land adjoining his patent. This region afterward called the Territories, and the three lower counties, now Delaware, had been successively held by the Swedes and Dutch, and by the English at New York. The Duke confirmed it to William Penn by two deeds dated August 24, 1682. The last care on the mind of William Penn before his embarkation was to prepare proper counsel and instruction for his wife and children. This he did in the form of a letter written at Worminghurst August 4, 1682. He knew not that he should ever see them again, and his heart poured forth to them the most touching utterances of affection. But it was not the heart alone which indited the epistle. It expressed the wisest counsels of prudence and discretion. All the important letters written by Penn contain a singular union of spiritual and worldly wisdom. Indeed, he thought these two ingredients to be but one element. He urged economy, filial love, purity, and industry, as well as piety, upon his children. He favored, though he did not insist upon, their receiving his religious views. We may express a passing regret that he who could give such advice to his children should not have had the joy to leave behind him anyone who could meet the not inordinate wish of his heart. In the meanwhile, his deputy, Markham, acting by his instructions, was providing him a new home by purchasing for him of the Indians a piece of land, the deed of which is dated July 15th, and endorsed with a confirmation August 1st, and by commencing upon it the erection which was afterward known as Pensbury Manor. All his arrangements being completed, William Penn, at the age of 38, well, strong, and hopeful of the best results, embarked for his colony on board the ship Welcome, of 300 tons, Robert Greenaway master, on the last of August, 1682. While in the Downs, he wrote a farewell letter to friends, the unfaithful and inquiring, in his native land, dated August 30th, and probably many private letters. He had about 100 fellow passengers, mostly friends from his own neighborhood in Sussex. The vessel sailed about September 1st, and almost immediately the smallpox, that desolating scourge of the passenger ships of those days, appeared among the passengers, and 30 fell victims to it. The trials of that voyage, told to illustrate the Christian spirit which submissively encountered them, were long repeated from father to son and from mother to daughter. In about 6 weeks the ship entered the Delaware River. The old inhabitants along the shores, which had been settled by the whites for about half a century, received Penn with equal respect and joy. He arrived at Newcastle on October 27th. The day was not commemorated by annual observances until the year 1824, when a meeting for that purpose was held in Letitia Court, where Penn had resided. While the ship and its company went up the river, the proprietor on the next day called the inhabitants, who were principally Dutch and Swedes, to the courthouse, where, after addressing them, he assumed and received the formal procession of the country. He renewed the commissions of the old magistrates, who urged him to unite the territories to his government. After a visit of ceremony to the authorities at New York and Long Island, with a passing token to his friends in New Jersey, Penn went to Upland to hold the first assembly, which opened on December 4th. Nicholas Moore, an English lawyer and president of the Free Society of Traders, was made speaker. After 3 days' peaceful debate, the assembly ratified, with modifications, the laws made in England, with about a score of new ones of a local, moral, or religious character, in which not only the drinking of healths, but the talking of scandal, was forbidden. By suggestion of his friend and fellow voyager, Pearson, who came from Chester in England, Penn substituted that name for Upland. By an act of union passed on December 7th, the 3 lower counties, or the territories, were joined in the government, and the foreigners were naturalized at their own request. On his arrival, Penn had sent 2 messengers to Charles Calvert, Lord Baltimore, to propose a meeting and conference with him about their boundaries. On December 19th they met at West River with courtesy and kindness, but after 3 days they concluded to wait for the more propitious weather of the coming year. Penn, on his way back, attended a religious meeting at a private house, and afterward an official meeting at Choptank on the eastern shore of the Chesapeake, and reached Chester again by December 29th, where much business engaged him. About 23 ships had arrived by the close of the year. None of them met with disaster, and all had fair passages. The newcomers found a comparatively easy sustenance. Provisions were obtained at a cheap rate of the Indians and of the older settlers. But great hardships were endured by some, and special providences are commemorated. Many found their first shelter in caves scooped out of the steep bank of the river. When these caves were deserted by their first occupants, the poor or the vicious made them a refuge, and one of the earliest signs both of prosperity and of corruption in the colony is disclosed in the mention that these rude coverts of the first devoted emigrants soon became tippling houses and nuisances in the misuse of the depraved. There has been much discussion of late years concerning the far-famed Treaty of Penn with the Indians, a circumstance which has all the interest both of fact and of poetry, was confirmed by such unbroken testimony of tradition that history seemed to have innumerable records of it in the hearts and memories of each generation. But as there appears no document or parchment of such criteria as to satisfy all inquiries, historical skepticism has ventured upon the absurd length of calling in question the facts of the treaty. The Historical Society of Pennsylvania, with commendable zeal, has bestowed much labor upon the questions connected with the treaty, and the results which have been attained can scarcely fail to satisfy a candid inquirer. All claim to have particular distinction from William Penn, on account of the singularity of his just proceedings in this matter, is candidly waived, because the Swedes, the Dutch, and the English had previously dealt thus justly with the natives. It is in comparison with Pizarro and Cortez that the colonists of all other nations in America appear to an advantage, but the fame of William Penn stands, and ever will stand, preeminent for unexceptionable justice and peace in his relations with the natives. Penn had several meetings for conference and treaties with the Indians, besides those of which he held for purchase of lands. But unbroken and reverently cherished tradition, beyond all possibility of contradiction, has designated one great treaty held under a large elm tree at Shackamaxon, now Kensington, a treaty which Voltaire justly characterizes as never sworn to and never broken. In Penn's Letter to the Free Society of Traders, dated August 16, 1683, he refers to his conferences with the Indians. 2 deeds conveying land to him are on record, both of which bear an earlier date than this letter, namely June 23 and July 14 of the same year. He had designed to make a purchase in May, but having been called off to a conference with Lord Baltimore, he postponed the business till June. The great treaty was doubtless unconnected with the purchase of land, and was simply a treaty of amity and friendship in confirmation of one previously held, by Penn's direction, by Markham on the same spot, that being a place which the Indians were wont to use for this purpose. It is probable that the treaty was held on the last of November 1682, that the Delawares, the Mingoes, and other Susquehanna tribes formed a large assembly on the occasion, that written minutes of the conference were made, and were in possession of Governor Gordon, who states 9 conditions as belonging to them in 1728, but are now lost, and that the substance of the treaty is given in Penn's Letter to the Free Traders. These results are satisfactory, and are sufficiently corroborated by known facts and documents. The great treaty, being distinct from a land purchase, is significantly distinguished in history and tradition. The inventions of romance and imagination could scarcely gather round this engaging incident attractions surpassing in its own simple and impressive interest. Doubtless Clarkson has given a fair representation of it if we merely disconnect from his account the statement that the Indians were armed and all that confounds to the treaty of friendship with the purchase of lands. Penn wore a sky-blue sash of silk around his waist as the most simple badge. The pledges there given were to hold their sanctity while the creeks and rivers run and while the sun, moon, and stars endure. While the whites preserved in written records the memory of such covenants, the Indians had their methods for perpetuating in safe channels their own relations. They cherished in grateful regard, they repeated to their children and to the whites the terms of the great treaty. The Delawares called William Penn Miquon in their own language, though they seem to have adopted the name given him by the Iroquois, Onas, both which terms signify a quill or pen. Benjamin West's picture of the treaty is too imaginative for a historical piece. He makes Penn of a figure and aspect which would become twice the years that had passed over his head. The elm tree was spared in the War of the American Revolution, when there was distress for firewood, the British officer Simcoe having placed a sentinel beneath it for protection. It was prostrated by the wind on the night of Saturday, March 3rd, 1810. It was of gigantic size, and the circles round its heart indicated an age of nearly 3 centuries. A piece of it was sent to the Penn mansion at Stoke Poges in England, where it is properly commemorated. A marble monument with suitable inscriptions was placed by the Penn Society A.D. 1827 to mark the site of the great elm tree. Long may it stand. Penn then made a visit to his manor of Pensbury up the Delaware. Under Markham's care, the grounds had been arranged, and a stately edifice of brick was in process of completion. The place had many natural beauties, and is said to have been arranged and decorated in consistency both with the office and the simple manners of the proprietor. There was a hall of audience for Indian embassies within, and luxurious gardens without. Hospitality had here a wide range, and Penn evidently designed it for a permanent abode. With the help of his surveyor, Thomas Horne, he laid out the plan of his now beautiful city and gave its name of Christian signification, that brotherly love might pervade its dwellings. He purchased the land where the city stands of the Swedes who already occupied it, and who purchased it of the Indians, though it would seem that a subsequent purchase was made of the natives of the same site with adjacent territory some time afterward by Thomas Horne, acting as president of the council, while Penn was in England. The Schuylkill and the Delaware rivers gave to the site eminent attractions. The plan was very simple, the streets running north and south being designated by numbers, those running east and west by the names of trees. Provision was made for large squares to be left open, and for common water privileges. The building was commenced at once, and was carried on with great zeal and continued success. End of section 14.
Section 15 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The last Turkish invasion of Europe. Sobieski saves Vienna, A.D. 1683, by Sutherland Menzies. After the defeat of the Turks at Lepanto in 1571, the Ottoman power in Europe slowly declined. But under the Sultan Mahomet IV, the old Muslim ambition for European conquest reawoke, as if for a final effort. And such it proved to be. By the disaster before Vienna, in which John Sobieski, King of Poland, once more saved Europe from their incursions, The Turks were driven back within their own confines, where they have since, for the most part, remained, making many wars but no successful inroads upon European powers. In 1682 the Hungarian magnates, who were resisting the oppression and persecution of their people by the Austrian government, called upon the Turks for assistance. Listening to the proposals of Traill, the Hungarian leader, who had secured the aid of Louis XIV of France, Mahomet IV decided to break the truce he had made with Austria in 1665. In vain the Emperor Leopold I sent an embassy to Constantinople to dissuade the Sultan from his purpose. Early in the spring of 1683, Sultan Mahomet marched forth from his capital with a large army, which at Belgrade he transferred to the command of the Grand Vizier, Kara Mustafa. Traill formed a junction with the Turks at Essek. In vain did Ibrahim, the experienced Pasha of Buda, endeavor to persuade Kara Mustafa, first of all, to subdue the surrounding country, and to postpone until the following year the attack upon Vienna. His advice was scornfully rejected, and indeed the audacity of the Grand Vizier seemed justified by the scant resistance he had met with. He talked of renewing the conquests of Solomon. He assembled, it is said, 700,000 men, 100,000 horses, and 1,200 guns, an army more powerful than any the Turks had set on foot since the capture of Constantinople, all of which may be reduced to 150,000 barbarian troops without discipline, the last conquering army which the degenerate race of the Osmanlis produced wherewith to invade Hungary. Hostilities commenced in March 1683, for the Turks, who had not been accustomed to enter upon a campaign before the summer season, had begun their march that year before the end of winter. Some prompt and easy successes exalted the ambition of Kara Mustafa, and in spite of the contrary advice of Traill, Ibrahim Pasha, and several other personages, he determined to besiege Vienna. He accordingly advanced direct upon that capital, and encamped under its walls on July 14th. It was just at the moment that Louis XIV had captured Strasbourg, and at which his army appeared ready to cross the Rhine. All Europe was in alarm, believing that an agreement existed between France and the Porte for the conquest and dismemberment of Germany, but it was not so. The Turks, without giving France any previous warning, had of themselves made their invasion of Hungary. Louis XIV was delighted at their success, but nevertheless disposed, if it went too far, to check them, in order to play the part of savior of Christendom. It was fortunate for the Emperor Leopold that he had, upon the frontiers of Poland, an ally of indomitable courage in King John Sobieski, and that he found the German princes loyal and prompt on this occasion, contrary to their custom, in sending him succor. Moreover, in Duke Charles of Lorraine he met with a skilful general to lead his army. Consternation and confusion prevailed, however, in Vienna, while the emperor with his court fled to Linz. Many of the inhabitants followed him, but the rest, when the first moments of terror had passed, prepared for the defense, and the dilatoriness of the Turks, who amused themselves with pillaging the environs and neighboring chateaux, allowed the Duke of Lorraine to throw 12,000 men as a garrison into the city. Then, as he was unable with his slender force to bar the approach of the Turkish army, he kept aloof and waited for the King of Poland. Leopold solicited succor on all sides, and the Pope made an appeal to the piety of the King of France. Louis XIV, on the contrary, was intriguing throughout Europe, in order that the Christian princes should not quit their attitude of repose, and he only offered to the Diet of Ratisbon the aid of his arms on condition that it should recognize the recent usurpations decreed by the famous Chambers of Reunion, and that it should elect his son king of the Romans. He reckoned, if it should accept his offers, to determine the Turks to retreat, and to effect a peace which, by bringing the imperial crown into his house, would have been the death stroke for Austria. All these combinations miscarried through the devotedness of the Poles. When Leopold supplicated Sobieski to come to his aid, Louis XIV tried to divert him from it. He reassured him upon the projects of the Turks by a letter of the Sultan. He made him see his real enemies in Austria, Brandenburg, and that power of the north, which the Dutch gazettes had begun to call his Russian Majesty. He reminded him, in fine, that the House of Austria, saved by the French on the day of Saint Gothard, had testified its gratitude to them by allowing the victors to die of hunger, and by envenoming their difference with the Porte. But it was all useless. Hatred of the infidels prevailed, and the Polish squadrons hurried to the deliverance of Vienna. Count Rudiger de Staremberg was made commandant of the city, and showed himself alike bold and energetic in everything that could contribute to its defense. The Turkish camp encircled Vienna and its suburbs, spreading over the country all round to the distance of 6 leagues. 2 days afterward, Kara Mustafa opened the trenches, and his artillery battered the walls in order to make a breach. Great efforts, moreover, were made in digging mines, with the design of blowing up bastions or portions of the wall, so that the city might be carried by assault, wherein the Turks hoped to find an immense booty. But the besieged made an obstinate defense, and repaired during the night the damage done on the previous day. During 60 days, 40 mines and 10 countermines were exploded. The Turks delivered 18 assaults. The besieged made 24 sorties. Each inch of ground was only obtained by dint of a hard and long struggle, in which an equal stubbornness both in attack and defense was exhibited. The hottest fighting took place at the La Belle Bastion, around which there was not a foot of ground that had not been steeped in the blood of friend or foe. However, by degrees the Turks gained a few paces. At the end of August they were lodged in the ditches of the city, and on September 4th they sprung a mine under the Bourg Bastion. One half of the city was shaken thereby, and a breach was rent in the bastion wide enough for an assault to be delivered, but the enemy was repulsed. Next day the Turks attacked it with renewed courage, but the valor of the besieged baffled the assailants. On September 10th another mine was sprung under the same bastion, and the breach was so wide that a battalion might have entered it abreast. The danger was extreme, for the garrison was exhausted by fighting, sickness, and incessant labor. The Count de Staremberg dispatched courier after courier to the Duke of Lorraine for succor. "There is not a moment to be lost, Monseigneur," he wrote, "not a moment." And Vienna, exhausted, saw not yet her liberators arrive. At length, on the 14th, when the whole city was in a stupor, in the immediate expectation of an attack, a movement was observed in the enemy's camp, which announced that succor was at hand. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Christian army was descried surmounting the hill of Calais, and it made its presence known by a salvo of artillery. John Sobieski had arrived at the head of a valiant army. The electors of Saxony and of Bavaria, with many princes, dukes, and margraves of Germany, had brought with them fresh troops. Charles of Lorraine might then dare to march against the Moslems, although he had yet only 46,000 men. The army of Sobieski reached Klosterenberg, Konigstetten, Saint-André, the valley of Hagen, and Curling, where it effected its junction with the Austrians and the Saxons, who had arrived there in passing by Hufflin. On Sunday, September 15th, in the earliest rays of a fine autumnal day, the holy priest Marco d'Aviano celebrated Mass in the chapel of Kahlenberg, and the King of Poland served him during the sacrifice. Afterward, Sobieski made his son kneel down, and dubbed him a knight in remembrance of the great occasion on which he was going to be present. Then, turning toward his officers, he reminded them of the victory of Joachim, adding that the triumph they were about to achieve under the walls of Vienna would not only save a city, but Christendom. Next morning the Christian army descended the hill of Callan in order of battle. A salvo of 5 cannon shot gave the signal for the fight. Sobieski commanded the right wing, the Duke of Lorraine the left, under whose orders served Prince Eugene of Savoy, then aged 19. The Elector of Bavaria was in the center. The village of Nossdorf, situated upon the Danube, was attacked by the Saxon and imperial troops, which formed the left wing, and carried after an obstinate resistance. Toward noon, the King of Poland, having descended into the plain with the right wing, at the head of his Polish cavalry, attacked the innumerable squadrons of Turkish horse. Flinging himself upon the enemy's center with all the fury of a hurricane, he spread confusion in their ranks, but his courage carried him too far. He was surrounded, and was on the point of being overwhelmed by numbers. Then, shouting for aid, the German cavalry, which had followed him, charged the enemy at full gallop, delivered the king, and soon put the Turks to flight on all sides. The right wing had decided the victory. By 7 o'clock in the evening the deliverance of Vienna was achieved. The bodies of more than 10,000 infidels strewed the field of battle. But all those combats were mere preludes to the great battle which must decide the fortune of the war. For the Turkish camp, with its thousands of tents, could still be seen spreading around as far as the eye could reach, and its artillery continued to play upon the city. The victorious commander-in-chief was holding a council of war, to decide whether to give battle again on that same day, or wait till the morrow to give his troops an interval of rest, when a messenger came with the announcement that the enemy appeared to be in full flight, and it proved to be the fact. A panic had seized the Turks, who fled in disorder, abandoning their camp and baggage, and soon even those who were attacking the city were seen in full flight with the rest of the army. The booty found in the Turkish camp was immense: 300 pieces of heavy artillery, 5,000 tents, that of the Grand Vizier with all the military chests, and the chancery. The treasures amounted to 15 million crowns. The tent of the Vizier alone yielded 400,000 crowns. 2 millions also were found in the military chest. Arms studded with precious stones, the equipments of Kara Mustafa, fell into the hands of the victors. In their flight, the Mussulmans threw away arms, baggage, and banners, with the exception of the holy standard of the Prophet, which nevertheless the Imperials pretended to have seized. The King of Poland received for his share 4 million florins, and in a letter to his wife, the sole delight of his soul, his dear and well-beloved Mariette, he speaks of that booty, and of the happiness of having delivered Vienna. All the enemy's camp, he wrote, with the whole of his artillery, and all his enormous riches, have fallen into our hands. We are driving before us a host of camels, mules, and Turkish prisoners. Count Staremberg received the King of Poland in the magnificent tent of the Grand Vizier, and greeted him as a deliverer. Next day Sobieski, accompanied by the Elector of Bavaria and the different commanders, traversed the city on horseback, preceded by a great banner of cloth of gold, and 2 tall gilded staves bearing the horsetails which had been planted in front of the Grand Vizier's tent, as a symbol of supreme command. In the Loreto chapel of the Augustins, the hero threw himself upon his face before the altar and chanted the Te Deum. Vienna was delivered. The flood of Ottomans that had beaten against its walls 154 years previously had returned more furiously, more menacing still, against that dignified protectress of European civilization. But this time it had been repelled, never to return. Thus vanished the insane hopes of the Grand Vizier. If Demetrius Cantemir may be believed, Kara Mustafa had desired to capture Vienna, to appropriate it to himself, and found in the West an empire of which he would have been the sovereign. That subject, says the historian, who only held his power from the Sultan, despised in his heart the Sultan himself, and as he found himself at the head of all the disciplined troops of the empire, he looked upon his master as a shadow denuded of strength and substance, who, being very inferior in courage to him, could never oppose to him an army like that which was under his command. For all that concerned the Emperor of Germany, he appeared still less to be feared, being a prince bare and despoiled so soon as he should have lost Vienna. It was thus that Kara Mustafa reasoned within himself. Already he casts his eyes over the treasures which he has in his possession. With the money of the Sultan he has also brought his own. All that of the German princes is going to be his, for he believes that it is amassed in the city he is besieging. If he needs support, he reckons upon the different governors of Hungary as devoted to his interests. These are his creatures, whom he has put into their posts during the 7 years of his vizierate. Not one of those functionaries dare offer an obstacle to the elevation of his benefactor. Ibrahim Pasha, Bailarby of Buda, keeps him in suspense by reason of the influence that his fame gives him over the army and over Hungary. He must be won over before all else, as well as the chief officers of the Janissaries and the Spahis. Ibrahim shall be made king of Hungary. The different provinces comprised in that kingdom shall be divided into Timars for appanage of the Spahis, and all the rest of the soldiery shall have establishments in the towns, as so many new colonies. To them shall be assigned the lands of the old inhabitants, who will be driven out or reduced to slavery. He reserves for himself the title of Sultan. His share shall be all Germany as far as the frontiers of France, with Transylvania and Poland, which he intends to render subject, or at least to make tributary the year following. Such are the projects that Cantemir attributes to Kara Mustafa. The intervention of Sobieski caused these chimerical plans quickly to vanish. The Emperor Leopold, who returned to Vienna on September 16th, instead of expressing his thanks and gratitude to the commanders who had rescued his capital, received them with the haughty and repulsive coldness prescribed by the etiquette of the imperial court. Sobieski nevertheless continued his services by pursuing the retreating Turks. Awakened from his dream of self-exaltation, the Grand Vizier retook the road toward Turkey, directing his steps to the Raab, where he rallied the remnants of his army. Thence he marched toward Buda, and attacked by the way the Styrian town of Lilienfeld. He was repulsed by the prelate Matthias Calweiss, and avenged himself for that fresh check by devastating Lower Styria. He crossed the Danube by a bridge of boats at Parkani, but the Poles vigorously disputed the passage with him, and he again lost more than 8,000 men taken or slain by the Christians. Shortly after, the fortress of Gran opened its gates to Kara Mustafa. The Grand Vizier barbarously put to death the officers who had signed the capitulation. He threw upon his generals the responsibility of his reverses, and thought to stifle in blood the murmurs of his accusers. The army marched in disorder, as though struck with a panic terror. Kara Mustafa wished that a Jew whom he dispatched to Belgrade should be escorted by a troop of horsemen. "I have no need of an escort," replied the Jew. "I have only to wear my cap in the German fashion, and not a Turk will touch me." The enemies of the Grand Vizier, however, conspired to effect his ruin at Constantinople, and the results of the campaign justified the predictions of the party of peace. Mahomet IV, enraged at these disasters, sent his Grand Chamberlain to Belgrade with orders to bring back the head of the Vizier, 1683. It was, in fact, brought to the Sultan in a silver dish. End of section 15.
Section 16 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caveat. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Monmouth's Rebellion, AD 1685. Gilbert Burnet. James II was scarcely seated on the English throne in 1685, when serious disturbances began in his realm. The king had inherited the peculiar traits of the Stuarts. His first purpose was to overcome the parliamentary power and make himself absolute ruler. He was likewise a Roman Catholic, and one of his objects was the suppression of English Protestantism. During the first days of his reign, the Protestant peasants in the west of England rose in revolt. They supported the claims of James Fitzroy, Duke of Monmouth, to the throne. Monmouth was the reputed illegitimate son of Charles II and Lucy Walters. With other exiled malcontents, English and Scotch, he had taken refuge in Holland. One of those exiled was the Earl of Argyll, whose father had figured prominently on the side of the Scottish Presbyterians against Charles I. Owing to the national jealousy, the English and Scotch in Holland could not act in unison, but all were determined to strike against James. 2 expeditions were planned, one under Argyll, who was expected to find forces awaiting him in Scotland, and the other under Monmouth, whose adherents were to join him in the west of England. Argyll's attempt miscarried through disagreement among the leaders, and the Earl was taken and beheaded June 30th, 1685. What befell the enterprise of Monmouth is told by Bishop Burnet, a contemporary historian. Monmouth was executed July 15th, 1685, in the trials known as the Bloody Assizes, presided over by the brutal George Jeffreys. Some 300 of the Duke's followers were condemned to death, and more than 1,000 otherwise punished. As soon as Lord Argyll sailed for Scotland, Monmouth set about his design with as much haste as possible. Arms were brought, and a ship was freighted for Bilbao in Spain. He pawned all his jewels, but these could not raise much, and no money was sent to him out of England, so he was hurried into an ill-designed invasion. The whole company consisted but of 82 persons. They were all faithful to one another, but some spies whom Sheldon, the new envoy, set on work, sent him the notice of a suspected ship sailing out of Amsterdam with arms. Sheldon neither understood the laws of Holland nor advised those who did, otherwise he would have carried with him an order from the Admiralty of Holland that sat at the Hague, to be made use of as the occasion should require. When he came to Amsterdam and applied himself to the magistrates there, desiring them to stop and search the ship that he named, they found the ship was already sailed out of their port, and their jurisdiction went no further. So he was forced to send to the Admiralty at the Hague. But those on board, hearing what he was come for, made all possible haste, and the wind favouring them, they got out of the Texel before the order desired could be brought from the Hague. After a prosperous course, the Duke landed at Lyme in Dorsetshire, June the 11th, 1685, and he with his small company came ashore with some order, but with too much daylight, which discovered how few they were. The alarm was brought hot to London, where, upon the general report and belief of the thing, an Act of Attainder passed both houses in one day, some small opposition being made by the Earl of Anglesey, because the evidence did not seem clear enough for so severe a sentence, which was grounded on the notoriety of the thing. The sum of £5,000 was set upon his head, and with that the session of Parliament ended, which was no small happiness to the nation, such as the body of men being dismissed with so little hurt. The Duke of Monmouth's manifesto was long and ill-penned, full of much black and dull malice. It charged the king with the burning of London, the Popish plot, Godfrey's murder, and the Earl of Essex's death, and to crown all, it was pretended that the late king was poisoned by his orders. It was set forth that the king's religion made him incapable of the crown, that 3 subsequent Houses of Commons had voted his exclusion, the taking away of all the old charters, and all the hard things done in the last reign were laid to his charge. The elections of the present Parliament were also set forth very odiously, with great indecency of style. The nation was appealed to, when met in a free Parliament, to judge of the Duke's own pretensions, and all sorts of liberty, both in temporals and spirituals, was promised to persons of all persuasions. Upon the Duke of Monmouth's landing, much of the country people came in to join him, but very few of the gentry. He had quickly enough men about him to use all his arms. The Duke of Albemarle, as Lord Lieutenant of Devonshire, was sent down to raise the militia, and with them to make head against him. But their ill affection appeared very evident, and many deserted, and all were cold in their service. The Duke of Monmouth had the whole country open to him for almost a fortnight, during which time he was very diligent in training and animating his men. His own behaviour was so gentle and obliging that he was master of all their hearts as much as was possible. But he quickly found what it was to be at the head of undisciplined men, that knew nothing of war, and that were not used to with rigour. Soon after their landing, Lord Grey was sent out with a small party. He saw a few of the militia, and he ran for it, but his men stood, and the militia ran from them. Lord Grey brought a false alarm that was soon found to be so, for the men whom their leader had abandoned came back in good order. The Duke of Monmouth was struck with this when he found that the person on whom he depended most, and for whom he designed the command of the horse, had already made himself infamous by his cowardice. He intended to join Fletcher with him in that command, but an unhappy accident made it not convenient to keep him longer about him. He sent him out on another party, and he, not being yet furnished with a horse, took the horse of one who had brought in a great body of men from Taunton. He was not in the way, so Fletcher, not seeing him to ask his leave, thought all things were in common among them that could advance the service. After Fletcher had ridden about as he was ordered, as he returned, the owner of the horse he rode on, who was a rough and ill-bred man, reproached him in very injurious terms for taking out his horse without his leave. Fletcher bore this longer than could have been expected from one of his impetuous temper, but the other persisted in giving him foul language, and offered a switch or a cudgel, upon which he discharged his pistol at him and shot him dead. He went and gave the Duke of Monmouth an account of this, who saw it was impossible to keep him longer about him without disgusting and losing the country people who were coming in a body to demand justice. So he advised him to go aboard the ship and sail on to Spain, whither she was bound. By this means he was preserved for that time. Ferguson ran among the people with all the fury of an enraged man that affected to pass for an enthusiast, though all his performances on that way were forced and dry. The Duke of Monmouth's great error was that he did not in the first heat venture on some hardy action, and then march either to Exeter or Bristol, whereas he would have been found much wealth, so he would have been gained some reputation by it, but he lingered in exercising his men and stayed too long in the neighbourhood of Lyme. By this means the king had time both to bring in troops out of Scotland, after Argyle was taken, and to send to Holland for the English and Scotch regiments that were in the service of the States, which the prince sent over very readily and offered his own person, and a greater force, if it were necessary. The king received this with great expressions of acknowledgment and kindness. It was very visible that he was much distracted in his thoughts, and that what appearance of courage soever he might put on, he was inwardly full of apprehensions and fears. He dared not accept of the offer of assistance that the French made him, for by that he would have lost the hearts of the English nation, and he had no mind to be so obliged to the Prince of Orange, or to let him into his counsels or affairs. Prince George committed a great error in not asking the command of the army, for the command, how much soever he might have been bound to the counsel of others, would have given him some lustre, whereas he was staying at home in such times of danger, brought him under much neglect. The king could not choose worse than he did when he gave the command to the Earl of Feversham, who was a Frenchman by birth and nephew to Monsieur de Turenne, both his brothers changing religion, though he continued still as a Protestant, made that his religion was not much to be trusted to. He was an honest, brave, and good-natured man, but weak to a degree not easy to be conceived, and he conducted matters so ill that every step he made was like to prove fatal to the king's service. He had no parties abroad, he got no intelligence, and was almost surprised and like to be defeated when he seemed to be under no apprehension, but was abed without any care or order, so that if the Duke of Monmouth had got but a very small number of good soldiers about him, the king's affairs would have fallen into great disorder. The Duke of Monmouth had almost surprised Lord Feversham and all about him while they were abed. He got in between two bodies, into which the army lay divided. He now saw his error in lingering so long. He began to want bread, and to be so straitened that there was a necessity of pushing for a speedy decision. He was so misled in his march he lost an hour's time, and when he came near the army there was an inconsiderable ditch in the passing, which he lost so much more time that the officers had leisure to rise and be dressed now that they had the alarm, and they put themselves in order. Yet the Duke of Monmouth's foot stood longer and fought better than could have been expected, especially when the small body of horse they had ran upon the first charge, the blame of which was cast on Lord Grey. The foot being thus forsaken and galled by the cannon, did run at last. About 1,000 of them were killed on the spot, and 1,500 were taken prisoners. Their numbers, when fullest, were between 5,000 and 6,000. The Duke of Monmouth left the field too soon for a man of courage who had such high pretensions. For a few days before he had suffered himself to be called king, which did him no service, even among those that followed him. He rode towards Dorsetshire, and when his horse could carry him no further, he changed his clothes with a shepherd, and went as far as his legs could carry him, being accompanied only by a German, whom he had brought over with him. At last, when he could go no further, they lay down in a field where there was hay and straw, with which they covered themselves, so they might hope to lie there unseen till night. Parties were out on all hands to take prisoners. The shepherd was found by Lord Lumley in the Duke of Monmouth's clothes, so this put them on his track, and having some dogs with them, they followed the scent, and came to the place where the German was first discovered, and he immediately pointed to the place where the Duke of Monmouth lay. So he was taken in a very indecent dress and posture. His body was quite sunk with fatigue, and his mind was now so low that he begged his life in a manner that agreed ill with the courage of the former parts of it. He called for pen, ink, and paper, and wrote to the Earl of Feversham, and both to the Queen and the Queen Dowager, to intercede with the King for his life. The King's temper, as well as his interest, made it so impossible to hope for that it showed a great meanness in him to ask in such terms as he used in his letters. He was carried up to Whitehall, where the King examined him in person, which was thought very indecent, since he had resolved not to pardon him. He made new and unbecoming submissions, and insinuated a readiness to change his religion, for, he said, the King knew what his first education was in religion. There were no discoveries to be got from him, for the attempt was too rash to be well concerted, or to be so deep laid that there were many involved in the guilt of it. He was examined on the Monday, and orders were given for his execution on the Wednesday. Turner and Ken, the bishops of Ely and of Bath and Wells, were ordered to wait on him, but he called for Dr. Tennyson. The bishop studied to convince him of the sin of rebellion. He answered he was sorry for the blood that was shed in it, but he did not seem to repent of the design. Yet he confessed that his father had often told him that there was no truth in the reports of his having married his mother. This he set under his hand, probably for his children's sake, who were then prisoners in the Tower, that so they might not be ill-used on his account. He showed a great neglect of his Duchess, and her resentments for his course of life with Lady Wentworth wrought so much on her that she seemed not to have any of that tenderness left that became her sex, and his present circumstances, for when he desired to speak privately with her, she would have witnesses to hear all that passed, to justify herself and to preserve her family. They parted very coldly. He only recommended to her the rearing of their children in the Protestant religion. The bishops continued still to press on him a deep sense of the sin of rebellion, at which he grew so uneasy that he desired them to speak to him of other matters. They next charged him with the sin of living with Lady Wentworth, as he had done. In that he justified himself. He had married his Duchess too young to give a true consent. He said that the lady was a pious, worthy woman, and that he had never lived so well in all respects as since his engagements with her. All the pains they took to convince him of the unlawfulness of that course of life had no effect. They did certainly very well in discharging their consciences and speaking so plainly to him, but they did very ill to talk so much of this matter and to make it so public as they did, for divines ought not to repeat what they say to dying penitents no more than what the penitents say to them. By this means the Duke of Monmouth had little satisfaction in them, and they had as little in him. He was much better pleased with Dr. Tennyson, who did very plainly speak to him with relation to his public actings and to his course of life, but he did it in a softer, less peremptory manner, and having said all that he thought proper, he left those points in which he saw he could not convince him to his own conscience, and turned to other things fit to be laid before a dying man. The Duke begged one day more of life with such repeated earnestness that, as the king was much blamed for denying so small a favour, so it gave occasion to others to believe that he had some hope from the astrologers, that if he outlived that day he might have a better fate. As long as he fancied there was any hope, he was too much unsettled in his mind to be capable of anything. But when he saw all was to no purpose and that he must die, he complained a little that his death was hurried on so fast. But all on a sudden he came into a composure of mind that surprised those that saw him. There was no affection in it. His whole behaviour was easy and calm, not without a decent cheerfulness. He prayed God to forgive all his sins, unknown as well as known. He seemed confident of the mercies of God, and that he was going to be happy with him. And he went to the place of execution on Tower Hill, with an air of undisturbed courage that was grave and composed. He said little there, only that he was sorry for the blood that was shed, but he had ever meant well to the nation. When he saw the axe he touched it and said it was not sharp enough. He gave the hangman but half the reward he intended, and said if he cut off his head cleverly, and not so butcherly as he had done the Lord Russell's, his man would give him the rest. The executioner was in great disorder, trembling all over, so he gave him 2 or 3 strokes without being able to finish off the matter, and then flung the axe out of his hand. But the sheriff forced him to take it up, and at 3 or 4 more strokes he severed his head from his body, and both were presently buried in the chapel of the Tower. Thus lived and died this unfortunate young man. He had several good qualities in him, and some that were as bad. He was soft and gentle, even to excess, and too easy to those who had credit with him. He was both sincere and good-natured, and understood war well, but it was too much given to pleasure and to favourites. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Revocation of the Edict of Nantes, A.D. 1685, by Bon Louis Henri Martin, Part 1. It was one of the glories of Henri of Navarre to end the religious wars of France by publishing the Edict of Nantes, 1598, which placed Catholics and Protestants on a practically equal footing as subjects. By the revocation of that edict in 1685, Louis XIV opened the way for fresh persecution of the Huguenots. Of the hundreds of thousands whom the king and his agents then caused to flee the country and seek civil and religious liberty in other lands, many crossed the sea and settled in the colonies of North America, especially in South Carolina. By revoking the Edict of Nantes, Louis XIV arrayed against himself all the Protestant countries of Europe. By seizures of territory, he also offended Catholic states. In 1686, the League of Augsburg combined the greater part of Europe for resisting his encroachments. This period of the Huguenots of the Dispersion was marked by complicated strifes in politics, religion, and philosophy. It was one of the most reactionary epochs in French history. No writer has better depicted the time, with the severities, atrocities, and effects of the revocation of the Great Edict, than Martin, the celebrated historian of his country. For many years, the government of Louis XIV had been acting towards the Reformation as toward a victim entangled in a noose, which is drawn tighter and tighter till it strangles its prey. In 1683, the oppressed had finally lost patience, and their partial attempts at resistance, disavowed by the most distinguished of their brethren, had been stifled in blood. After the Truce of Ratisbon, declarations and decrees hostile to Protestantism succeeded each other with frightful rapidity. Nothing else was seen in the official gazette. Protestant ministers were prohibited from officiating longer than 3 years in the same church, August 1684. Protestant individuals were forbidden to give asylum to their sick co-religionists. The sick who were not treated at home were required to go to the hospitals, where they were put in the hands of churchmen. A beautiful and touching request, written by Pastor Claude, was in vain presented to the king in January 1685. Each day beheld some Protestant church closed for contraventions either imaginary or fraudulently fabricated by persecutors. It was enough that the child of a convert or a bastard, all bastards were reputed Catholic, should enter a Protestant church for the exercise of worship, to be interdicted there. If this state of things had continued long, not a single Protestant church would have been left. The Protestant Academy or University of Samoa, which had formed so many eminent theologians and orators, was closed. The ministers were subjected to the villain tax for their real estate, January 1685. The quinquennial assembly of the clergy, held in May, presented to the king a multitude of new demands against the heretics, among others for the establishment of penalties against the converts who did not fulfill their duties as Catholics. The penalty of death, which had been decreed against emigrants, was commuted into perpetual confinement in the galleys by the request of the clergy. The first penalty had been little more than a threat. The second, which confounded with the vilest miscreants, unfortunates guilty of having desired to flee from persecution, was to be applied in the sternest reality. It was extended to Protestants living in France who should authorize their children to marry foreigners. It was interdicted to reformers to follow the occupation of printer or bookseller. It was forbidden to confer on them degrees in arts, law, or medicine. Protestant orphans could have only Catholic guardians. Half of the goods of emigrants were promised to informers. It was forbidden to reformers to preach or write against Catholicism. July-August 1685. A multitude of Protestant churches had been demolished, and the inhabitants of places where worship had been suppressed were prohibited from going to churches in places where it was still permitted. Grave difficulties resulted with respect to the principal acts of civil life, which, among Protestants as among Catholics, owed their authenticity only to the intervention of ministers of religion. A decree in Council of September 15, 1685, enacted that, in places deprived of the exercise of worship, a pastor chosen by the intendant of the generality should celebrate, in the presence of relatives only, the marriages of reformers, that their banns should be published to the congregations, and the registries of their marriages entered on the rolls of the local court. Similar decrees had been issued concerning baptisms and burials. Hitherto Protestantism had been struck right and left with all kinds of weapons, without any very definite method. These decrees seem to indicate a definite plan, that is, the suppression of external worship, with a certain tolerance, at least provisionally, for conscience, and a kind of civil state separately constituted for obstinate Protestants. This plan had in fact been debated in council. The king, wrote Madame de Maintenon, August 13, 1684, has in mind to work for the entire conversion of heretics. He has frequent conferences for this purpose with Monsieur Letellier and Monsieur de Chateauneuf, the Secretary of State charged with the affairs of the so-called Reformed religion, in which they wish to persuade me to take part. Monsieur de Chateauneuf has proposed means that are unsuitable. Things must not be hastened. It is necessary to convert, not to persecute. Monsieur de Louvois prefers mild measures which do not accord with his nature and his eagerness to see things ended. The means proposed by Chateauneuf was apparently the immediate revocation of the Edict of Nantes, which was judged premature. As to the mildness of Louvois, it was soon seen in operation. Louvois pretended to be moderate, lest the king, through scruples of humanity, should hesitate to confer on him the management of the affair. He had his plan ready. It was to recur to the salutary constraint already tried in 1681 by the instrumentality of soldiers to the dragonnade. Colbert was no longer at hand to interpose obstacles to this. Louvois had persuaded the king that in the moral situation of Protestant communities it would be enough to show them the troops to compel them to abjure. The troops had been shown, therefore, to the reformers of Bayonne. The intendant of that province, Foucault, had come to Paris to concert with the minister the management of the enterprise. Louvois could not have found a fitter instrument than this pitiless and indefatigable man, who had the soul of an inquisitor under the garb of a pliant courtier. On his return from Paris, Foucault, seconded by the Parliament of Pau and the clergy, began the demolition, on account of contraventions, of 15 out of 20 Protestant churches that remained in Bayonne, and the conversion of 1,100 persons in 2 months, February to April 1685. He then called for the assistance of the army to complete the work, promising to keep a tight rein over the soldiers so that they should do no violence. This was for the purpose of allaying the scruples of the king. The troops were therefore concentrated in the cities and villages filled with reformers. The 5 remaining Protestant churches shared the fate of the rest, and the pastors were banished, some to a distance of 6 leagues from their demolished churches, others beyond the jurisdiction of the Parliament of Pau. Terror flew before the soldiers. As soon as the scarlet uniforms and the high caps of the dragoons were descried, corporations, whole cities, sent their submission to the intendant. An almost universal panic chilled all hearts. The mass of reformers signed or verbally accepted a confession of the Catholic faith, suffered themselves to be led to the church, bowed their heads to the benediction of the bishop or the missionary, and cannon and bonfires celebrated the happy reconciliation. Protestants who had hoped to find a refuge in liberty of conscience without external worship saw this hope vanish. Foucault paid no attention to the decrees in council that regulated the baptisms, marriages, and burials of Protestants, because, he said in a dispatch to the minister, in the present disposition to general and speedy conversion, this would expose those who waver and harden the obstinate. The council issued a new order confirmatory of the preceding ones, and specially for Bayonne. Foucault, according to his own words, did not judge proper to execute it. This insolence went unpunished. Success justified everything. Before the end of August, the 22,000 Protestants of Bayonne were converted, save a few hundred. Foucault, in his memoirs, in which he exhibits his triumphs with cynicism, does not, however, avow all the means. Although he confesses that the distribution of money drew many souls to the church, he does not say how he kept his promise of preventing the soldiers from doing any violence. He does not recount the brutalities, the devastations, the tortures resorted to against the refractory, the outrages to women, nor how these soldiers took turns from hour to hour to hinder their hosts from sleeping during entire weeks, till these unfortunates, stupefied, delirious, signed an abjuration. The king saw only the result. The resolution was taken to send everywhere these booted missionaries who had succeeded so well in Bayonne. Louvois sent, on the part of the king, July 31st, a commandment to the Marquis de Boufflers, their general, to lead them into Guienne, and to quarter them all on the reformers, observing to endeavour to diminish the number of reformers in such a manner that in each community the Catholics shall be 2 or 3 times more numerous than they, so that when in due time His Majesty shall wish no longer to permit the exercise of this religion in his kingdom, he may no longer have to apprehend that the small number that shall remain can undertake anything. The troops were to be withdrawn as fast as this object should be obtained in each place, without undertaking to convert all at once. The ministers should be driven out of the country, and by no means should they be retained by force. The pastors absent, the flocks could more easily be brought to reason. The soldiers were to commit no other disorders than to levy daily 20 sous for each horseman or dragoon, and 10 sous for each foot soldier. Excesses were to be severely punished. Louvois, in another letter, warned the general not to yield to all the suggestions of the ecclesiastics, nor even of the intendants. They did not calculate on being able to proceed so rapidly as in Bayonne. These instructions show precisely not what was done, but what the king wished should be done. The subalterns, sure of immunity in case of success, acted more in accordance with the spirit of Louvois than according to the words dictated by Louis. The king, when by chance he heard that his orders had been transcended, rarely chastised the transgressor, lest it might be said to the reformers that his majesty disapproves of whatsoever has been done to convert them. Louis XIV, therefore, cannot repudiate before history his share of this terrible responsibility. The result exceeded the hopes of the king and of Louvois. Guyenne yielded as easily as Béarn. The church of Montauban, the headquarters of the Reformation in this region, was reunited in great majority after several days of military vexations. Bergerac held out a little longer, then all collective resistance ceased. The cities and villages for 10 or 12 leagues around sent to the military leaders their promises of abjuration. In 3 weeks there were 60,000 conversions in the district of Bordeaux or Lower Guyenne, 20,000 in that of Montauban or Upper Guyenne. According to the reports of Boufflers, Louvois, September 7, reckoned that before the end of the month there would not remain in Lower Guyenne 10,000 reformers out of the 150,000 found there August 15th. There is not a courier, wrote Madame de Maintenon, September 26th, that does not bring the king great causes of joy, to wit, news of conversions by thousands. The only resistance that they deigned to notice here and there was that of certain provincial gentlemen of simple and rigid habits, less disposed than the court nobility to sacrifice their faith to interest and vanity. Guyenne subjected, the army of Béarn was marched in part into Limousin, Saintonge, and Poitou, a part into Languedoc. Poitou, already dragooned in 1681 by the intendant Marillac, had just been so well laboured with by Marillac's successor, Lamoignon de Baville, aided by some troops that Foucault, sent from Béarn into Poitou, found nothing more to glean. The king even caused Louvois to recommend that they should not undertake to convert all the reformers at once, lest the rich and powerful families, who had in their hands the commerce of those regions, should avail themselves of the proximity of the sea to take flight. September 8th. Baville, a great administrator, but harshly inflexible, was sent from Poitou into Lower Languedoc in the first part of September, in order to cooperate there with the Duc de Noailles, governor of the province. The intendant of Lower Languedoc, d'Aguesseau, though he had zealously cooperated in all the restrictive measures of the reformed worship, had asked for his recall as soon as he had seen that the king was determined on the employment of military force. Convinced that this determination would not be less fatal to religion than to the country, he retired broken-hearted, his spirit troubled for the future. The conversion of Languedoc seemed a great undertaking. The mass of Protestants, nearly all concentrated in Lower Languedoc and in the mountainous regions adjoining, was estimated at more than 240,000 souls. These people, more ardent, more constant than the mobile and sceptical Gascons, did not seem capable of so easily abandoning their belief. The result, however, was the same as elsewhere. Nîmes and Montpellier followed the example of Montauban. The quartering of 100 soldiers in their houses quickly reduced the notables of Nîmes. In this diocese alone, the principal centre of Protestantism, 60,000 souls abjured in 3 days. Several of the leading ministers did the same. From Nîmes, the Duc de Noailles led the troops into the mountains. Cevennes and Gévaudan submitted to invasion like the rest as the armed mission advanced from valley to valley. These cantons were still under the terror of the sanguinary repressions of 1683, and had been disarmed as far as it was possible, as well as all Lower Languedoc. Noailles, in the early part of October, wrote to Louvois that he would answer upon his head that before the end of November the Protestant would contain no more Huguenots. If we are to believe his letters, prepared for the eyes of the king, everything must have taken place with all possible wisdom and discipline. But the Chancellor d'Aguesseau, in the life of his father, the intendant, teaches us what we are to think of it. The manner in which this miracle was wrought, he says, the singular facts that were recounted to us day by day, would have sufficed to pierce a heart less religious than that of my father. Noël himself, in a confidential letter, announced to Louvois that he would ere long send some capable men to answer about any matters which he desired to know and about which he could not write. There was a half-tacit understanding established between the minister, the military chiefs, and the intendants. The king, in their opinion, desired the end without sufficiently desiring the means. Dauphiny, Limousin, La Rochelle, that holy Zion of the Huguenots, all yielded at the same time. Louis was intoxicated. It had sufficed for him to say a word, to lay his hand upon the hilt of his sword, to make those fierce Huguenots, who had formerly worn out so many armies, and had forced so many kings to capitulate before their rebellions, fall at his feet and the feet of the Church. Who would henceforth dare to doubt his divine mission and his infallible genius? Not that Louis, nor especially those that surrounded him, precisely believed that terror produced the effects of grace, or that these innumerable conversions were sincere, but they saw in this the extinction of all strong conviction among the heretics, the moral exhaustion of an expiring sect. The children at least will be Catholics, if the fathers are hypocrites, wrote Madame de Maintenon. At present it was necessary to complete the work and to prevent dangerous relapses in these subjugated multitudes. It was necessary to put to flight as quickly as possible the false pastors, who might again lead their old flocks astray, and to make the law conform to the fact, by solemnly revoking the concessions formerly wrung by powerful and armed heresy from the feebleness of the ruling power. Louis had long preserved some scruples about the violation of engagements entered into by his grandfather Henri IV, but his last doubts had been set at rest several months since by a special council of conscience, composed of 2 theologians and 2 jurisconsults, who had decided that he might and should revoke the Edict of Nantes. The names of the men who took upon themselves the consequences of such a decision have remained unknown. Doubtless the confessor Lachaise was one of the theologians. Who was the other? The Archbishop of Paris, Arles, was not perhaps in sufficient esteem on account of his habits. The great name of the Bishop of Meaux naturally presents itself to the mind, but neither the correspondence of Bossuet nor the documents relating to his life throw any light on this subject, and we know not whether a direct and material responsibility must be added to the moral responsibility with which the maxims of Bossuet and the spirit of his works burden his memory. After the Council of Conscience, the Council of the King was convened for a definitive deliberation in the earlier part of October. Some of the ministers, apparently the 2 Colbert, Seignelay, and Coissy, insinuated that it would be better not to be precipitate. The Dauphin, a young prince of 24, who resembled in his undefined character his grandfather more than his father, and who was destined to remain always, as it were, lost in the splendid halo of Louis the Great, attempted an intervention that deserves to rescue his name from oblivion. He represented from an anonymous memorial that had been addressed to him the evening before, that it was, perhaps, to be apprehended that the Huguenots might take up arms, that in case they did not dare to do this, a great number would leave the kingdom, which would injure commerce and agriculture, and thereby even weaken the state. The king replied that he had foreseen all and provided for all, that nothing in the world would be more painful to him than to shed a drop of the blood of his subjects, but that he had armies and good generals whom he would employ in case of necessity against rebels who desired their own destruction. As to the argument of interest, he judged it little worthy of consideration, compared with the advantages of an undertaking that would restore to religion its splendour, to the state its tranquillity, and to authority all its rights. The suppression of the Edict of Nantes was resolved upon without further opposition. Father Lachaise and Louvois, according to their ecclesiastical and military correspondence, had promised that it should not even cost the drop of blood of which the king spoke. The aged Chancellor Letellier, already a prey to the malady that was to bring him to his grave, drew up with trembling hand the fatal declaration which the king signed October 17th. Louis professed in this preamble to do nothing but continue the pious designs of his grandfather and his father for the reunion of their subjects to the Church. He spoke of the perpetual and irrevocable Edict of Henri IV as a temporary regulation. Our cares, he said, since the truce that we facilitated for this purpose, have had the effect that we proposed to ourselves, since the better and the greater part of our subjects of the so-called Reformed religion have embraced the Catholic, and inasmuch as by reason of this the execution of the Edict of Nantes remains useless, we have judged that we could not do better, in order wholly to efface the memory of evils that this false religion has caused in our kingdom, than entirely to revoke the said Edict of Nantes and all that has been done since in favour of the said religion. The order followed to demolish unceasingly all the churches of the said religion situated in the kingdom. It was forbidden to assemble for the exercise of the said religion in any place, private house or tenement, under penalty of confiscation of body and goods. All ministers of the said religion who would not be converted were enjoined to leave the kingdom in a fortnight, and divers favours were granted to those who should be converted. Private schools for instruction of children in the said religion were interdicted. Children who should be born to those of the said religion should for the future be baptized by the parish curates, under penalty of a fine of 500 livres, and still more, if there were occasion, to be paid by the parents, and the children should then be brought up in the Catholic religion. A delay of 4 months was granted to fugitive reformers to leave the kingdom and recover possession of their property. This delay passed, the property should remain confiscated. It was forbidden anew to reformers to leave the kingdom, under penalty of the galleys for men and confiscation of body and goods for women. The declarations against backsliders were confirmed. A last article, probably attained by the representations of the Colbert, declared that the reformers, till it should please God to enlighten them like others, should be permitted to dwell in the kingdom, in strict loyalty to the king, to continue there their commerce and enjoy their goods, without being molested or hindered under pretext of the said religion. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Revocation of the Edict of Nantes, AD 1685, by Bon Louis-Henri Martin, Part 2. The Edict of Revocation was sent in haste to the governors and intendants, without waiting for it to be registered, which took place in the Parliament of Paris, October 22nd. The intendants were instructed not to allow the ministers who should abandon the country to dispose of their real estate, or to take with them their children above 7 years of age. A monstrous dismemberment of the family wrought by an arbitrary will that recognized neither natural nor civil rights. The king recommended a milder course toward noblemen, merchants, and manufacturers. He did not desire that obstinacy should be shown in compelling them to be converted immediately, without exception, by any considerable violence. The tone of the ministerial instructions changed quickly on the reception of dispatches announcing the effect of the edict in the provinces. This effect teaches us more in regard to the situation of the dragooned people than could the most sinister narratives. The edict which proscribed the reformed worship, which interdicted the perpetuation of the Protestant religion by tearing from it infants at their birth, was received as a boon by Protestants who remained faithful to their belief. They saw in the last article of the edict the end of persecution, and, proud of having weathered the storm, they claimed the tolerance that the king promised them and the removal of their executioners. The new converts who, persuaded that the king desired to force all his subjects to profess his religion, had yielded through surprise, fear, want of constancy in suffering, or through a worthier motive, the desire of saving their families from the license of the soldiers, manifested their regret and their remorse, and were no longer willing to go to mass. All the leaders of the dragonnades, the Noailles, the Foucault, the Barville, the Marillacs, complained bitterly of a measure that was useless to them as to the demolition of Protestant churches and the prohibition of worship, and very injurious as to the progress of conversions. They had counted on rooting out the worship by converting all the believers. The revocation of the Edict of Nantes sinned, therefore, in their eyes, by excess of moderation. Louvois hastened to reassure them in this respect, and authorized them to act as if the last article of the edict did not exist. His Majesty, he said, desires that the extremest rigours of the law should be felt by those who will not make themselves of his religion, and those who shall have the foolish glory of wishing to remain the last must be pushed to the last extremity. Let the soldiers, he said elsewhere, be allowed to live very licentiously. November 1685. The king, however, did not mean it thus, and claimed that persecution should be conducted with method and gravity. But men do not stop at pleasure in evil. One abyss draws on another. The way had been opened to brutal and cynical passions, to the spirit of denunciation, to low and mean fanaticism. The infamies with which the subaltern agents polluted themselves recoiled upon the chiefs who did not repress them, and on this proud government that did not blush to add to the odium of persecution the shame of faithlessness. The chiefs of the dragonnades judged it necessary to restrain the bad converts by making example of the obstinate. Hence arose an inundation of horrors, in which we see, as St. Simon says, the orthodox imitating against heretics the acts of pagan tyrants against confessors and martyrs. Everything, in fact, was allowed the soldiers but rape and murder, and even this restriction was not always respected. Besides, many of the unfortunate died or were maimed for life in consequence of the treatment to which they had been subjected, and the obscene tortures inflicted on women differed little from the last outrage, but in a perversity more refined. All the diabolical inventions of the highwaymen of the Middle Ages to extort gold from their captives were renewed here and there to secure conversions. The feet of the victims were scorched, they were strapadoed, suspended by their feet. Young mothers were tied to the bedposts, while their infants at the breast were writhing with hunger before their eyes. From torture to abjuration, and from this to communion, there was often not 24 hours distance, and their executioners were their guides and witnesses. Nearly all the bishops lent themselves to this sudden and impious practice. Among the reformed whom nothing could shake, those who encouraged others to resistance by the influence of their character or social position were sent to the Bastille or other state prisons. Some were entombed in subterranean dungeons, in those dark pits, stifling or deadly cold, invented by feudal barbarism. The remains of animals in the state of putrefaction were sometimes thrown in after them to redouble the horror. The Hospital of Valence and the Tower of Constance at Aiguille-Morte have preserved in Protestant martyrology a frightful renown. The women usually showing themselves more steadfast than the men, the most obstinate were shut up in convents. Infamous acts took place there, yet they were rare. It must be said to the honour of the sex, often too facile to the suggestions of fanaticism, that the nuns showed much more humanity and true religion than the priests and monks. Astonished to see Huguenot women so different from the idea they had formed of them, they almost became the protectors of victims that had been given them to torment. The abduction of children put the final seal to the persecution. The Edict of Revocation had only declared that children subsequently born should be brought up in the Catholic religion. An edict of January 1686 prescribed that children from 5 to 16 years of age should be taken from their heretical relatives and put in the hands of Catholic relatives, or, if they had none, of Catholics designated by the judges. The crimes that we have just indicated might, in strictness, be attributed to the passions of subaltern agents. But this mighty outrage against the family and nature must be charged to the government alone. With the revocation, the dragonnade was extended, 2 places partially excepted, all over France. When the great harvest had been sufficiently gathered in the south and west, the reapers were sent elsewhere. The battalions of converters marched from province to province till they reached the northern frontier, carrying everywhere the same terror. Metz, where the Protestants were numerous, was particularly the theatre of abominable excesses. Paris and Alsace were alone, to a certain extent, preserved. Louvois did not dare to show such spectacles to the society of Versailles and Paris. The king would not have enjoyed it. The people of Paris demolished the Protestant church of Charenton, an object of their ancient animosity. The ruling power weighed heavily upon the 8,000 or 9,000 Huguenots who remained in the capital, and constrained 2/3 of them, by intimidation, to a feigned conversion. But there were no striking acts of violence, except perhaps the banishment of 30 elders of the consistory to different parts of the kingdom, and the soldiers did not make their appearance. The lieutenant of police, La Reynie, took care to reassure the leading merchants, and the last article of the Edict of Revocation was very nearly observed in Paris and its environs. As to Lutheran Alsace, it had nothing in common with the system of the Edict of Nantes and the French Calvinists. The Treaty of Westphalia, the capitulation of Strasbourg, all the acts that bound it to France, guaranteed to it a separate religious state. An attempt was indeed made to encroach upon Lutheranism by every means of influence and by a system of petty annoyances, but direct attacks were limited to a suppression of public worship in places where the population was two-thirds Catholic. The political events that soon disturbed Europe compelled the French government to be circumspect toward the people of this recently acquired frontier. The converters indemnified themselves at the expense of another frontier population that was not dependent on France. The Vaudois, the first offspring of the Reformation, had always kept possession of the high alpine valleys on the confines of Piedmont and Dauphiny, in spite of the persecutions that they had repeatedly endured from the governments of France and Piedmont. The Piedmontese Vaudois had their Edict of Nantes, that is, liberty of worship in the three valleys of Saint-Martin, La Luzerne, and La Perouse. When the Dragonnades invaded Dauphiny, the Vaudois about Briançon and Pignerol took refuge in crowds with their brethren in the valleys subject to Piedmont. The French government was unwilling to suffer them to remain in this asylum. The Duke Victor Amadeus II enjoined the refugees to quit his territory November 4th. The order was imperfectly executed, and Louis XIV demanded more. The Duke, by an edict of February 1st, 1686, prohibited the exercise of heretical worship and ordered the schools to be closed under penalty of death. The Babs, ministers, schoolmasters, and French refugees were to leave the states of the Duke in a fortnight under the same penalty. The Vaudois responded by taking up arms without reflecting on the immense force of their oppressors. The three valleys were assailed at the same time by French and Piedmontese troops. The French were commanded by the governor of Casale, Catinat, a man of noble heart, an elevated and philosophic mind, who deplored his fatal mission and attempted to negotiate with the insurgents. But Catinat could neither persuade to submission these men resolved to perish rather than renounce their faith, nor restrain the fury of his soldiers, exasperated by the vigour of the resistance. The valleys of Saint-Martin and La Perouse were captured, and the victors committed frightful barbarities. Meanwhile, the Piedmontese, after having induced the mountaineers who guarded the entrance of the valley of La Lucerne to lay down their arms by false promises, slaughtered 3,000 women, children, and old men at the Pré de la Tour. The remotest recesses of the Alps were searched. A multitude of unfortunates were exterminated singly. More than 10,000 were dragged as prisoners to the fortresses of Piedmont, where most of them died of want. A handful of the bravest succeeded in maintaining themselves among the rocks, where they could not be captured, and, protected by the intervention of Protestant powers, and especially of the Swiss, finally obtained liberty to emigrate, both for themselves and their co-religionists. There has often been seen in history much greater bloodshed than that caused by the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. Scenes of destruction planned more directly and on a vaster scale by governments, and sometimes the same contrast between an advanced state of civilization and acts of barbarity. But no spectacle wounds moral sense and humanity to the same degree as this persecution, carried on coldly and according to abstract ideas, without the excuse of struggle and danger, without the ardent fever of battle and revolution. The very virtues of the persecutors are here but an additional monstrosity. Doubtless, there is also seen at a later period, among the authors of another reign of terror, this same contrast that astounds and troubles the conscience of posterity. but they at least staked each day their own lives against the lives of their adversaries, and, with their lives, the very existence of the country involved in their cause. 1.5 million of Frenchmen were in terror and despair, yet songs of victory resounded around Louis the Great. The aged Letellier lifted to heaven the hand that had just signed the Revocation, and parodied, on the occasion of an edict that recalls the times of Decius and Diocletian, the canticle by which Simeon hailed the birth of the Redeemer. He died a fanatic after having lived a cold and astute politician, October 31st, 1685. He died, and the most eloquent voices of the Galician Church broke forth in triumphal hymns as over the tomb of a victorious hero. "Let us publish this miracle of our days," exclaimed Boisset, in that funeral oration of Letellier, wherein he nevertheless exhibited apprehensions of new combats, and of a sombre future for the Church. Let us pour forth our hearts in praise of the piety of Louis. Let us lift our acclamations to heaven, and let us say to this new Constantine, to this new Theodosius, to this new Marcianus, to this new Charlemagne, you have strengthened the faith, you have exterminated the heretics. This is the meritorious work of your reign, its peculiar characteristic. Through you heresy is no more. God alone could have wrought this wonder. The gentle Fléchier himself echoed Bossuet, with the whole corps of the clergy, with a great mass of the people, Paris and Versailles, that did not witness the horror of the details, that saw only the general prestige and the victory of unity, were deaf to the doleful reports that came from the provinces, and applauded the new Constantine. This is the grandest and finest thing that ever was conceived and accomplished, wrote Madame de Sévigné. All the corporations, courts of justice, academics, universities, municipal bodies vied with each other in every species of laudatory allusion. Medals represented the king crowned by religion for having brought back to the church 2 millions of Calvinists. The number of victims was swollen in order to swell the glory of the persecutor. Statues were erected to the destroyer of heresy. This concert of felicitations was prolonged for years. The influence of example, the habit of admiring, wrung eulogies even from minds that, it would seem, ought to have remained strangers to this fascination. Every writer thought he must pay his tribute. Even La Bruyère, that sagacious observer and excellent writer, whose acute and profound studies of manners appeared in 1687, and La Fontaine himself, the poet of free thought and of universal freedom of action. The government redoubled its rigour. The penalty of death was decreed against ministers re-entering the kingdom without permission, and the galleys against whomsoever should give them asylum. Penalty of death against whomsoever should take part in a meeting, July 1st, 1686. And this penalty was not simply a dead letter. Whenever the soldiers succeeded in surprising Protestants assembled for prayer in any solitary place, they first announced their presence by a volley. Those who escaped the bullet and the sword were sent to the gallows or the galleys. Measures almost as severe were employed to arrest emigration. Seamen were forbidden to aid the reformers to escape, under penalty of a fine for the first offence and of corporal punishment for a second offence, November 5th, 1685. They went further. Ere long, whoever aided the flight of emigrants became liable to the galleys for life, like emigrants themselves, May 7th, 1686. Armed barks cruised along all the coasts. All the passes of the frontier were guarded, and peasants everywhere had orders to rush upon the fugitives. Some of the emigrants perished in attempting to force an exit. A host of others were brought back manacled. They dared not place them all under the galley master's lash. They feared the effects of their despair and of their numbers, if they should mass them in the royal galleys. They crowded the prisons with those who were unwilling to purchase pardon by abjuration. The misfortunes of the first emigrants served to render their co-religionists not more timid but more adroit. A multitude of pilgrims, of mendicants dragging their children after them, of nomadic artisans of both sexes and of all trades, incessantly took their way toward all the frontiers. Innumerable disguises thus protected the flight of Israel out of Egypt. Reformers selected the darkest winter nights to embark in frail open boats on the Atlantic or stormy Channel. The waves were seen to cast upon the shores of England families long tossed by tempests and dying with cold and hunger. By degrees, the guards stationed along the shores and the frontiers were touched or seduced, and became saviours and guides to fugitives whom they were sent to arrest. Then perpetual confinement in the galleys was no longer sufficient against the accomplices of the desert. For the galleys an edict substituted death which fell not upon those guilty of the pretended crime of desertion, was promised to their abettors. October 12th, 1687. Some were given up to capital punishment. Many, nevertheless, continued their perilous assistance to emigrants, and few betrayed them. Those reformers whom the authorities wished most to retain in the kingdom, the noblemen, the rich citizens, manufacturers and merchants, were those who escaped easiest, being best able to pay for the interested compassion of the guards. It is said that the fugitives carried out of France 60 millions in 5 years. However this may be, the loss of men was much more to be regretted than the loss of money. The vital energy of France did not cease for many years to ooze away through this ever open ulcer of emigration. It is difficult to estimate, even approximately, the number of Protestants who abandoned their country, become to them a barbarous mother. Vauban estimated it at 100,000 from 1684 to 1691. Benoit, the Calvinist historian of the Edict of Nantes, who published his book in 1695, estimates it at 200,000. The illustrious refugee Basnage speaks vaguely of 300,000 or 400,000. Others give figures much more exaggerated, while the Duke of Burgundy, in the memoir we have cited above, reduces the emigration to less than 68,000 souls in the course of 20 years. But the truly inconceivable illusions preserved by this young prince concerning the moral and political results of the Revocation do not allow us to put confidence in his testimony. He was deceived, took pleasure in being deceived, and closed his ear to whomsoever desired to undeceive him. The amount from 200,000 to 250,000 from the Revocation to the commencement of the following century, that is, to the revolt of Cevennes, seems most probable. But it is not so much by the quantity as by the quality of the emigrants that the real loss of France must be measured. France was incomparably more weakened than if 200,000 citizens had been taken at hazard from the Catholic mass of the nation. The Protestants were very superior on the average, if not to the Catholic middle class of Paris and the principal centres of French civilization, at least to the mass of the people, and the emigrants were the best of the Protestants. A multitude of useful men, among them many superior men, left a frightful void in France, and went to swell the forces of Protestant nations. France declined both by what she lost and by what her rivals gained. Before 1689, 9,000 sailors, the best in the kingdom, as Vauban says, 12,000 soldiers, 600 officers, had gone to foreign countries. The most skilful chiefs and agents of contemporaneous industry went in multitudes to settle in foreign lands. Industrial capacities, less striking than literary capacities, inflicted losses on France, still more felt and less reparable. France was rich enough in literary glory to lose much without being impoverished. Such was not the case with respect to industry. France was to descend in a few years, almost in a few months, from that economical supremacy which had been conquered for her by long efforts of a protective administration. Populous cities beheld the branches of commerce that constituted their prosperity rapidly sinking by the disappearance of the principal industrial families, and these branches taking root on the other side of the frontiers. Thus fell, never to rise again, the Norman hat trade, already suffering on account of regulations that fettered the Canadian fur trade. Other branches in great number did not disappear entirely, but witnessed the rise of a formidable competition in foreign lands where they had hitherto remained unknown. These were so many outlets closed, so many markets lost for our exportation, lately so flourishing. A suburb of London, Spitalfields, was peopled with our workmen in silk, emigrated from Lyons and Touraine, which lost 3/4 of their looms. The manufacture of French silk was also established in Holland, with paper making, cloth manufacture, etc. Many branches of industry were transplanted to Brandenburg, and 20,000 Frenchmen carried the most refined arts of civilization to the coarse population thinly scattered among the sands and firs of that sombre region. French refugees paid for the hospitality of the Elector Frederick by laying the foundation of the high destinies of Berlin, which on their arrival was still but a small city of 12 or 15,000 souls, and which thenceforth took a start which nothing was to arrest. Like the Hebrews after the fall of Jerusalem, the Huguenot exiles scattered themselves over the entire world. Some went to Ireland, carrying the cultivation of flax and hemp. Others, led by a nephew of Duquesne, founded a small colony at the Cape of Good Hope. France was impoverished not only in Frenchmen who exiled themselves, but in those, much more numerous, who remained in spite of themselves, discouraged, ruined, whether they openly resisted persecution or suffered some external observances of Catholicism to be wrung from them, all having neither energy in work nor security in life. It was really the activity of more than 1,000,000 of men that France lost, and of the 1,000,000 that produced most. The great enterprise, the miracle of the reign, therefore miscarried. The new temple that Louis had pretended to erect to unity fell to ruin as it rose from the ground, and left only an open chasm in place of its foundation. Everything that had been undertaken by the governing power of France for a century in the direction of national, civil, and territorial unity had gloriously succeeded. As soon as the governing power left this legitimate field of unity to invade the domain of conscience and of human individuality, it raised before itself insurmountable obstacles. It concerned itself in contests wherein it was equally fatal to conquer or be conquered, and gave the first blow to the greatness of France. What a contrast between the pretensions of Louis that he could neither be mistaken nor deceived, that he saw everything, that he accomplished everything, and the illusions with which he was surrounded in regard to the facility of success and the means employed. The nothingness of absolute power and of government by one alone was thus revealed, under the reign of the Great King. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. The English Revolution, A.D. 1688, by Gilbert Burnet, Part 1. H.D. Traill. With the accession of William and Mary to the throne of England, not only did the Stuart line come to an end, but the Protestant religion was finally established in the kingdom. By the Declaration of Right, upon which their title rested, it was decreed that after the death of William and Mary, no person holding the Roman Catholic faith should ever be king or queen of England. Assumption of the throne by a Roman Catholic should release the people from their allegiance. William III, William of Orange, was a nephew of James II. He had greatly distinguished himself as leader of the Dutch against the invasions of Louis XIV. When the English people, tired of the tyranny of James II, and also fearing that he might be succeeded by a Catholic, decided to choose a Protestant for their sovereign. William was married, 1677, to Mary, eldest child of James II. Could they have been sure that she would succeed her father, the English people would gladly have had Mary for their sole ruler, though European interests demanded the elevation to larger power of the Prince of Orange as the great antagonist of Louis XIV. William was accordingly invited to take possession of the English throne conjointly with Mary. The Prince of Orange landed at Torbay, November 5, 1688. This revolution, one of the least violent in all history, is best described by Bishop Burnet, who accompanied William of Orange from Holland to England, and in 1689 was made Bishop of Salisbury. He is not less eminent as the historian of his time than as a theologian and prelate of the English Church. Having made his preparations for sailing, William was annoyed by many delays occasioned by the hesitation of his subordinates. Traill's account of the convention which William summoned for settlement of the crown gives, in a wholly modern way, the particulars of the formal accession of William and Mary. Gilbert Burnet. All this while the men of war were still riding at sea, it being a continued storm for some weeks. The prince sent out several advice boats with orders to them to come in, but they could not come up to them. On October 27th, there was for 6 hours together a most dreadful storm, so that there were few among us that did not conclude that the best part of the fleet, and by consequence that the whole design, were lost. Many that have passed for heroes yet showed then the agonies of fear in their looks and whole deportment. The prince still retained his usual calmness, and the same tranquillity of spirit that I had observed in him in his happiest days. On the 28th it calmed a little, and our fleet came all in to our great joy. The rudder of one third rate was broken, and that was all the hurt that the storm had done. At last the much-longed-for east wind came, and so hard a thing it was to set so vast a body in motion that 2 days of this wind were lost before all could be quite ready. On November 1, we sailed out with the evening tide, but made little way that night, that so our fleet might come out and move in order. We tried next day till noon if it were possible to sail northward, but the wind was so strong and full in the east that we could not move that way. About noon the signal was given to steer westward. This wind not only diverted us from that unhappy course, but it kept the English fleet in the river, so that it was not possible for them to come out, though they were come down as far as to the gun fleet. By this means we had the sea open to us, with a fair wind and a safe navigation. On the 3rd we passed between Dover and Calais, and before night came in sight of the Isle of Wight. The next day, being the day in which the prince was both born and married, he fancied if he could land that day it would look auspicious to the army and animate the soldiers. But we all, who considered that the day following, being Gunpowder Treason Day, our landing that day might have a good effect on the minds of the English nation, were better pleased to see that we could land no sooner. Torbay was thought the best place for our great fleet to lie in, and it was resolved to land the army where it could be best done near it, reckoning that being at such a distance from London, we could provide ourselves with horses, and put everything in order before the king could march his army toward us, and that we should lie some time at Exeter for the refreshing of our men. I was in the ship with the prince's other domestics that went in the van of the whole fleet. At noon on the 4th, Russell came on board us with the best of all the English pilots that they had brought over. He gave him the steering of the ship, and ordered him to be sure to sail, so that next morning we should be short of Dartmouth, for it was intended that some of the ships should land there, and that the rest should sail into Torbay. The pilot thought he could not be mistaken in measuring our course, and believed that he certainly kept within orders, till the morning showed us we were past Torbay and Dartmouth. The wind, though it had abated much of its first violence, was yet still full in the east, so now it seemed necessary for us to sail on to Plymouth, which must have engaged us in a long and tedious campaign in winter through a very ill country. Nor were we sure to be received at Plymouth. The Earl of Bath, who was governor, had sent by Russell a promise to the prince to come and join him, yet it was not likely that he would be so forward as to receive us at our first coming. The delays he made afterward, pretending that he was managing the garrison, whereas he was indeed staying till he saw how the matter was likely to be decided, showed us how fatal it had proved if we had been forced to sail on to Plymouth. But while Russell was in no small disorder, after he saw the pilot's error, upon which he bade me go to my prayers, for all was lost, and as he was ordering the boat to be cleared to go aboard the prince, on a sudden, to all our wonder, it calmed a little, and then the wind turned into the south, and a soft and happy gale of wind carried in the whole fleet in 4 hours' time into Torbay. Immediately as many landed as conveniently could. As soon as the prince and Marshal Schomberg got to shore, they were furnished with such horses as the village of Broxholm could afford, and rode up to view the grounds, which they found as convenient as could be imagined for the foot in that season. It was not a cold night, otherwise the soldiers who had been kept warm aboard might have suffered much by it. As soon as I landed, I made what haste I could to the place where the prince was, who took me heartily by the hand, and asked me if I would not now believe in predestination. I told him I would never forget that providence of God which had appeared so signally on this occasion. He was cheerfuller than ordinary, yet he returned soon to his usual gravity. The prince sent for all the fishermen of the place, and asked them which was the properest place for landing his horse, which all apprehended would be a tedious business and might hold some days. But next morning he was showed a place, a quarter of a mile below the village, where the ships could be brought very near the land, against a good shore, and the horses would not be put to swim above 20 yards. This proved to be so happy for our landing, though we came to it by mere accident, that if we had ordered the whole island round to be sounded, we could not have found a properer place for it. There was a dead calm all that morning, and in 3 hours' time all our horse were landed, with as much baggage as was necessary, till we got to Exeter. The artillery and heavy baggage were left aboard, and ordered to Topsham, the seaport to Exeter. All that belonged to us was so soon and so happily landed, that by the next day at noon we were in full march, and marched 4 miles that night. We had from thence 20 miles to Exeter, and we resolved to make haste thither. But as we were now happily landed and marching, we saw new and unthought-of characters of a favourable providence of God watching over us. We had no sooner got thus disengaged from our fleet than a new and great storm blew from the west, from which our fleet, being covered by the land, could receive no prejudice. But the king's fleet had got out as the wind calmed, and in pursuit of us was come as far as the Isle of Wight, when this contrary wind turned upon them. They tried what they could to pursue us, but they were so shattered by some days of this storm that they were forced to go into Portsmouth, and were no more fit for service that year. This was a greater happiness than we were then aware of, for Lord Dartmouth assured me some time after that whatever stories we had heard and believed, either of officers or seamen, he was confident they would all have fought very heartily. But now, by the immediate hand of Heaven, we were masters of the sea without a blow. I never found a disposition to superstition in my temper. I was rather inclined to be philosophical upon all occasions, yet I must confess that this strange ordering of the winds and seasons, just to change as our affairs required it, could not but make a deep impression on me as well as on all that observed it. Those famous verses of Claudian seemed to be more applicable to the prince than to him they were made on. Quote, "Heaven's favourite, for whom the skies do fight, and all the winds conspire to guide thee right." End quote. The prince made haste to Exeter, where he stayed 10 days, both for refreshing his troops and for giving the country time to show its affection. Both the clergy and magistrates of Exeter were very fearful and very backward. The bishop and the dean ran away, and the clergy stood off, though they were sent for and very gently spoken to by the prince. The truth was, the doctrines of passive obedience and non-resistance had been carried so far and preached so much that clergymen either could not all on the sudden get out of that entanglement into which they had, by long thinking and speaking all one way, involved themselves, or they were ashamed to make so quick a turn. Yet care was taken to protect them and their houses everywhere, so that no sort of violence or rudeness was offered to any of them. The prince gave me full authority to do this, and I took so particular a care of it that we heard of no complaints. The army was kept under such an exact discipline that everything was paid for where it was demanded, though the soldiers were contented with such moderate entertainment that the people generally asked but little for what they did eat. We stayed a week at Exeter before any of the gentlemen of the country about came in to the prince. Every day some persons of condition came from other parts. The first were Lord Colchester, Mr. Wharton, the eldest sons of the Earl of Rivers, and Lord Wharton, Mr. Russell, Lord Russell's brother, and the Earl of Abingdon. The king came down to Salisbury, and sent his troops 20 miles farther. Of these, 3 regiments of horse and dragoons were drawn on by their officers, Lord Cornbury and Colonel Langston, on design to come over to the prince. Advice was sent to the prince of this. But because these officers were not sure of their subalterns, the prince ordered a body of his men to advance and assist them in case any resistance was made. They were within 20 miles of Exeter, and within 2 miles of the body that the prince had sent to join them, when a whisper ran about among them that they were betrayed. Lord Cornbury had not the presence of mind that so critical a thing required, so they fell in confusion, and many rode back. Yet 1 regiment came over in a body, and with them about 100 of the other 2. This gave us great courage, and showed us that we had not been deceived in what was told us of the inclinations of the king's army. Yet, on the other hand, those who studied to support the king's spirit by flatteries told him that in this he saw that he might trust his army, since those who intended to carry over those regiments were forced to manage it with so much artifice, and dared not discover their design either to officers or soldiers, and that, as soon as they perceived it, the greater part of them had turned back. The king wanted support, for his spirits sunk extremely. His blood was in such fermentation that he was bleeding much at the nose, which returned oft upon him every day. He sent many spies over to us. They all took his money, and came and joined themselves to the prince, none of them returning to him. So that he had no intelligence brought him of what the prince was doing, but what common reports brought him, which magnified our numbers, and made him think we were coming near him while we were still at Exeter. He heard that the city of London was very unquiet. News was brought him that the Earls of Devonshire and Danby and Lord Lumley were drawing great bodies together, and that both York and Newcastle had declared for the prince. Lord Delamere had raised a regiment in Cheshire, and the body of the nation did everywhere discover their inclinations for the prince so evidently that the king saw he had nothing to trust to but his army. And the ill disposition among them was so apparent that he reckoned he could not depend on them, so that he lost both heart and head at once. But that which gave him the last and most confounding stroke was that Lord Churchill and the Duke of Grafton left him, and came and joined the prince at Axminster, 20 miles on that side of Exeter. After this, he could not know on whom he could depend. The Duke of Grafton was one of King Charles's sons by the Duchess of Cleveland. He had been some time at sea, and was a gallant but rough man. He had more spirit than anyone of that spurious race. He made answer to the king, about this time, that was much talked of. The king took notice of somewhat in his behaviour that looked factious, and he said he was sure he could not pretend to act upon principles of conscience, for he had been so ill-bred that, as he knew little of religion, so he regarded it less. But he answered the king that, though he had little conscience, yet he was of a party that had conscience. Soon after that, Prince George, the Duke of Ormond, and Lord Drumlanrick, the Duke of Queensberry's eldest son, left him and came over to the prince, and joined him when he was come as far as the Earl of Bristol's house at Sherborne. When the news came to London, the princess was so struck with the apprehensions of the king's displeasure, and of the ill effects that it might have, that she said to Lady Churchill that she could not bear the thoughts of it, and would leap out of window rather than venture on it. The Bishop of London was then lodged very secretly in Suffolk Street. So Lady Churchill, who knew where he was, went to him and concerted with him the method of the princess's withdrawing from the court. The princess went sooner to bed than ordinary, and about midnight she went down a back stairs from her closet, attended only by Lady Churchill, in such haste that they carried nothing with them. They were waited for by the Bishop of London, who carried them to the Earl of Dorset's, whose lady furnished them with everything, and so they went northward as far as Northampton, where that earl attended on them with all respect, and quickly brought a body of horse to serve for a guard to the princess. And in a little while a small army was formed about her, who chose to be commanded by the Bishop of London, of which he too easily accepted, and was by that exposed to much censure. These things put the king in an inexpressible confusion. He saw himself now forsaken, not only by those whom he had trusted and favoured most, but even by his own children. And the army was in such distraction that there was not any one body that seemed entirely united and firm to him. A foolish ballad was made at that time treating the Papists, and chiefly the Irish, in a very ridiculous manner, which had a burden, said to be Irish words, Lero, lero, lilibulero, that made an impression on the army that cannot be well imagined by those who saw it not. The whole army, and at last all people, both in city and country, were singing it perpetually, and perhaps never had so slight a thing so great an effect. But now strange counsels were suggested to the king and queen. The priests and all the violent papists saw a treaty was now opened. They knew that they must be the sacrifice. The whole design of popery must be given up, without any hope of being able in an age to think of bringing it on again. Severe laws would be made against them, and all those who intended to stick to the king and to preserve him would go into those laws with a particular zeal, so that they and their hopes must be now given up and sacrificed forever. They infused all this into the queen. They said she would certainly be impeached, and witnesses would be set up against her and her son. The king's mother had been impeached in the Long Parliament, and she was to look for nothing but violence. So the queen took up a sudden resolution of going to France with the child. The midwife, together with all who were assisting at the birth, were also carried over, or so disposed of, that it could never be learned what became of them afterward. The queen prevailed with the king not only to consent to this, but to promise to go quickly after her. He was only to stay a day or two after her, in hope that the shadow of authority that was still left in him might keep things so quiet that she might have an undisturbed passage. So she went to Portsmouth, and thence, in a man-of-war, she went over to France, the king resolving to follow her in disguise. Care was also taken to send all the priests away. The king stayed long enough to get the prince's answer, and when he had read it, he said he did not expect so good terms. He ordered the Lord Chancellor to come to him next morning, but he had called secretly for the Great Seal, and the next morning, being December 10th, about 3 in the morning, he went away in disguise with Sir Edward Hales, whose servant he seemed to be. They passed the river, and flung the Great Seal into it, which was some months after found by a fisherman near Foxhall. The king went down to a miserable fisher-boat that Hales had provided for carrying them over to France. Thus a great king, who had yet a good army and a strong fleet, did choose rather to abandon all than either to expose himself to any danger with that part of the army that was still firm to him, or to stay and see the issue of a parliament. Some put this mean and unaccountable resolution on a want of courage. Others thought it was the effect of an ill conscience, and of some black thing under which he could not now support himself. And they who censured it the most moderately said that it showed that his priests had more regard for themselves than for him, and that he considered their interests more than his own, and that he chose rather to wander abroad with them, and to try what he could do by a French force to subdue his people, than to stay at home and be shut up within the bounds of law, and be brought under an incapacity of doing more mischief, which they saw was necessary to quiet those fears and jealousies for which his bad government had given so much occasion. It seemed very unaccountable, since he was resolved to go, that he did not choose rather to go in one of his yachts or frigates than to expose himself in so dangerous and ignominious a manner. It was not possible to put a good construction on any part of the dishonourable scene which he then acted. With this his reign ended, for this was a plain deserting of his people and exposing the nation to the pillage of an army which he had ordered the Earl of Feversham to disband. And the doing this without paying them was letting so many armed men loose upon the nation, who might have done much mischief if the execution of those orders that he left behind him had not been stopped. I shall continue the recital of all that passed in this interregnum till the throne, which he now left empty, was filled. He was not got far when some fishermen of Feversham, who were watching for such priests and other delinquents as they fancied were making their escape, came up to him, and they, knowing Sir Edward Hales, took both the king and him, and brought them to Feversham. The king told them who he was, and that flying about brought a vast crowd together to look on this astonishing instance of the uncertainty of all worldly greatness, when he who had ruled 3 kingdoms, and might have been the arbiter of all Europe, was now in such mean hands and so low an equipage. The people of the town were extremely disordered with this unlooked-for accident, and though for a while they kept him as a prisoner, yet they quickly changed that into as much respect as they could possibly pay him. Here was an accident that seemed of no great consequence, yet all the strugglings which that party have made ever since that time to this day, which from him were called afterward the Jacobites, did rise out of this. For if he had got clear away, by all that could be judged, he would not have had a party left. All would have agreed that here was a desertion, and that therefore the nation was free and at liberty to secure itself. But that following upon this gave them a colour to say that he was forced away and driven out. Till now he scarce had a party but among the papists. But from this incident a party grew up that has been long very active for his interests. End of section 19. Read by Linda Johnson, April 2023. Section 20 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. The English Revolution, A.D. 1688, by Gilbert Burnet, Part 2. As soon as it was known at London that the king was gone, the prentices and the rabble, who had been a little quieted when they saw a treaty on foot between the king and the prince, now broke out again upon all suspected houses, where they believed there were either priests or papists. They made great havoc of many places, not sparing the houses of ambassadors. But none was killed, no houses burned, nor were any robberies committed. Never was so much fury seen under so much management. Jeffreys, finding the king was gone, saw what reason he had to look to himself, and, apprehending that he was now exposed to the rage of the people whom he had provoked with so particular a brutality, he had disguised himself to make his escape. But he fell into the hands of some who knew him. He was insulted by them with as much scorn and rudeness as they could invent, and, after many hours tossing him about, he was carried to the Lord Mayor, whom they charged to commit him to the Tower, which Lord Lucas had then seized, and in it had declared for the prince. The Lord Mayor was so struck with the terror of this rude populace, and with the disgrace of a man who had made all people tremble before him, that he fell into fits upon it, of which he died soon after. Upon the news of the king's desertion, it was proposed that the prince should go on with all possible haste to London, but that was not advisable. For the king's army lay so scattered through the road all the way to London that it was not fit for him to advance faster than his troops marched before him. Otherwise, any resolute officer might have seized or killed him. Though, if it had not been for that danger, a great deal of mischief that followed would have been prevented by his speedy advance. For now began that turn to which all the difficulties that did afterward disorder our affairs may be justly imputed. 2 gentlemen of Kent came to Windsor the morning after the prince came thither. They were addressed to me, and they told me of the accident at Feversham, and desired to know the prince's pleasure upon it. I was affected with this dismal reverse of the fortune of a great prince more than I think fit to express. I went immediately to Benthink, and wakened him, and got him to go to the prince and let him know what had happened, that some order might be presently given for the security of the king's person, and for taking him out of the hands of a rude multitude, who said they would obey no orders but such as came from the prince. The prince ordered Xylestein to go immediately to Feversham, and to see the king safe and at full liberty to go whithersoever he pleased. But as soon as the news of the king's being at Feversham came to London, all the indignation that people had formerly conceived against him was turned to pity and compassion. The Privy Council met upon it. Some moved that he should be sent for. Others said he was king, and might send for his guards and coaches as he pleased, but it became not them to send for him. It was left to his general, the Earl of Feversham, to do what he thought best. So he went for him with his coaches and guards. And as he came back through the city, he was welcomed with expressions of joy by great numbers. So slight and unstable a thing is a multitude, and so soon altered. At his coming to Whitehall, he had a great court about him. Even the papists crept out of their lurking holes and appeared at court with much assurance. The king himself began to take heart, and both at Feversham and now at Whitehall he talked in his ordinary high strain, justifying all that he had done. Only he spoke a little doubtfully of the business of Magdalen College. But when he came to reflect on the state of his affairs, he saw it was so soon broken that nothing was now left to deliberate upon. So he sent the Earl of Feversham to Windsor without demanding any passport, and ordered him to desire the prince to come to St. James's to consult with him of the best way for settling the nation. When the news of what had passed at London came to Windsor, the prince thought the Privy Council had not used him well, who, after they had sent to him to take the government upon him, had made this step without consulting him. Now the scene was altered, and new counsels were to be taken. The prince heard the opinions, not only of those who had come along with him, but of such of the nobility as were now come to him, among whom the Marquis of Halifax was one. All agree that it was not convenient that the king should stay at Whitehall. Neither the king, nor the prince, nor the city could have been safe if they had been both near one another. Tumults would probably have arisen out of it. The guards and the officious flatterers of the two courts would have been unquiet neighbours. It was thought necessary to stick to the point of the king's deserting his people, and not to give up that by entering upon any treaty with him. And, since the Earl of Faversham, who had commanded the army against the prince, was come without a passport, he was for some days put in arrest. It was a tender point now to dispose of the king's person. Some proposed rougher methods, the keeping him a prisoner, at least till the nation was settled, and till Ireland was secured. It was thought his being kept in custody would be such a tie on all his party as would oblige them to submit and be quiet. Ireland was in great danger, and his restraint might oblige the Earl of Tyrconnell to deliver up the government, and to disarm the papists, which would preserve that kingdom and the Protestants in it. But because it might raise too much compassion, and perhaps some disorder, if the king should be kept in restraint within the kingdom, therefore the sending him to Breda was proposed. The Earl of Clarendon pressed this vehemently on account of the Irish Protestants, as the king himself told me, for those that gave their opinions in this matter did it secretly and in confidence to the prince. The prince said he could not deny but that this might be good and wise advice, but it was that to which he could not hearken. He was so far satisfied with the grounds of this expedition that he could act against the king in a fair and open war, but for his person, now that he had him in his power, he could not put such a hardship on him as to make him a prisoner. And he knew the princess's temper so well that he was sure she would never bear it. Nor did he know what disputes it might raise, or what effect it might have upon the Parliament that was to be called. He was firmly resolved never to suffer anything to be done against his person. He saw it was necessary to send him out of London, and he would order a guard to attend upon him, who should only defend and protect his person, but not restrain him in any sort. A resolution was taken of sending the Lords Halifax, Shrewsbury, and Delamere to London, who were first to order the English guards that were about the court to be drawn off and sent to quarters out of town, and when that was done, the Count of Solmes with the Dutch guards was to come and take all the posts about the court. This was obeyed without any resistance or disorder, but not without much murmuring. It was midnight before all was settled, and then these lords sent to the Earl of Middleton to desire him to let the king know that they had a message to deliver to him from the prince. He went in to the king, and sent them word from him that they might come with it immediately. They came and found him abed. They told him the necessity of affairs required that the prince should come presently to London, and he thought it would conduce to the safety of the king's person and the quiet of the town that he should retire to some house out of town, and they proposed Ham. The king seemed much dejected, and asked if it must be done immediately. They told him he might take his rest first, and they added that he should be attended by a guard who should only guard his person, but should give him no sort of disturbance. Having said this, they withdrew. The Earl of Middleton came quickly after them, and asked them if it would not do as well if the king should go to Rochester. For since the prince was not pleased with his coming up from Kent, it might be perhaps acceptable to him if he should go thither again. It was very visible that this was proposed in order to a second escape. They promised to send word immediately to the Prince of Orange, who lay that night at Sion, within 8 miles of London. He very readily consented to it, and the king went next day to Rochester, having ordered all that which is called the moving wardrobe to be sent before him, the Count of Solmes ordering everything to be done as the king desired. A guard went with him that left him at full liberty, and paid him rather more respect than his own guards had done of late. Most of that body, as it happened, were papists. So when he went to mass, they went in and assisted very reverently. And when they were asked how they could serve in an expedition that was intended to destroy their own religion, one of them answered, his soul was God's, but his sword was the Prince of Orange's. The king was so much delighted with this answer that he repeated it to all that came about him. On the same day the prince came to St. James's. It happened to be a very rainy day, and yet great numbers came to see him. But after they had stood long in the wet, he disappointed them, for he, who loved neither shows nor shoutings, went through the park, and even this trifle helped to set people's spirits on edge. The revolution was thus brought about with the universal applause of the whole nation. Only these last steps began to raise a fermentation. It was said, here was an unnatural thing to waken the king out of his sleep in his own palace, and to order him to go out of it when he was ready to submit to everything. Some said he was now a prisoner, and remembered the saying of King Charles I, that the prisons and the graves of princes lay not far distant from one another. The person of the king was now struck at, as well as his government, and this specious undertaking would now appear to be only a disguised and designed usurpation. These things began to work on great numbers, and the posting of the Dutch guards, where the English guards had been, gave a general disgust to the whole English army. They indeed hated the Dutch, besides, on account of the good order and strict discipline they were kept under, which made them to be as much beloved by the nation as they were hated by the soldiery. The nation had never known such an inoffensive march of an army, and the peace and order of the suburbs, and the freedom of markets in and about London, were so carefully maintained that, in no time, fewer disorders had been committed than were heard of this winter. None of the papists or Jacobites was insulted in any sort. The prince had ordered me, as we came along, to take care of the papists and to secure them from all violence. When he came to London, he renewed these orders, which I executed with so much zeal and care that I saw all the complaints that were brought me fully redressed. When we came to London, I procured passports for all that desired to go beyond the sea. 2 of the popish bishops were put in Newgate. I went thither in the prince's name. I told them the prince would not take upon him yet to give any orders about prisoners. As soon as he did that, they should feel the effects of it. But in the meanwhile, I ordered them to be well used, and to be taken care of, and that their friends might be admitted to come to them. So truly did I pursue the principle of moderation, even toward those from whom nothing of that sort was to be expected. Now that the prince was come, all the bodies about the town came to welcome him. The bishops came the next day. Only the Archbishop of Canterbury, though he had once agreed to it, yet would not come. The clergy of London came next. The city and a great many other bodies came likewise, and expressed a great deal of joy for the deliverance wrought for them by the prince's means. Old Sergeant Maynard came with the men of the law. He was then near 90, and yet he said the liveliest thing that was heard of on that occasion. The prince took notice of his great age, and said that he had outlived all the men of the law of his time. He answered, he had liked to have outlived the law itself, if his highness had not come over. The first thing to be done after the compliments were over was to consider how the nation was to be settled. The lawyers were generally of opinion that the prince ought to declare himself king, as Henri VII had done. This, they said, would put an end to all disputes, which might otherwise grow very perplexing and tedious, and they said he might call a parliament, which would be a legal assembly if summoned by the king, in fact, though his title was not yet recognized. This was plainly contrary to his declaration, by which the settlement of the nation was referred to a parliament. Such a step would make all that the prince had hitherto done pass for an aspiring ambition only to raise himself, and it would disgust those who had been hitherto the best affected to his designs, and make them less concerned in the quarrel if, instead of staying till the nation should offer him the crown, he would assume it as a conquest. These reasons determined the prince against that proposition. He called all the peers and the members of the 3 last parliaments that were in town, together with some of the citizens of London. When these met, it was told them that, in the present distraction, the prince desired their advice about the best methods of settling the nation. It was agreed in both these houses, such as they were, to make an address to the prince, desiring him to take the administration of the government into his hands in the interim. The next proposition passed not so unanimously, for, it being moved that the prince should be likewise desired to write missive letters to the same effect, and for the same persons to whom writs were issued out for calling a parliament, that, so there might be an assembly of men in the form of a parliament, though without writs under the Great Seal, such as that was that had called home King Charles II. To this the Earl of Nottingham objected that such a convention of the states could be no legal assembly unless summoned by the king's writ. Therefore he moved that an address might be made to the king to order the writs to be issued. Few were of his mind. The matter was carried the other way, and orders were given for those letters to be sent round the nation. The king continued a week at Rochester, and both he himself and everybody else saw that he was at full liberty, and that the guard about him put him under no sort of restraint. Many that were zealous for his interests went to him and pressed him to stay and to see the issue of things. A party would appear for him, good terms would be got for him, and things would be brought to a reasonable agreement. He was much distracted between his own inclinations and the importunities of his friends. The queen, hearing what had happened, writ a most vehement letter to him, pressing his coming over, remembering him of his promise, which she charged on him in a very earnest, if not in an imperious strain. This letter was intercepted. I had an account of it from one that read it. The prince ordered it to be conveyed to the king, and that determined him. So he gave secret orders to prepare a vessel for him, and drew a paper which he left on his table, reproaching the nation for their forsaking him. He declared that, though he was going to seek for foreign aid to restore him to his throne, yet he would not make use of it to overthrow either the religion established or the laws of the land. And so he left Rochester very secretly on the last day of this memorable year, and got safe over to France. End of Section 20. Read by Linda Johnson, April 2023.
Section 21 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The English Revolution, A.D. 1688, by H.D. Traill. The convention for filling the vacant throne met on January the 22nd, when Halifax was chosen president in the Lords, Powell Speaker of the Commons. A letter from William, read in both houses, informed their members that he had endeavoured to the best of his power to discharge the trust reposed in him, and that it now rested with the Convention to lay the foundation of a firm security for their religion, laws, and liberties. The Prince then went on to refer to the dangerous condition of the Protestants in Ireland and the present state of things abroad, which obliged him to tell them that next to the danger of unreasonable divisions among themselves, nothing could be so fatal as too great a delay in their consultations. And he further intimated that as England was already bound by treaty to help the Dutch in such exigencies as, deprived of the troops which he had brought over and threatened with war by Louis XIV, they might easily be reduced to, so he felt confident that the cheerful concurrence of the Dutch in preserving this kingdom would meet with all the returns of friendship from Protestants and Englishmen whenever their own condition should require assistance. To this, the two houses replied with an address thanking the Prince for his great care in the administration of the affairs of the kingdom to this time, and formally continuing to him the same commission, recommending to his particular care the present state of Ireland. William's answer to this address was characteristic both of his temperament and his preoccupation. "My lords and gentlemen," he said, "I am glad that what I have done hath pleased you, and since you desire me to continue the administration of affairs, I am willing to accept it. I must recommend to you the consideration of affairs abroad, which makes it fit for you to expedite your business, not only for making a settlement at home on a good foundation, but for the safety of Europe." On the 28th, the Commons resolved themselves into a committee of the whole House, and Richard Hampden, son of the great John, was voted into the chair. The honour of having been the first to speak the word which was on everybody's lips belongs to Gilbert Dolben, son of a late Archbishop of York, who made a long speech tending to prove that the king's deserting his kingdom, without appointing any person to administer the government, amounted in reason and judgment of law to a demise. Sir Robert Howard, one of the members for Castle Rising, went a step further and asserted that the throne was vacant. The extreme Tories made a vain attempt to procure an adjournment, but the combination against them of Whigs and their own moderates was too strong for them, and after a long and stormy debate the House resolved that King James II, having endeavoured to subvert the Constitution by breaking the original contract between the king and people, and by the advice of Jesuits and other wicked persons having violated the fundamental laws and withdrawn himself out of the kingdom, has abdicated the government, and that the throne is thereby vacant. This resolution was at once sent up to the Lords. Before, however, they could proceed to consider it, another message arrived from the Commons to the effect that they had just voted it inconsistent with the safety and welfare of this Protestant nation to be governed by a popish king. To this resolution the peers assented with a readiness which showed in advance that James had no party in the upper house, and that the utmost length to which the Tories in that body were prepared to go was to support the proposal of a regency. The first resolution of the Commons was then put aside in order that this proposal might be discussed. It was Archbishop Sancroft's plan, who, however, did not make his appearance to advocate it, and in his absence it was supported by Rochester and Nottingham, while Halifax and Danby led the opposition to it. After a day's debate, it was lost by the narrow majority of 2, 49 peers declaring in its favour and 51 against it. The Lords then went into committee on the Commons' resolution, and at once proceeded, as was natural enough, to dispute the clause in its preamble which referred to the original contract between the King and the people. No Tory, of course, could really have subscribed to the doctrine implied in these words, but it was doubtless as hard in those days as in these to interest an assembly of English politicians in affirmations of abstract political principle, and some Tories probably thought it not worth while to multiply causes of dissent with the Lower House by attacking a purely academic recital of their resolution. Anyhow, the numbers of the minority slightly fell off, only 46 peers objecting to the phrase, while 53 voted that it should stand. The word deserted was then substituted without a division for the word abdicated, and, the hour being late, the Lords adjourned. The real battle, of course, was now at hand, and to anyone who assents to the foregoing criticisms, it will be evident that it was far less of a conflict on a point of constitutional principle, and far more of a struggle between the parties of 2 distinct, one cannot call them rival, claimants to the throne than high-flying Whig writers are accustomed to represent it. It would, of course, be too much to say that the Whigs insisted on declaring the vacancy of the throne only because they wished to place William on it, and that the Tories contended for a demise of the crown only because they wished an English princess to succeed to the throne rather than a Dutch prince. Still, it is pretty certain that, but for this conflict of preferences, the 2 political parties, who had made so little difficulty of agreeing in the declaration that James had ceased to reign, would never have found it so hard to concur in its almost necessary sequence that the throne was vacant. The debate on the last clause of the resolution began, and it soon became apparent that the Whigs were outnumbered. The 49 peers who had supported the proposal of a regency, which implied that the royal title was still in James, were bound, of course, to oppose the proposition that the throne was vacant, and they were reinforced by several peers who held that that title had already devolved upon Mary. An attempt to compromise the dispute by omitting the words pronouncing the throne vacant and inserting words which merely proclaimed the Prince and Princess of Orange, King and Queen, was rejected by 52 votes to 47, and the original clause was then put and negatived by 55 votes to 41. Thus amended by the substitution of deserted for abdicated, and the omission of the words, and that the throne is thereby vacant, the resolution was sent back to the Commons, who instantly and without a division disagreed with the amendments. The situation was now becoming critical. The prospect of a deadlock between the 2 branches of the Convention threw London into a ferment. Crowds assembled in Palace Yard. Petitions were presented in that tumultuous fashion which converts supplication into menace. To their common credit, however, both parties united in resistance to these attempts at popular coercion, and William himself interposed to enjoin a stricter police of the capital. On Monday, February the 4th, the Lords resolved to insist on their amendments. On the following day, the Commons reaffirmed their disagreement with them by 282 votes to 151. A free conference between the 2 houses was then arranged and met on the following day. But the dispute, like many another in our political history, had meanwhile been settled out of court. Between the date of the peers' vote and the conference, Mary had communicated to Danby her high displeasure at the conduct of those who were setting up her claims in opposition to those of her husband. and William, who had previously maintained an unbroken silence, now made, unsolicited, a declaration of a most important and, indeed, of a conclusive kind. If the Convention, he said, chose to adopt the plan of a regency, he had nothing to say against it, only they must look out for some other person to fill the office, for he himself would not consent to do so. As to the alternative proposal of putting Mary on the throne and allowing him to reign by her courtesy, "No man," he said, "can esteem a woman more than I do the princess. But I am so made that I cannot think of holding anything by apron strings, nor can I think it reasonable to have any share in the government unless it be put in my own person, and that for the term of my life. If you think fit to settle it otherwise, I will not oppose you, but will go back to Holland and meddle no more in your affairs." These few sentences of plain speaking swept away the clouds of intrigue and pedantry as by a wholesome gust of wind. Both political parties at once perceived that there was but one possible issue from the situation. The conference was duly held, and the constitutional question was, with great display of now unnecessary learning, solemnly debated. But the managers for the two houses met only to register a foregone conclusion. The word abdicated was restored. The vacancy of the throne was voted by 62 votes to 47, and it was immediately proposed and carried without a division that the Prince and Princess of Orange should be declared King and Queen of England. It now only remained to give formal effect to this resolution, and in so doing to settle the conditions whereon the crown, which the Convention had now distinctly recognised itself as conferring upon the Prince and Princess, should be conferred. A committee appointed by the Commons to consider what safeguards should be taken against the aggressions of future sovereigns had made a report in which they recommended not only a solemn enunciation of ancient constitutional principles, but the enactment of new laws. The Commons, however, having regard to the importance of prompt action, judiciously resolved on carrying out only the first part of the programme. They determined to preface the tender of the crown to William and Mary by a recital of the royal encroachments of the past reigns and a formal assertion of the constitutional principles against which such encroachments had offended. This document, drafted by a committee of which the celebrated Somers, then a scarcely known young advocate, was the chairman, was the famous Declaration of Right. The grievances, which it recapitulated in its earlier portion, were as follows. 1. The royal pretension to dispense with and suspend laws without consent of Parliament. 2. The punishment of subjects, as in the 7 bishops' case, for petitioning the crown. 3. The establishment of the illegal Court of High Commission for ecclesiastical affairs. 4. The levy of taxes without the consent of Parliament. 5. The maintenance of a standing army in time of peace without the same consent. 6. The disarmament of Protestants while Papists were both armed and employed, contrary to law. 7. The violation of the freedom of election. 8. The prosecution in the King's Bench of Suits only cognizable in Parliament. 9. The return of partial and corrupt juries. 10. The requisition of excessive bail. 11. The imposition of excessive fines. 12. The infliction of illegal and cruel punishments. 13. The grants of the estates of accused persons before conviction. Then, after solemnly reaffirming the popular rights from which these abuses of the prerogative derogated, the declaration goes on to recite that, having an entire confidence, William would preserve them from the violation of the rights which they have here asserted, The three estates do resolve that William and Mary, Prince and Princess of Orange, be and be declared King and Queen, to hold the crown and royal dignity, to them the said Prince and Princess during their lives, and the life of the survivor of them, and the sole and full exercise of the royal power be only in and exercised by the said Prince of Orange, in the names of the said Prince and Princess during their lives, and, after their deceases, the said crown and royal dignity of the said kingdoms and dominions to the heirs of the body of the said princess, and, for default of such issue, to the Princess Anne of Denmark and the heirs of her body, and, for the default of such issue, to the issue of the said Prince of Orange. Then followed an alteration required by the scrupulous conscience of Nottingham in the terms of the oath of allegiance. On February the 12th, Mary arrived from Holland. On the following day, in the banqueting house at Whitehall, the Prince and Princess of Orange were waited on by both houses of convention in a body. Their declaration was read by the Clerk of the Crown, the sovereignty solemnly tendered to them by Halifax in the name of the estates, and on the same day they were proclaimed King and Queen in the usual places in the cities of London and Westminster. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Peter the Great modernizes Russia, suppression of the Streltsy, A.D. 1689, by Alfred Rambaud. It is the glory of Peter the Great to have changed the character of his country and elevated its position among European nations. By opening Russia to the influence of Western civilization, he prepared the way for the advent of that vast empire as one of the world's great powers. Peter I Alexeyevich was born in Moscow June 9th, New Style, 1672. After a joint reign with his half-brother Ivan, 1682 to 1696, he ruled alone until his death, February the 8th, New Style, 1725. He is distinguished among princes as a ruler who temporarily laid aside the character of royalty, quote, in order to learn the art of governing better, end quote. By his travels under a common name and in a menial disguise, he acquired fruits of observation which proved of greater practical advantage in his career than comes to sovereigns from training in the knowledge of the schools. His restless and inquiring spirit was never subdued by the burdens of state, and his matured powers proved equal to the demands laid upon him by the great formative work which he was called to accomplish for his people. The character and early career of this extraordinary man are here set forth by Rambaud in a masterly sketch showing the first achievements which laid the foundation of Peter's constructive policies. Alexis Mikhailovich, Tsar of Russia, had by his first wife, Maria Miloslavsky, 2 sons, Fyodor and Ivan, and 6 daughters. By his second wife, Natalia Naryshkin, 1 son who became Peter I and 2 daughters. As he was twice married, and the kinsmen of each wife had, according to custom, surrounded the throne, there existed 2 factions in the palace, which were brought face to face by his death and that of his eldest son, Fyodor. The Miloslavskys had on their side the claim of seniority, the number of royal children left by Maria, and above all, the fact that Ivan was the elder of the two surviving sons. But unluckily for them, Ivan was notoriously imbecile both in body and mind. On the side of the Naryshkins was the interest excited by the precocious intelligence of Peter, and the position of legal head of all the royal family, which, according to Russian law, gave to Natalia Naryshkin her title of Tsarina Dowager. Both factions had for some time taken their measures and recruited their partisans. Who should succeed Fyodor? Was it to be the son of the Miloslavsky or the son of the Naryshkin? The Miloslavskys were first defeated on legal grounds. Taking the incapacity of Ivan into consideration, the boyars and the Patriarch Yakim proclaimed the young Peter, then 9 years old, Tsar. The Naryshkins triumphed. Natalia became Tsarina regent, recalled from exile her foster father, Matveyev, and surrounded herself by her brothers and uncles. The Miloslavskys' only means of revenge lay in revolt, but they were without a head, for it was impossible for Ivan to take the lead. The eldest of his 6 sisters was 32 years of age, the youngest 19. The most energetic of them was Sophia, who was 25. These 6 princesses saw themselves condemned to the dreary destiny of the Russian Tsarevny, and were forced to renounce all hope of marriage, with no prospects but to grow old in the seclusion of the terem, subjected by law to the authority of a stepmother. All their youth had to look forward to was the cloister. They, however, only breathed in action, and though imperial etiquette and Byzantine manners, prejudices, and traditions forbade them to appear in public, even Byzantine traditions offered them models to follow. Had not Pulcheria, daughter of an emperor, reigned at Constantinople in the name of her brother, the incapable Theodosius? Had she not contracted a nominal marriage with the brave Marcian, who was her sword against the barbarians? Here was the ideal that Sophia could propose to herself, to be a Tsar-Dievitsa, a woman emperor. To emancipate herself from the rigorous laws of the terem, to force the 27 locks of the song, to raise the fatah that covered her face, to appear in public and meet the looks of men, needed energy, cunning, and patience that could wait and be content to proceed by successive efforts. Sophia's first step was to appear at Fyodor's funeral, though it was not the custom for any but the widow and the heir to be present. There her litter encountered that of Natalia Naryshkin, and her presence forced the Tsarina mother to retreat. She surrounded herself with a court of educated men who publicly praised her, encouraged, and excited her to action. Simeon Polotsky and Sylvester Medvedev wrote verses in her honor, recalled to her the example of Pulcheria and Olga, compared her to the Virgin Queen Elizabeth of England, and even to Semiramis. We might think we were listening to Voltaire addressing Catherine II. They played on her name Sophia, wisdom, and declared she had been endowed with the quality as well as the title. Polotsky dedicated to her the crown of faith, and Medvedev his gifts of the Holy Spirit. The terem offered the strangest contrasts. There acted they the malade imaginaire, and the audience was composed of the heterogeneous assembly of popes, monks, nuns, and old pensioners that formed the courts of the ancient tsarinas. In this shifting crowd there were some useful instruments of intrigue. The old pensioners, while telling their rosaries, served as emissaries between the palace and the town, carried messages and presents to the turbulent Streltsy, and arranged matters between the Tsarian ladies and the soldiers. Footnote: the Streltsy were an ancient Muscovite guard composed of citizens rendering hereditary military service in the different cities and fortified posts. At this time many of them were ripe for revolt. End of footnote. Sinister rumors were skillfully disseminated through Moscow. Fyodor, the eldest son of Alexis, had died, the victim of conspirators. The same lot was doubtless reserved for Ivan. What was to become of the poor Tsarevny, of the blood of kings? At last it was publicly announced that a brother of Natalia Naryshkin had seized the crown and seated herself on the throne, and that Ivan had been strangled. Love and pity for the son of Alexis, and the indignation excited by the news of the usurpation, immediately caused the people of Moscow to revolt, and the ringleaders cleverly directed the movement. The tocsin sounded from 400 churches of the quote-unquote holy city. The regiments of the Streltsy took up arms and marched, followed by an immense crowd, to the Kremlin, with drums beating, matches lighted, and dragging cannon behind them. Natalia Naryshkin had only to show herself on the red staircase, accompanied by her son Peter and Ivan, who was reported dead. Their mere appearance sufficed to contradict all the calumnies. The Streltsy hesitated, seeing they had been deceived. A clever harangue of Matveyev, who had formerly commanded them, and the exhortations of the Patriarch shook them further. The revolt was almost appeased. The Miloslavskis had missed their aim, for they had not yet succeeded in putting to death the people of whom they were jealous. Suddenly Prince Michael Dolgoruki, chief of the Prikaz of the Streltsy, began to insult the rioters in the most violent language. This ill-timed harangue awoke their fury. They seized Dolgoruki and flung him from the top of the red staircase onto their pikes. They stabbed Matveyev under the eyes of the Tsarina. Then they sacked the palace, murdering all who fell into their hands. Athanasius Naryshkin, a brother of Natalia, was thrown from a window onto the points of their lances. The following day the émeute recommenced. They tore from the arms of the Tsarina her father Cyril and her brother Ivan. The latter was tortured and sent into a monastery. Historians show us Sophia interceded for the victims on her knees, but an understanding between the rebels and the Tsarevna did exist. The Streltsy obeyed orders. The following days were consecrated to the purifying of the palace and the administration, and the 7th day of the revolt they sent their commandant, the Prince Boyar Khovansky, to declare that they would have 2 Tsars, Ivan at the head and Peter as coadjutor, and if this were refused, they would again rebel. The boyars of the Duma deliberated on this proposal, and the greater number of the boyars were opposed to it. In Russia, the absolute power had never been shared, but the orators of the Terem cited many examples both from sacred and profane history: Pharaoh and Joseph, Arcadius and Honorius, Basil II and Constantine VIII. And the best of all the arguments were the pikes of the Streltsy, 1682. Sophia had triumphed. She reigned in the name of her 2 brothers, Ivan and Peter. She made a point of showing herself in public, at processions, solemn services, and dedications of churches. At the Uspensky Sobor, while her brothers occupied the place of the Tsar, she filled that of the Tsarina. Only she raised the curtains and boldly allowed herself to be incensed by the Patriarch. When the Raskolniks challenged the heads of the Orthodox Church to discussion, She wished to preside and hold the meeting in the open air at the Lobneue Meste on the Red Place. There was, however, so much opposition that she was forced to call the assembly in the Palace of Facets, and sat behind the throne of her two brothers, present though invisible. The double-seated throne used on those occasions is still preserved at Moscow. There is an opening in the back, hidden by a veil of silk, and behind this sat Sophia. This singular piece of furniture is the symbol of a government previously unknown to Russia, composed of two visible Tsars and one invisible sovereign. The Streltsy, however, felt their prejudices against female sovereignty awaken. They shrank from the contempt heaped by the Tsarevna upon the ancient manners. Sophia had already become, in their eyes, a quote-unquote scandalous person, позорное лицо. Another cause of misunderstanding was the support she gave to the state church as reformed by Nikon, while the Streltsy and the greater part of the people held to the quote-unquote old faith. She had arrested certain quote-unquote old believers who, at the discussion in the Palace of Facets, had challenged the patriarchs and Orthodox prelates, and she had caused the ringleader to be executed. Khovansky, chief of the Streltsy, whether from sympathy with the Raskol, or whether he wished to please his subordinates, affected to share their discontent. The court no longer felt itself safe at Moscow. Sophia took refuge with the Tsarina and the two young princes in the fortified monastery of Troitsa, and summoned around her the gentlemen-at-arms. Khovansky was invited to attend, was arrested on the way, and put to death with his son. The Streltsy attempted a new rising, but, with the usual fickleness of a popular militia, suddenly passed from the extreme of insolence to the extreme of humility. They marched to Troitsa, this time in the guise of suppliants, with cords round their necks, carrying axes and blocks for the death they expected. The patriarch consented to intercede for them, and Sophia contented herself with the sacrifice of the ringleaders. Sophia, having got rid of her accomplices, governed by aid of her two favorites, Shaklovity, the new commandant of the Streltsy, whom she had drawn from obscurity, and who was completely devoted to her, and Prince Vasily Golitsyn. Golitsyn has become the hero of a historic school which opposes his genius to that of Peter the Great, in the same way as in France, Henri, Duke of Guise, has become exalted at the expense of Henry IV. He was the special favorite, the intimate friend of Sophia, the director of her foreign policy, and her right hand in military affairs. Sophia and Golitsyn labored to organize a holy league between Russia, Poland, Venice, and Austria against the Turks and Tartars. They also tried to gain the countenance of the Catholic powers of the West, and in 1687 Jacob Dolgoruki and Jacob Myshetsky disembarked at Dunkirk as envoys to the court of Louis XIV. They were not received very favorably. The King of France was not at all inclined to make war against the Turks. He was, on the other hand, the ally of Mohammed IV, who was about to besiege Vienna, while Louis blockaded Luxembourg. The whole plan of the campaign was, however, thrown out by the intervention of Russia and John Sobieski in favor of Austria. The Russian ambassadors received orders to re-embark at Havre without going farther south. The government of the Tsarevna still persisted in its warlike projects. In return for an active cooperation against the Ottomans, Poland had consented to ratify the conditions of the Treaty of Andrusovo and to sign a perpetual peace, 1686. 100,000 Muscovites, under the command of Prince Galitzin, and 50,000 Little Russian Cossacks, under the orders of the hetman Samoilovich, marched against the Crimea, 1687. The army suffered greatly in the southern steppes, as the Tartars had fired the grassy plains. Galitzin was forced to return without having encountered the enemy. Samoilovich was accused of treason, deprived of his command, and sent to Siberia, and Mazeppa, who owed to Samoilovich his appointment as Secretary at War, and whose denunciations had chiefly contributed to his downfall, was appointed his successor. In the spring of 1689, the Muscovite and Ukrainian armies, commanded by Galitzin and Mazeppa, again set out for the Crimea. The second expedition was hardly more fortunate than the first. They got as far as Perekop, and were then obliged to retreat without even having taken the fortress. This double defeat did not hinder Sophia from preparing for her favorite a triumphal entry into Moscow. In vain Peter forbade her to leave the palace. She braved his displeasure and headed the procession, accompanied by the clergy and the images, and followed by the army of the Crimea, admitted the generals to kiss her hand, and distributed glasses of brandy among the officers. Peter left Moscow in anger, and retired to the village of Preobrazhenskoye. The foreign policy of the Tsarevna was marked by another display of weakness. By the Treaty of Nerchinsk, she restored to the Chinese Empire the fertile regions of the Amur, which had been conquered by a handful of Cossacks, and razed the fortress of Albazin, where those adventurers had braved all the forces of the East. On all sides, Russia seemed to retreat before the barbarians. Meanwhile, Peter was growing. His precocious faculties, his quick intelligence, and his strong will awakened alike the hopes of his partisans and the fears of his enemies. As a child, he only loved drums, swords, and muskets. He learned history by means of colored prints brought from Germany. Zotov, his master, whom he afterwards made, quote-unquote, the Archpope of Fools, taught him to read. Among the heroes held up to him as examples, we are not surprised to find Ivan the Terrible, whose character and position offer so much analogy to his own. When the Tsarevich was tired of reading, says M. Zabelin, Zotov took the book from his hand, and, to amuse him, would himself read the great deeds of his father, Alexis Mikhailovich, and those of the Tsar Ivan Vassilievich, their campaigns, their distant expeditions, their battles and sieges, how they endured fatigues and privations better than any common soldier, what benefits they had conferred on the empire, and how they extended the frontiers of Russia. Peter also learned Latin, German, and Dutch. He read much and widely, and learned a great deal, though without method. Like Ivan the Terrible, he was a self-taught man. He afterward complained of not having been instructed according to rule. This was perhaps a good thing. His education, like that of Ivan IV, was neglected, but at least he was not subjected to the enervating influence of the terem. He was not cast in that dull mold which turned out so many idiots in the royal family. He, quote, roamed at large and wandered in the streets with his comrades, end quote. The streets of Moscow at that period were, according to M. Zabelin, the worst school of profligacy and debauchery that can be imagined, but they were, on the whole, less bad for Peter than the palace. He met there something besides mere jesters. He encountered new elements which had as yet no place in the terem, but contained the germ of the regeneration of Russia. He came across Russians who, if unscrupulous, were also unprejudiced, and who could aid him in his bold reform of the ancient society. He there became acquainted with Swiss, English, and German adventurers, with Lefort, with Gordon, and with Timmerman, who initiated him into European civilization. His court was composed of Leo Naryshkin, of Boris Golitsyn, who had undertaken never to flatter him, of Andrew Matveyev, who had marked taste for everything European, and of Dolgoruki, at whose house he first saw an astrolabe. He played at soldiers with his young friends and his grooms, and formed them into the quote-unquote battalion of playmates who maneuvered after the European fashion and became the colonel of the future regular army. He learned the elements of geometry and fortification and constructed small citadels, which he took or defended with his young warriors in those fierce battles which sometimes counted their wounded or dead, and in which the Tsar of Russia was not always spared. An English boat stranded on the shore of Jauza caused him to send for Franz Timmerman, who taught him to manage a sailing boat, even with a contrary wind. He, who formerly, like a true boyar of Moscow, had such a horror of the water that he could not make up his mind to cross a bridge, became a determined sailor. He guided his boat first on the Jauza, then on the lake of Pereyaslav. Brandt, the Dutchman, built him a whole flotilla. And already, in spite of the terrors of his mother, Natalia, Peter dreamed of the sea. The child is amusing himself, the courtiers of Sophia affected to observe. But these amusements disquieted her. Each day added to the years of Peter seemed to bring her nearer to the cloister. In vain she proudly called herself autocrat. She saw her stepmother, her rival, lifting up her head. Golitsyn confined himself to regretting that they had not known better how to profit by the revolution of 1682, but Shaklovity, who knew he must fall with his mistress, said aloud, "It would be wiser to put the Tsarina to death than to be put to death by her." Sophia could only save herself by seizing the throne, but who would help her to take it? The Streltsy, but the result of their last rising had chilled them considerably. Sophia herself, while trying to bind this formidable force, had broken it, and the Streltsy had not forgotten their chiefs beheaded at Troitsa. Now what did the emissaries of Sophia propose to them? Again to attack the palace, to put Leo Naryshkin and other partisans of Peter to death, to arrest his mother, and to expel the patriarch. They trusted that Peter and Natalia would perish in the tumult. The Streltsy remained indifferent when Sophia, affecting to think her life threatened, fled to the Devichi monastery and sent them letters of entreaty. "If thy days are in peril," tranquilly replied the Streltsy, "there must be an inquiry." Shaklovity could hardly collect 400 of them at the Kremlin. The struggle began between Moscow and Preobrazhenskoye, the village with the prophetical name the Transfiguration or Regeneration. Two Streltsy warned Peter of the plots of his sister, and for the second time he sought an asylum at Troitsa. It was then seen who was the true Tsar. All men hastened to range themselves around him. His mother, his armed squires, the quote-unquote battalion of playmates, the foreign officers, and even the Streltsy of the regiment of Sukharyov. The patriarch also took the side of the Tsar and brought him moral support, as the foreign soldiers had brought him material force. The partisans of Sophia were cold and irresolute. The Streltsy themselves demanded that her favorite, Shaklovity, should be surrendered to the Tsar. She had to implore the mediation of the patriarch. Shaklovity was first put to the torture and made to confess his plot against the Tsar, and then decapitated. Medvedev was at first only condemned to the knut and banishment for heresy, but he acknowledged he had intended to take the place of the patriarch and to marry Sophia. He was dishonored by being imprisoned with 2 sorcerers, condemned to be burnt alive in a cage, and was afterwards beheaded. Galitzin was deprived of his property and exiled to Pusezersk. Sophia remained at the Devichi Monastir, subjected to a hard captivity. Though Ivan continued to reign conjointly with his brother, yet Peter, who was then only 17, governed alone, surrounded by his mother, the Narishkins and the Dolgorukis, 1689. Sophia had freed herself from the seclusion of the terem, as Peter had emancipated himself from the seclusion of the palace to roam the streets and navigate rivers. Both had behaved scandalously according to the ideas of the time, the one haranguing soldiers, presiding over councils, walking with her veil raised, the other using the axe like a carpenter, rowing like a Cossack, brawling with foreign adventurers, and fighting with his grooms in mimic battles. But to the one her emancipation was only a means of obtaining power. To the other, the emancipation of Russia, like the emancipation of himself, was the end. He wished the nation to shake off the old trammels from which he had freed himself. Sophia remained a Byzantine. Peter aspired to be a European. In the conflict between the Tsarevna and the Tsar, progress was not on the side of the Devichi Monastir. The first use the Tsar made of his liberty was to hasten to Archangel. There, deaf to the advice and prayers of his mother, who was astounded at his unexpected taste for salt water, he gazed on that sea which no Tsar had ever looked on. He ate with the merchants and the officers of foreign navies. He breathed the air which had come from the west. He established the dockyard, built boats, dared the angry waves of this unknown ocean, and almost perished in a storm, which did not prevent the skipper Peter Alexeyevich from again putting to sea and bringing the Dutch vessels back to the Holy Cape. Unhappily, the White Sea, by which since the time of Ivan IV the English had entered Russia, is frost-bound in winter. In order to open permanent communications with the West, with civilized countries, it was necessary for Peter to establish himself on the Baltic or the Black Sea. Now the first belonged to the Swedes, and the second to the Turks, as the Caspian did to the Persians. Who was first to be attacked? The treaties concluded with Poland and Austria, as well as policy and religion, urged the Tsar against the Turks, and Constantinople has always been the point of attraction for Orthodox Russia. Peter shared the sentiments of his people, and had the enthusiasm of a crusader against the infidel. Notwithstanding his ardent wish to travel in the West, he took the resolution not to appear in foreign lands until he could appear as a victor. Twice had Galitzin failed against the Crimea. Peter determined to attack the barbarians by the dawn and besiege Azov. The army was commanded by 3 generals, Golovin, Gordon, and Lefort, who were to act with the bombardier of the Preobrazhensky regiment, Peter Alexeyevich. This regiment, as well as 3 others which had sprung from the amusements of Preobrazhenskaya, the Semyonovsky, the Botusitsky, and the regiment of Lefort, were the heart of the expedition. It failed because the Tsar had no fleet with which to invest Azov by sea, because the new army and its chiefs wanted experience, and because Janssen, the German engineer, ill-treated by Peter, passed over to the enemy. After 2 assaults, the siege was raised. This check appeared the more grave because the Tsar himself was with the army, because the first attempt to turn from the quote-unquote amusements of Preobrazhensky to serious warfare had failed, and because this failure would furnish arms against innovations, against the Germans and the heretics, against the new tactics. It might even compromise, in the eyes of the people, the work of regeneration. 1695. Although Peter had followed the example of Galitzin and entered Moscow in triumph, he felt he needed revenge. He sent for good officers from foreign countries. Artillerymen arrived from Holland and Austria, engineers from Prussia, and Admiral Lima from Venice. Peter hurried on the creation of a fleet with feverish impatience. He built of green wood 22 galleys, 100 rafts, and 1,700 boats or barks. All the small ports of the Don were metamorphosed into dockyards. 26,000 workmen were assembled there from all parts of the empire. It was like the camp of Boulogne. No misfortune, neither the desertion of the laborers, the burnings of the dockyards, not even his own illness, could lessen his activity. Peter was able to write that, following the advice God gave to Adam, he earned his bread by the sweat of his brow. At last the quote-unquote marine caravan, the Russian armada, descended the Don. From the slopes of Azov he wrote to his sister Natalia, "In obedience to thy counsels, I do not go to meet the shells and balls. It is they who approach me, but tolerably courteously." Azov was blockaded by sea and land, and a breach was opened by the engineers. Preparations were being made for a general assault when the place capitulated. The joy in Russia was great, and the Streltsys' jealousy of the success of foreign tactics gave place to their enthusiasm as Christians for this victory over Islamism, which recalled those of Kazan and Astrakhan. The effect produced on Europe was considerable. At Warsaw, the people shouted, "Long live the Tsar!" The army entered Moscow under triumphal arches, on which were represented Hercules trampling a pasha and 2 Turks under foot, and Mars throwing to the earth a Mirza and 2 Tartars. Admiral Lefort and Schein, the generalissimo, took part in the cortège, seated on magnificent sledges, while Peter, promoted to the rank of captain, followed on foot. Jansen, destined to the gibbet, marched along the prisoners. 1696. Peter wished to profit by this great success to found the naval power of Russia. By the decision of the Duma, 3,000 families were established at Azov, besides 400 Kalmyks and a garrison of Moscow Streltsy. The patriarch, the prelates, and the monasteries taxed themselves for the construction of 1 vessel to every 8,000 serfs. The nobles, the officials, and the merchants were seized with the fever of this holy war, and brought their contributions towards the infant navy. It was proposed to unite the Don and the Volga by means of a canal. A new appeal was made to the artisans and sailors of Europe. 50 young nobles of the court were sent to Venice, England, and the Low Countries to learn seamanship and shipbuilding. But it was necessary that the Tsar himself should be able to judge of the science of his subjects. He must counteract Russian indolence and prejudice by the force of a great example. And Peter, after having begun his career in the navy at the rank of skipper, and in the army at that of bombardier, was to become a carpenter of Sardam. He allowed himself, as a reward for his success at Azov, the much longed-for journey to the west. In 1697, Admiral Lefort and Generals Golovin and Vosnitsin prepared to depart for the countries of the West, under the title of the Great Ambassadors of the Tsar. Their suite was composed of 270 persons, young nobles, soldiers, interpreters, merchants, jesters, and buffoons. In the cortege was a young man who went by the name of Peter Mikhailov. This incognito would render the position of the Tsar easier, whether in his own personal studies or in delicate negotiations. On the journey to Riga, Peter allowed himself to be insulted by the governor, but laid up the recollection for future use. At Königsburg, the Prussian, Colonel Sternfeld, delivered to, quote, Monsieur Peter Mikhailov a formal brevet of Master of Artillery, end quote. The great ambassadors and their traveling companion were cordially received by the courts of Courland, Hanover, and Brandenburg. Sophia Charlotte of Hanover, afterward Queen of Prussia, has left us some curious notes about the Tsar, then 27 years of age. He astonished her by the vivacity of his mind and the promptitude and point of his answers, not less than by the grossness of his manners, his bad habits at table, his wild timidity, like that of a badly brought-up child, his grimaces, and a frightful twitching which at times convulsed his whole face. Peter had then a beautiful brown skin, with great piercing eyes, but his features already bore traces of toil and debauchery. "He must have very good and very bad points," said the young electress, and in this he represented contemporary Russia. "If he had received a better education," adds the princess, "he would have been an accomplished man." End quote. The suite of the Tsar were not less surprising than their master. The Muscovites danced with the court ladies and took the stiffening of their corsets for their bones. "The bones of these Germans are devilish hard," said the Tsar. Leaving the great embassy on the road, Peter travelled quickly and reached Tsardom. The very day of his arrival, he took a lodging at a blacksmith's, procured himself a complete costume like those worn by Dutch workmen, and began to wield the axe. He bargained for a boat, bought it, and drank the traditional pint of beer with its owner. He visited cutleries, rope-walks, and other manufactories, and everywhere tried his hand at the work. In a paper manufactory he made some paper. However, in spite of the tradition, he only remained 8 days at Tsardom. At Amsterdam his eccentricities were no less astonishing. He neither took any rest himself, nor allowed others to do so. He exhausted all his ciceroni, always repeating, "I must see it." He inspected the most celebrated anatomical collections, engaged artists, workmen, officers, and engineers, and bought models of ships and collections of naval laws and treaties. He entered familiarly the houses of private individuals, gained the goodwill of the Dutch by his bonhomie, penetrated into the recesses of the shops and stalls, and remained lost in admiration over a dentist. But amid all these distractions, he never lost sight of his aim. "We labor," he wrote to the patriarch Adrian, "in order thoroughly to master the art of the sea, so that, having once learned it, we may return to Russia and conquer the enemies of Christ, and free by his grace the Christians who are oppressed. This is what I shall long for to my last breath." End quote. He was vexed at making so little progress in shipbuilding, but in Holland everyone had to learn by personal experience. A naval captain told him that in England instruction was based on principles, and these he could learn in 4 months. So Peter crossed the sea and spent 3 months in London and the neighboring towns. There he took into his service goldsmiths and gold-beaters, architects and bombardiers. He then returned to Holland, and, his ship being attacked by a violent tempest, he reassured those who trembled for his safety by the remark, "Did you ever hear of a Tsar of Russia who was drowned in the North Sea?" Though much occupied with his technical studies, he had not neglected policy. He had conversed with William III, but did not visit France in this tour, for Louis XIV, says Saint-Simon, had procured the postponement of his visit. The fact being that his alliance with the Emperor and his wars with the Turks were looked on with disfavor at Versailles, he went to Vienna to study the military art, and dissuaded Leopold from making peace with the Sultan. Peter wished to conquer Kerch in order to secure the Straits of Ionicale. He was preparing to go to Venice when vexatious intelligence reached him from Moscow. The first reforms of Peter, his first attempts against the national prejudices and customs, had raised him up a crowd of enemies. Old Russia did not allow herself quietly to be set aside by the bold innovator. There was in the interior a sullen and resolute resistance, which sometimes gave birth to bloody scenes. The revolt of the Streltsy, the insurrection of Astrakhan, the rebellion of the Cossacks, and later the trial of his son and first wife, are only episodes of the great struggle. Already the priests were teaching that Antichrist was born. Now it had been prophesied that Antichrist should be born of an adulteress, and Peter was the son of the second wife of Alexis. Therefore his mother Natalia was the quote-unquote false virgin, the adulterous woman of the prophecies. The increasingly heavy taxes that weighed on the people were another sign that the time had come. Others, disgusted by the taste shown by the Tsar for German clothes and foreign languages and adventures, affirmed that he was not the son of Alexis, but of Le Fort the Genevan, or that his father was a German surgeon. They were scandalized to see the Tsar, like another Gregory Otrepiev, expose himself to blows in his military quote-unquote amusements. The lower orders were indignant at the abolition of the long beards and national costume, and the Raskolniks, dissenters from the Orthodox Church of Russia, Greek Church, at the authorization of the quote, sacrilegious smell of tobacco. The journey to the west completed the general dissatisfaction. Had anyone ever before seen a Tsar of Moscow quit Holy Russia to wander in the kingdoms of foreigners? Who knew what adventures might befall him among the Nemtsi and the Busurmans? For the Russian people hardly knew how to distinguish between the Turks and the Germans, and were wholly ignorant of France and England. Under an unknown sky, at the extremity of the world, on the shores of the quote-unquote ocean sea, what dangers might he not encounter? Then a singular legend was invented about the travels of the Tsar. It was said that he went to Stockholm disguised as a merchant, and that the Queen had recognized him and had tried in vain to capture him. According to another version, she had plunged him in a dungeon and delivered him over to his enemies, who wished to put him in a cask lined with nails and throw him into the sea. He had only been saved by a Strelets who had taken his place. Some asserted that Peter was still kept there, and in 1705 the Streltsy and Raskolniks of Astrakhan still gave out that it was a false Tsar who had come back to Moscow. The true Tsar was a prisoner at Stockholm, attached to a stake. In the midst of this universal disturbance caused by the absence of Peter, there were certain symptoms peculiarly disquieting. The Muscovite army grew more and more hostile to the new order of things. In 1694, Peter had discovered a fresh conspiracy, having for its object the deliverance of Sofia, and at the very moment of his departure from Russia, he had to put down a plot of Streltsy and Cossacks headed by Colonel Zickler. Those of the Streltsy who had been sent to form the garrison of Azov pined for their wives, their children, and the trades they had left in Moscow. When in the absence of the Tsar they were sent from Azov to the frontiers of Poland, they again began to murmur, "What a fate is ours! It is the boyars who do all the mischief. For 3 years they have kept us from our homes." 200 deserted and returned to Moscow, but the Duma, fearing their presence in the already troubled capital, expelled them by force. They brought back to their regiments a letter of Sofia. "You suffer," she wrote. "Later it will become worse. March on Moscow. What is it you wait for? There is no news of the Tsar." It was repeated through the army that the Tsar had died in foreign lands, and that the boyars wished to put his son Alexis to death. It was necessary to march on Moscow and exterminate the nobles. The military sedition was complicated by the religious fanaticism of the Raskolniks and the demagogic passions of the popular army. 4 regiments revolted and deserted. Generals Shine and Gordon, with their regular troops, hastened after them, came up with them on the banks of the Iskra, and tried to persuade them to return to their duty. The Streltsy replied by a petition setting forth all their grievances. Quote, "Many of them had died during the expedition of Azov, suggested by Lefort, a German, a heretic. They had endured fatiguing marches over the burning plains, their only food being bad meat. Their strength had been exhausted by severe tasks, and they had been banished to distant garrisons. Moscow was now a prey to all sorts of horrors. Foreigners had introduced the custom of shaving the beard and smoking tobacco. It was said that these Nemtsi meant to seize the town. On this rumor, the Streltsy had arrived, and also because Romodanovsky wished to disperse and put them to the sword without anyone knowing why." End quote. A few cannon shots were sufficient to scatter the rebels. A large number were arrested. Torture, the gibbet, and the dungeon awaited the captives. When Peter hastened home from Vienna, he decided that his generals and his Duma had been too lenient. He had old grievances against the Streltsy. They had been the army of Sofia, in opposition to the army of the Tsar. He remembered the invasion of the Kremlin, the massacre of his mother's family, her terrors in Troitsa, and the conspiracies which all but delayed his journey to the West. At the very time when he was traveling in Europe for the benefit of his people, these incorrigible mutineers had forced him to renounce his dearest projects and had stopped him on the road to Venice. He resolved to take advantage of the opportunity by crushing his enemies en masse, and by making the old Russia feel the weight of a terror that would recall the days of Ivan IV. The Longbeards had been the standard of revolt. They should fall. On August 26, he ordered all the gentlemen of his court to shave themselves, and himself applied the razor to his great lords. The same day the Red Place was covered with gibbets. The Patriarch Adrian tried in vain to appease the anger of the Tsar by presenting to him the wonder-working image of the Mother of God. "Why hast thou brought out the holy icon?" exclaimed the Tsar. "Retire and restore it to its place. Know that I venerate God and his Mother as much as thyself, but know also that it is my duty to protect the people and punish the rebels." On October 30th, there arrived at the Red Place the first installment of 230 prisoners. They came in carts with lighted torches in their hands, nearly all already broken by torture, and followed by their wives and children, who ran behind chanting a funeral wail. Their sentence was read, and they were slain, the Tsar ordering several officers to help the executioner. John George Korb, the Austrian agent, who as an eyewitness has left us an authentic account of the executions, heard that 5 rebel heads had been sent into the dust by blows from an axe wielded by the noblest hand in Russia. The terrible carpenter of Sardam worked and obliged his boyars to work at this horrible employment. 7 other days were employed in this way. 1,000 victims were put to death. Some were broken on the wheel, and others died by various modes of torture. The removal of the corpses was forbidden. For 5 months Moscow had before its eyes the spectacle of the dead bodies hanging from the battlements of the Kremlin and the other ramparts, and for 5 months the Streltsy, suspended to the bars of Sophia's prison, presented her the petition by which they had entreated her to reign. 2 of her confidants were buried alive. She herself, with Eudoxia Lapukhin, Peter's wife, who had been repudiated for her obstinate attachment to the ancient customs, had their heads shaved and were confined in monasteries. After the revolt of the inhabitants of Astrakhan, who put their voivode to death, the old militia was completely abolished, and the way left clear for the formation of new troops. End of section 22.
Section 23 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Tyranny of Andros in New England. The Bloodless Revolution, A.D. 1689, by Charles W. Elliot. When the spirit of the English Revolution of 1688 crossed the Atlantic and stirred the New England colonists to throw off the Stuart tyranny represented by Andros, a long step was taken in the development of early American self-government. The Charter Oak tradition, whether or not resting on actual occurrences, correctly typifies the temper of that self-government as it has ever manifested itself in the crises of patriotic development in this country. And the ending of theocratic government, as here recorded of Massachusetts, foreshadowed the further growth of democracy in America. Sir William Andros, an Englishman, was colonial governor of New York from 1674 to 1681, and of New England, including New York, from 1686 to 1689. His rule was on the model dear to the heart of his royal master, a harsh despotism, but neither strong nor wise. It was wretched misgovernment and stupid, blundering oppression. What poor success Andros had in his attempt to force such a rule upon people of the English race who had already accustomed themselves to a large measure of independence and self-government, Elliot's account briefly but fully shows. While colonies are poor, they are neglected by the parent state. When they are able to pay taxes, then she is quite ready to govern them. She is willing to appoint various dependents to important offices and to allow the colonies to pay liberal salaries. She likes also to tax them to the amount of the surplus production, which is transferred to the managers in the mother country. Surprising as this is, it is what many call government and is common everywhere. England has been no exception to this, and her practice in New England was of this character till, in the year 1776, the back of the people was so galled that it threw its rider with violence. At various times attempts had been made to destroy the Massachusetts Charter. At the restoration of Charles II in 1660, the enemies of the Puritans roused themselves. All who scented the breath of liberty in those western gales, all who had been disappointed of fond hopes in those infant states, all who had felt in New England too the iron hand of ecclesiastical tyranny, who chafed in the religious manacles which there, as everywhere else, were imposed upon the minority, all united against them, and in 1664 commissioners were sent over with extraordinary powers. The colony withstood them to the best of its ability, but at last in 1676 a quo warranto was issued, and judgment was obtained in England against the Massachusetts Charter. In 1683 the quo warranto was brought over by Edward Randolph, who had been appointed collector of the port of Boston in 1681, but had not been allowed to act. He was the messenger of death to the hopes of the colony. The deputies refused to appear in England and plead, and judgment was entered up against them at last in 1685, and the charter was abrogated. Charles died, and the bitter and bigoted James II came to the throne in 1684. The colonists then had rumours that Colonel Kirke, the fiercest hater of the nonconformists in England, was coming over as governor, which filled them with dread. The colony now seemed to be at the mercy of the churchmen, or, worse than that, of the papists, for such was James. Mr. Rawson, secretary of the colony, about this time wrote, "Our condition is awful." Mr. Joseph Dudley was appointed governor and acted for a short time, but was succeeded by Sir Edmund Andros, who arrived December 19, 1686, with a commission from James II to take upon himself the absolute government of all New England. Andros was supposed to be a bigoted papist, and he certainly carried matters with a high hand. The poisoned chalice of religious despotism, which these pilgrims had commended to the lips of Roger Williams, the Browns, Mrs. Hutchinson, Gordon, Clark, and the Quakers, was now offered to their own lips, and the draught was bitter. First, the press was muzzled. Then marriage was no longer free. The minister Moody, 1684, was imprisoned 6 months in New Hampshire for refusing to administer the communion to Cranfield and others, according to the manner and form set forth in the Book of Common Prayer. The congregational ministers were as mere laymen, and danger menaced public worship and the meeting houses. But this last extremity was saved them by the necessity which James was under of securing the triumph of his church in Protestant England, the first step toward which was the proclamation of religious tolerance. This, of course, secured the colonists, and the pilgrims were saved that fearful misery of being driven out from their own cherished altars. Andros carried things with as high a hand in Massachusetts as his master did in England. Absolute subjection they both insisted upon. Besides the denial of political and religious rights, the practice of arbitrary taxation was asserted by Andros, and all titles to land were questioned. In the brutal phrase of the time, it was declared that the calf died in the cow's belly. That is, having no rights as a state, they had none as individuals. So fees, fines, and expenditures impoverished the people and enriched the officials. All seemed lost in Massachusetts. Andros went down to Hartford in Connecticut with his suite, and with 60 troops took possession of the government there and demanded the charter. Through the day, October 31st, 1687, the authorities remonstrated and postponed. When they met Andros again in the evening, the people collected, much excited. There seemed no relief. Their palladium, their charter, was demanded, and before them stood Andros, with soldiers and drawn swords, to compel his demand. There was then no hope, and the roll of parchment, the charter with the great royal seal upon it, was brought forth and laid upon the table in the midst of the excited people. Suddenly, without warning, all lights were extinguished. There was darkness and silence, followed by wonder, movement, and confusion. What meant this very unparliamentary conduct, or was it a gust of wind which had startled all? Lights were soon obtained, and then, "Where is the charter?" was the question that went round the assembly. "What means this?" cried Andros in anger. But no man knew where the charter had disappeared to. Neither threats nor persuasion brought it to light. What could Andros do? Clearly nothing, for the authorities had done all that could be asked. They had produced the charter in the presence of Andros, and now it had disappeared from his presence. He had come upon a fool's errand, and some sharp Yankee, Captain Wadsworth, had outwitted him. Where was the charter? Safely hidden in the heart of the great oak at Hertford, on the grounds of Samuel Willis. There it remained beyond the reach of tyranny. The tree known as the Charter Oak stood for over a century and a half from that day. The Indians had always prayed that the tree might be spared. They have our thanks. Andros wrote on the last page of their records, "Finis," and disappeared. But that was not the end of Connecticut. It was a dark time for liberty in New England, and a dark day for liberty in Old England. For there James II and his unscrupulous ministers were corruptly, grossly, and illegally trampling down the rights of manhood. Andros was doing it in New England, and he found in Dudley, Stoughton, Clark, and others, sons of New England, ready feet. In 1688 Randolph writes, "We are as arbitrary as the Great Turk," which seems to have been true. The hearts of the best men in both countries sank within them, and they cried in their discouragement, "O Lord, how long?" Thus matters stood when, during the spring of 1688-1689, faint rumours of the landing of William, Prince of Orange, in England came from Virginia. Could this be true? It brought Andros up to Boston, April, where he gave orders to have the soldiers ready against surprise. Liberty is the most ardent wish of a brave and noble people, and is too often betrayed by confidence in cultivated and designing and timid men. Liberty was the wish of the people of New England, and for the want of brave men, then and since then, they suffered. When, on April 4th, John Winslow brought from Virginia the rumour of the English Revolution and the landing of the Prince of Orange, it went through their blood like the electric current, and thrilled from the city along the byways into every home. Men got on their horses and rode onward to the next house, to carry the tidings that the Popish king was down, and William was up, and that there was hope. Through town and country the questions were eagerly asked. Shall we get our old charter? Shall we regain our rights? What is there for us to do? Cried the people. Andros put out a proclamation that all persons should be in readiness to resist the forces of the Prince of Orange should they come. But the old magistrates and leaders silently prayed for his success. The people, less cautious and more determined, said to one another, "Let us do something, why not act?" And this went from mouth to mouth, till their hatred of Andros, and the remembrance to his dastardly oppressions, blazed into a consuming fire. On April 18, 1689, wrote an onlooker, "I knew not anything of what was intended until it was begun. Yet being at the north end of the town, where I saw boys running along the streets with clubs in their hands, encouraging one another to fight, I began to mistrust what was intended, and hasting toward the town dock, I soon saw men running for their arms. But before I got to the Red Lion, I was told that Captain George and the master of the frigate were seized and secured in Mr. Coleman's house at the north end. And when I came to the town dock, I understood that Bullivant and some others were laid hold of, and then immediately the drums began to beat, and the people hastened and ran, some with and some for arms, etc. So it was begun, no one knew by whom. But men remembered yet their old liberties, and were ready to risk something to regain them. They remembered, too, their present tyrants, and longed to punish them. But in all this, men of property took no part. They are always timid. It was the mob that acted. Governor Andros was at the fort with some soldiers, and sent for the clergymen to come to him, who declined. The people and train bands rallied together at the town house, where old Governor Bradstreet and some other principal men met to consult as to what should be done. The king's frigate in the harbour ran up her flags, and the lieutenant swore he would die before she should be taken, and he opened her ports and ran out her guns. But Captain George, prisoner in Boston, sent him word not to fire a shot, for the people would tear him to pieces if he did. In the afternoon the soldiers and people marched to the fort, took possession of a battery, turned its guns upon the fort, and demanded its surrender. They did not wait for its surrender, but stormed in through the portholes, and Captain John Nelson, a Boston merchant, cried out to Andros, "I demand your surrender." Andros was surprised at the anger of an outraged people, and knew not what to do, but at last gave up the fort, and was lodged prisoner in Mr. Usher's house. The next day he was forced to give up the castle in the harbour, and the guns of the battery from the shore were brought to bear upon the frigate. But the captain prayed that she might not be forced to surrender, because all the officers and crew would lose their wages. So she was dismantled for present security. All through the day people came pouring in from the country, well armed and hot with rage against Andros and his confederates. And the cooler men trembled lest some unnecessary violence might be done. So Captain Fisher of Dedham led Andros by the collar of the coat back to the fort for safety. On the 20th, Bradstreet and other leading men met and formed a kind of provisional council. They carefully abstained from resuming their old charter, partly from fear and partly from doubt, and called upon the towns to send up deputies. When these met on May 22, 1689, 40 out of 54 were for resuming, but a majority of the council opposed it, and time was spent in disputes. But at last the old governor and magistrates accepted the control of affairs, though they would not consent to resume the charter. Thus the moment for action passed, and the colony lost that chance for re-establishing its old rights. Rhode Island and Connecticut resumed their charters, which had never been legally vacated. Mr. Threat was obliged to take again the office of Governor of Connecticut, when the amazing reports of the Revolution and seizure of the governor in Massachusetts reached them. They issued loyal addresses to William and Mary, in which they said, "Great was that day when the Lord who sitteth upon the floods did divide his and your adversaries like the waters of Jordan, and did begin to magnify you like Joshua by the deliverance of the English dominions from popery and slavery." Andros escaped, but was apprehended at Rhode Island and sent back to Boston, and in February 1689, with Dudley and some others, he was sent away to England. Increase Mather, the agent of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, with the aid of friends in England, endeavoured to gain the restoration of the old charter from King William, but was unsuccessful. A new one was granted 1691, which contained many of the old privileges, but the king would not grant them the power of appointing their own governor. That power was reserved, and appeals from the colony courts to England were allowed. The governor and the king both had a veto upon all colonial legislation. By it, all religions except the Roman Catholic were declared free, and Plymouth was annexed to Massachusetts. Thus, two important elements of a free government were lost to Massachusetts, and powers which had been exercised over 50 years were, for nigh 100 years, taken away. In Connecticut and Rhode Island, they continued to elect their own rulers and to exercise all the powers of government. The new charter was brought over by Sir William Phipps, the new governor appointed by the king, who arrived on May 14, 1692. Thus ended the rule of the theocracy in Massachusetts, and from this time forward the ministers and church members possessed no more power than the rest of the people. End of section 23.
Section 24 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Massacre of Lachine, A.D. 1689, by Francois Xavier Garneau. Just after Count Frontenac's first administration of Canada, 1672 to 1682, when the colony of New France was under the rule of de la Barre and his successor, the Marquis de Denonville, Montreal and its immediate vicinity suffered from the most terrible and bloody of all the Indian massacres of the colonial days. The hatred of the Five Nations for the French, stimulated by the British colonists of New York, under its governor, Colonel Dongan, was due to French forays on the Seneca tribes, and to the capture and forwarding to the royal galleys in France of many of the betrayed Iroquois chiefs. At this period, the English on the seaboard began to extend their trade into the interior of the continent, and to divert commerce from the St. Lawrence to the Hudson. This gave rise to keen rivalries between the two European races, and led the English to take sides with the Iroquois in their enmity to the French. The latter, at Governor Denonville's instigation, sought to settle accounts summarily with the Iroquois, believing that the tribes of the Five Nations could never be conciliated, and that it was well to extirpate them at once. Soon the governor put his fell purpose into effect. With a force of 2,000 men in a fleet of canoes, he entered the Seneca country by the Genesee River, and for 10 days ravaged the Iroquois homes, and put many of them cruelly to death. Returning by the Niagara River, he erected and garrisoned a fort at its mouth, and then withdrew to Quebec. A terrible revenge was taken on the French colonists for these infamous acts, as the following article by M. Garneau shows. The situation of the colonists of New France during the critical era of M. Denonville's administration was certainly anything but enviable. They literally dwelt in the midst of alarms, yet their steady courage in facing perils, and their endurance of privations when unavoidable, were worthy of admiration. A lively idea of what they had to resist or to suffer may be found by reading the more particular parts of the governor's dispatches to Paris. For instance, in one of these he wrote in reference to the raids of the Iroquois, "The savages are just so many animals of prey, scattered through a vast forest, whence they are ever ready to issue, to raven and kill in the adjoining countries. After their ravages, to go in pursuit of them is a constant but almost bootless task. They have no settled place whither they can be traced with any certainty. They must be watched everywhere, and long waited for, with firearms ready primed. Many of their lurking places could be reached only by bloodhounds or by other savages as our trackers, but those in our service are few, and the native allies we have are seldom trustworthy. They fear the enemy more than they love us, and they dread, on their own selfish account, to drive the Iroquois to extremity. It has been resolved in the present strait to erect a fort in every seigneury, as a place of shelter for helpless people and livestock. At times when the open country is overrun with ravagers. As matters now stand, the arable grounds lie wide apart, and are so begirt with bush, that every thicket around serves as a point for attack by a savage foe, insomuch that an army, broken up into scattered posts, would be needful to protect the cultivators of our cleared lands. Nevertheless, at one time hopes were entertained that more peaceful times were coming. In effect, negotiations with the Five Nations were recommenced, and the winter of 1687 to 1688 was passed in goings to and fro between the colonial authorities and the leaders of the Iroquois, with whom several conferences were holden. A correspondence, too, was maintained by the governor with Colonel Dongan at New York, the latter intimating in one of his letters that he had formed a league of all the Iroquois tribes, and put arms in their hands to enable them to defend British colonial territory against all comers. The Iroquois Confederation itself sent a deputation to Canada, which was escorted as far as Lake St. Francois by 1,200 warriors, a significant demonstration enough. The envoys, after having put forward their pretensions with much stateliness and yet more address, said that, nevertheless, their people did not mean to press for all the advantages they had the right and the power to demand. They intimated that they were perfectly aware of the comparative weakness of the colony, that the Iroquois could at any time burn the houses of the inhabitants, pillage their stores, waste their crops, and afterward easily raise the forts. The Governor-General, in reply to these not quite unfounded boastings and arrogant assumptions, said that Colonel Dongan claimed the Iroquois as English subjects, and admonished the deputies that, if such were the case, then they must act according to his orders, which would necessarily be pacific, France and England not now being at war. Whereupon the deputies responded, as others had done before, that the Confederation formed an independent power, that it had always resisted French as well as English supremacy over its subjects, and that the coalesced Iroquois would be neutral, or friends, or else enemies, to one or both at discretion, for we have never been conquered by either of you, they said, adding that, as they held their country immediately from God, they acknowledge no other master. It did not appear, however, that there was a perfect accordance among the envoys on all points, for the deputies from Onontagues, the Onayouths, and Guayaquins agreed to a truce on conditions proposed by M. Denonville, namely, that all the native allies of the French should be comprehended in the treaty. They undertook that deputies, other than some of those present, should be sent from the Agnières and Sanuthuan cantons, who were then to take part in concluding a treaty, that all hostilities should cease on every side, and that the French should be allowed to revictual, undisturbed, the fort of Cataraqui. The truce having been agreed to on those bases, 5 of the Iroquois remained, 1 for each canton, as hostages for its terms, being observed faithfully. Notwithstanding this precaution, several roving bands of Iroquois, not advertised possibly of what was pending, continued to kill our people, burn their dwellings, and slaughter livestock in different parts of the colony. For example, at Saint Francois, at Sorel, at Contrecoeur, and at Saint-Ours. These outrages, however, it must be owned, did not long continue, and roving corps of savages, either singly or by concert, drew off from the invaded country, and allowed its harassed people a short breathing time at least. The native allies of the French, on the other hand, respected the truce little more than the Iroquois. The Abenaqui invaded the Agnières canton, and even penetrated to the English settlements, scalping several persons. The Iroquois of the Sault and of La Montagne did the like, but the Hurons of Michilimackinac, supposed to be those most averse to the war, did all they could, and most successfully too, to prevent a peace being signed. While the negotiations were in progress, the Machiavel of the wilderness, as Raynal designates a Huron chief, bearing the native name of Condillac, but better known as Le Rat in the colonial annals, arrived at Frontenac, Kingston, with a chosen band of his tribe, and became a means of complicating yet more the difficulties of the crisis. He was the most enterprising, brave, and best informed chief in all North America, and, as such, was one courted by the governor, in hopes of his becoming a valuable auxiliary to the French, although at first one of their most formidable enemies. He now came prepared to battle in their favor, and eager to signalize himself in the service of his new masters. The time, however, as we may well suppose, was not opportune, and he was informed that a treaty with the Iroquois being far advanced, and their deputies on the way to Montreal to conclude it, he would give umbrage to the Governor-General of Canada, should he persevere in the hostilities he had been already carrying on. The Rat was taken aback on hearing this, to him, unwelcome news, but took care to hide his surprise, and uttered no complaint. Yet was he mortally offended that the French should have gone so far in the matter without the concert of their native allies, and he at once resolved to punish them in his own case for such a marked slight. He set out secretly with his braves, led an ambuscade near Famine Cove for the approaching deputation of Iroquois, murdered several, and made the others his prisoners. Having done so, he secretly gloried in the act, afterward saying that he had killed the peace. Yet in dealing with the captives he put another and a deceptive face on the matter, for on courteously questioning them as to the object of their journey, being told that they were peaceful envoys, he affected great wonder, seeing that it was Denonville himself who had sent him on purpose to waylay them. To give seeming corroboration to his astounding assertions, he set the survivors at liberty, retaining one only to replace one of his men who was killed by the Iroquois in resisting the Hurons' attack. Leaving the deputies to follow what course they thought fit, he hastened with his men to Michilimackinac, where he presented his prisoner to Monsieur Durantaye, who, not as yet officially informed, perhaps, that a truce existed with the Iroquois, consigned him to death, though he gave Durantaye assurance of who he really was. But when the victim appealed to the rat for confirmation of his being an accredited envoy, that unscrupulous personage told him he must be out of his mind to imagine such a thing. This human sacrifice offered up, the rat called upon an aged Iroquois, then and long previously a Huron captive, to return to his compatriots and inform them from him that while the French were making a show of peace-seeking, they were underhand killing and making prisoners of their native antagonists. This artifice, a manifestation of the diabolical nature of its author, had too much of the success intended by it, for although the governor managed to disculpate himself in the eyes of the more candid-minded Iroquois leaders, yet there were great numbers of the people who could not be disabused, as is usual in such cases, even among civilized races. Nevertheless, the enlightened few, who really were tired of the war, agreed to send a second deputation to Canada. But when it was about to set out, a special messenger arrived, sent by Andros, successor of Dongan, enjoining the chiefs of the Iroquois Confederation not to treat with the French without the participation of his master, and announcing at the same time that the King of Great Britain had taken the Iroquois nations under his protection. Concurrently with this step, Andros wrote to Denonville that the Iroquois territory was a dependency holden of the British, and that he would not permit its people to treat upon those conditions already proposed by Dongan. This transaction took place in 1688. But before that year concluded, Andros's royal master was himself superseded and living an exile in France. Whether instructions sent from England previously warranted the polity pursued by Andros or not, his injunctions had the effect of instantly stopping the negotiations with the Iroquois, and prompting them to recommence their vengeful hostilities. War between France and Britain being proclaimed next year, the American colonists of the latter adopted the Iroquois as their especial allies in the ensuing contests with the people of New France. Andros, meanwhile, who adopted the policy of his predecessor so far as regarded the aborigines, if in no other respect, not only fomented the deadly enmity of the Iroquois for the Canadians, but tried to detach the Abenaqui from their alliance with the French, but without effect in their case. For this people honored the countrymen of the missionaries who had made the gospel known to them, and their nation became a living barrier to New France on that side, which no force sent from New England could surmount. Insomuch that the Abenaqui, some time afterward, having crossed the borders of the English possessions, and harassed the remoter colonists, the latter were fain to apply to the Iroquois to enable them to hold their own. The declaration of Andros and the armings of the Iroquois, now let loose on many parts of Canada, gave rise to a project as politic, perhaps, as it was daring, and such as communities, when in extremity, have adopted with good effect, namely, to divert invasion, by directly attacking the enemy's neighboring territories. The Chevalier de Callière, with whom the idea originated, after having suggested to Denonville a plan for making a conquest of the province of New York, set out for France to bring it under the consideration of the home government, believing that it was the only means left to save Canada to the mother country. It was high time indeed that the destinies of Canada were confided to other directors than the late and present ones, left as the colony had been, since the departure of Monsieur de Frontenac, in the hands of superannuated or incapable chiefs. Any longer persistency in the policy of its two most recent governors might have irreparably compromised the future existence of the colony. But worse evils were in store for the latter days of the Denonville administration, a period which, take it altogether, was one of the most calamitous which our forefathers passed through. At the time we have now reached in this history, an unexpected as well as unwonted calm pervaded the country. Yet the governor had been positively informed that a desolating inroad by the collective Iroquois had been arranged, and that its advent was imminent. But as no precursive signs of it appeared anywhere to the general eyes, it was hoped that the storm, said to be ready to burst, might yet be evaded. None being able to account for the seeming inaction of the Iroquois, the governor applied to the Jesuits for their opinion on the subject. The latter expressed their belief that those who had brought intelligence of the evil intention of the Confederacy had been misinformed as to facts, or else exaggerated sinister probabilities. The prevailing calm was therefore dangerous as well as deceitful, for it tended to slacken preparations which ought to have been made to lessen the apprehensions of coming events, which threw no shadow before. The winter and the spring of the year 1688 to 1689 had been passed in an unusually tranquil manner, and the summer was pretty well advanced when the storm, long pent up, suddenly fell on the beautiful island of Montreal, the garden of Canada. During the night of August 5th, amid a storm of hail and rain, 1,400 Iroquois traversed Lake St. Louis, and disembarked silently on the upper strand of that island. Before daybreak next morning, the invaders had taken their station at Lachine, in platoons around every considerable house, within a radius of several leagues. The inmates were buried in sleep, soon to be the dreamless sleep that knows no waking for too many of them. The Iroquois wait only for the signal from their leaders to fall on. It is given. In short space the doors and the windows of the dwellings are driven in, the sleepers dragged from their beds, men, women, children, all struggling in the hands of their butchers. Such houses as the savages cannot force their way into, they fire, and as the flames reach the persons of those within, intolerable pain drives them forth to meet death beyond the threshold, from beings who know no pity. The more fiendish murderers even forced parents to throw their children into the flames. 200 persons were burned alive. Others died under prolonged tortures. Many were reserved to perish similarly at a future time. The fair island upon which the sun shone brightly erewhile was lighted up by fires of woe. Houses, plantations, and crops were reduced to ashes, while the ground reeked with blood up to a line a short league apart from Montreal City. The ravagers crossed to the opposite shore, the desolation behind them being complete, and forthwith the parish of Lachine was wasted by fire, and many of its people massacred. The colonists for many leagues around the devoted region seem to have been actually paralyzed by the brain blow thus dealt their compatriots by the relentless savages, as no one seems to have moved a step to arrest their course, for they were left in undisturbed possession of the country during several weeks. On hearing of the invasion, Denonville lost his self-possession altogether. When numbers of the colonists, recovering from their stupor, came up armed desiring to be led against the murderers of their countrymen, he sent them back or forbade them to stir. Several opportunities presented themselves for disposing of parties of the barbarians, when reckless from drink after their orgies, or when roving about in scattered parties, feeble in number. But the Governor-General's positive orders to refrain from attacking them withheld the uplifted hand from striking. In face of a prohibition so authoritative, the soldiers and the inhabitants alike could only look on and wait till the savages should find it convenient to retire. Some small skirmishing indeed there was at a few distant points between the people and their invaders. Thus a party of men, partly French and partly natives, led by La Robert, an ex-lieutenant, on the way to reinforce Fort Roland, where Chevalier de Vaudreuil commanded, were set upon and all killed or dispersed. More than half of the prisoners taken were burned by their conquerors. La Robert, being wounded and not able to fire, was led captive by the Iroquois to their country, and roasted at a slow fire in presence of the assembled tribe of his captors. Meanwhile, the resistance to the barbarians being little or none in the regions they overran, they slew most of the inhabitants they met in their passage, while their course was marked, wherever they went, by lines of flame. Their bands moved rapidly from one devoted tract to another. Yet wherever they had to face concerted resistance, which in some cases at least put a fitting obstacle in the way of their intended ravagings, they turned aside and sought an easier prey elsewhere. In brief, during 10 entire weeks or more did they wreak their wrath, almost unchecked, upon the fairest region of Canada, and did not retire thence till about mid-October. The Governor-General, having sent a party of observation to assure himself of the enemy having decamped, this detachment observed a canoe on the lake of the Two Mountains, bearing 22 of the retiring Iroquois. The Canadians, who were of about the same number, embarked in 2 boats, and nearing the savages, coolly received their fire, but in returning the discharge, each singled out his man, when 18 of the Iroquois were at once laid low. However difficult it may have been to put the people of a partially cleared country, surrounded with forests, on their guard against such an irruption as the foregoing, it is difficult to account for their total unpreparedness without imputing serious blame to Denonville and his subalterns in office. That he exercised no proper influence in the first place was evident, and the small use he made of the means he had at his disposal when the crisis arrived was really something to marvel at. He was plainly unequal to the occasion, and his incapacity in every particular made it quite impossible for his presence as chief of the colony to be endured any longer. There is little doubt that had he not been soon recalled by royal order, the colonists themselves would have set him aside. The latter season of his inglorious administration took the lugubrious name, the Year of the Massacre. The man appointed through a happy inspiration to supersede M. de Denonville had now reached the lower Canadian waters. He was no other than the Count de Frontenac. It appears that the king, willing to cover with a handsome pretext the recall of Denonville, in a letter dated May 31st, advertised him that, war having been rekindled in Europe, his military talents would be of the greatest use in home service. By this time de Frontenac was called to give counsel regarding the projects of the Chevalier de Callière, and assist in preparing the way for their realization if considered feasible. Meanwhile he undertook to resume his duties as Governor-General of New France, but a series of events delayed his arrival in Canada till the autumn of 1689. He landed at Quebec on October 18th at 8 p.m., accompanied by de Callière, amid the heartiest demonstrations of popular welcome. The public functionaries and armed citizens in waiting, with torch-bearers, escorted him through the city, which was spontaneously illuminated, to his quarters. His return was hailed by all, but by none more than the Jesuits, who had, in fact for years before, labored to obtain his recall. The nobles, the merchants, the business class, gave him so hearty a reception as to convince him that real talent, such as his, must in the end rise superior to all the conjoined efforts of faction, public prejudices, and the evil passions of inferior minds. War was declared against Britain in the month of June. Monsieur de Frontenac, on resuming the reins of government, had to contend both against the Anglo-American colonies and the Five Nations. His energy and skill, however, overcame all obstacles. The war was most glorious for the Canadians, so few in number compared with their adversaries, and far from succumbing to their enemies, they carried the war into the adversary's camp, and struck at the heart of their most remote possessions. End of section 24.
Section 25 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Siege of Londonderry and the Battle of the Boyne, AD 1689 to 1690, by Tobias G. Smollett. Editor's Introduction. Londonderry, capital of the county of the same name in Ireland, is a city of historic celebrity by reason of the successful defence there made, April to August 1689, by the Irish Protestants against the besieging forces of James II. The Battle of the Boyne, July 1, 1690, is of less importance in a military sense than for the reason that it virtually ended the war which James II carried into Ireland in his unsuccessful attempt to regain his throne from William and Mary. On account of this result, and still more by reason of the hereditary antagonisms which have so long survived it, this battle still retains a peculiar fame in history. In Ireland, where the Roman Catholics were numerous, there was strong opposition to the government of William and Mary. The fugitive James II had supporters who controlled the Irish army. Some resistance was made by the English and Scotch colonists in Ireland, but little head was made against the Catholic party which supported James, until William entered the country with his forces. In the following narrative, Smollett speaks of an intended massacre of the Protestants at Londonderry. The people of that city were of Anglo-Saxon blood. Although belonging to various Protestant churches, they were united in their hostility to the Irish and to the Catholic faith. They were alarmed at the close of 1688 by rumours of a plan for their own extirpation by the Papists. News of the approach of the Earl of Antrim with a regiment, under orders from the Lord Deputy, filled the city with consternation. What followed there is graphically told in the words of the historian. A better account of a military action than that which Smollett gives of the Battle of the Boyne it would be hard to find. End of introduction. On the first alarm of an intended massacre, the Protestants of Londonderry had shut their gates against the regiment commanded by the Earl of Antrim, and resolved to defend themselves against the Lord Deputy. They transmitted this resolution to the government of England, together with an account of the danger they incurred by such a vigorous measure, and implored immediate assistance. They were accordingly supplied with some arms and ammunition, but did not receive any considerable reinforcement till the middle of April, when 2 regiments arrived at Loch Foyle under the command of Cunningham and Richards. By this time King James had taken Coleraine, invested Kilmore, and was almost in sight of Londonderry. George Walker, rector of Donaghmore, who had raised a regiment for the defence of the Protestants, conveyed this intelligence to Lundy the governor. This officer directed him to join Colonel Crafton and take post at the Long Causey, which he maintained a whole night against the advanced guard of the enemy, until, being overpowered by numbers, he retreated to Londonderry and exhorted the governor to take the field, as the army of King James was not yet completely formed. Lundy assembling a council of war, at which Cunningham and Richards assisted, they agreed that as the place was not tenable, it would be imprudent to land the 2 regiments, and that the principal officers should withdraw themselves from Londonderry, the inhabitants of which would obtain the more favourable capitulation in consequence of their retreat. An officer was immediately dispatched to King James with proposals of a negotiation, and Lieutenant General Hamilton agreed that the army should halt at the distance of 4 miles from the town. Notwithstanding this preliminary, James advanced at the head of his troops, but met with such a warm reception from the besieged that he was fain to retire to St. John's Town in some disorder. The inhabitants and soldiers in garrison at Londonderry were so incensed at the members of the council of war who had resolved to abandon the place, that they threatened immediate vengeance. Cunningham and Richards retired to their ships, and Lundy locked himself in his chamber. In vain did Walker and Major Baker exhort him to maintain his government. Such was his cowardice or treachery that he absolutely refused to be concerned in the defence of the place, and he was suffered to escape in disguise, with a load of matches on his back. But he was afterward apprehended in Scotland, from whence he was sent to London to answer for his perfidy or misconduct. After his retreat, the townsmen chose Mr. Walker and Major Baker for their governors with joint authority. But this office they would not undertake until it had been offered to Colonel Cunningham, as the officer next in command to Lundy. He rejected the proposal, and with Richards returned to England, where they were immediately cashiered. The 2 new governors, thus abandoned to their fate, began to prepare for a vigorous defence. Indeed, their courage seems to have transcended the bounds of discretion, for the place was very ill fortified, their cannon, which did not exceed 20 pieces, were wretchedly mounted, they had not 1 engineer to direct their operations, they had a very small number of horse, the garrison consisted of people unacquainted with military discipline, they were destitute of provisions, they were besieged by a king in person at the head of a formidable army, directed by good officers, and supplied with all the necessary implements for a siege or battle. The town was invested on April 20th. The batteries were soon opened, and several attacks were made with great impetuosity, but the besiegers were always repulsed with considerable loss. The townsmen gained divers advantages in repeated sallies, and would have held their enemies in the utmost contempt had they not been afflicted with a contagious distemper, as well as reduced to extremity by want of provisions. They were even tantalized in their distress, for they had the mortification to see some ships, which had arrived with supplies from England, prevented from sailing up the river by the batteries the enemy had raised on both sides, and a boom with which they had blocked up the channel. At length a reinforcement arrived in the loch, under the command of General Kirke, who had deserted his master and been employed in the service of King William. He found means to convey intelligence to Walker that he had troops and provisions on board for their relief, but found it impracticable to sail up the river. He promised, however, that he would land a body of forces at the Inch, and endeavour to make a diversion in their favour, when joined by the troops at Inniskillen, which amounted to 5,000 men, including 2,000 cavalry. He said he expected 6,000 men from England, where they were embarked before he set sail. He exhorted them to persevere in their courage and loyalty, and assured them that he would come to their relief at all hazards. The assurances enabled them to bear their miseries a little longer, though their numbers daily diminished. Major Baker dying, his place was filled by Colonel Mitchelburn, who now acted as colleague to Mr. Walker. King James having returned to Dublin to be present at the Parliament, the command of his army devolved to the French general Rosen, who was exasperated by such an obstinate opposition by a handful of half-starved militia. He threatened to raze the town to its foundations and destroy the inhabitants without distinction of age or sex, unless they would immediately submit themselves to their lawful sovereign. The governors treated his menaces with contempt, and published an order that no person, on pain of death, should talk of surrendering. They had now consumed the last remains of their provisions, and supported life by eating the flesh of horses, dogs, cats, rats, mice, and tallow, starch, and salted hides, and even this loathsome food began to fail. Rosen, finding them deaf to all his proposals, threatened to wreak his vengeance on all the Protestants of that county and drive them under the walls of Londonderry, where they should be suffered to perish by famine. The Bishop of Meath being informed of this design, complained to King James of the barbarous intention, entreating his Majesty to prevent its being put into execution. That prince assured him that he had already ordered Rosen to desist from such proceedings. Nevertheless, the Frenchman executed his threats with the utmost rigour. Parties of dragoons were detached on this cruel service. After having stripped all the Protestants for 30 miles round, they drove these unhappy people before them like cattle, without even sparing the enfeebled old men, nurses with infants at their breasts, and tender children. About 4,000 of these miserable objects were driven under the walls of Londonderry. This expedient, far from answering the purposes of Rosen, produced a quite contrary effect. The besieged were so exasperated at this act of inhumanity that they resolved to perish rather than submit to such a barbarian. They erected a gibbet in sight of the enemy, and sent a message to the French general importing that they would hang all the prisoners they had taken during the siege, unless the Protestants whom they had driven under the walls should be immediately dismissed. This threat produced a negotiation, in consequence of which the Protestants were released after they had been detained 3 days without tasting food. Some hundreds died of famine or fatigue, and those who lived to return to their own habitations found them plundered and sacked by the Papists, so that the greater number perished for want, or were murdered by straggling parties of the enemy. Yet these very people had for the most part obtained protection from King James, to which no respect was paid by his general. The garrison of Londonderry was now reduced from 7,000 to 5,700 men, and these were driven to such extremity of distress that they began to talk of killing the Popish inhabitants and feeding on their bodies. Kirke, who had hitherto lain inactive, ordered 2 ships laden with provisions to sail up the river, under convoy of the Dartmouth frigate. One of these, called the Mountjoy, broke the enemy's boom, and all the 3, after having sustained a very hot fire from both sides of the river, arrived in safety at the town, to the inexpressible joy of the inhabitants. The army of James was so dispirited by the success of this enterprise that they abandoned the siege in the night, and retired with precipitation, after having lost about 9,000 men before the place. Kirke no sooner took possession of the town than Walker was prevailed upon to embark for England with an address of thanks from the inhabitants to their majesties for the seasonable relief they had received. King James trusted so much to the disputes in the English Parliament that he did not believe his son-in-law would be able to quit that kingdom, and William had been 6 days in Ireland before he received intimation of his arrival. This was no sooner known than he left Dublin under the guard of the militia, commanded by Luttrell, and with a reinforcement of 6,000 infantry which he had lately received from France, joined the rest of his forces, which now almost equalled William's army in number, exclusive of about 15,000 men who remained in different garrisons. He occupied a very advantageous post on the bank of the Boyne, and, contrary to the advice of his general officers, resolved to stand battle. They proposed to strengthen their garrisons and retire to the Shannon, to wait the effect of the operations at sea. Louis had promised to equip a powerful armament against the English fleet, and send over a great number of small frigates to destroy William's transports as soon as their convoy should be returned to England. The execution of this scheme was not at all difficult, and must have proved fatal to the English army, for their stores and ammunition were still on board. The ships sailed along the coast as the troops advanced in their march, and there was not one secure harbour into which they could retire on any emergency. James, however, was bent on hazarding an engagement, and expressed uncommon confidence and alacrity. Besides the river, which was deep, his front was secured by a morass and a rising ground, so that the English army could not attack him without manifest disadvantage. King William marched up to the opposite bank of the river, and as he reconnoitred their situation was exposed to the fire of some field pieces, which the enemy purposely planted against his person. They killed a man and 2 horses close by him, and the second bullet rebounding from the earth grazed on his right shoulder, so as to carry off part of his clothes and skin and produce a considerable contusion. This accident, which he bore without the least emotion, created some confusion among his attendants, which, the enemy perceiving, concluded he was killed, and shouted aloud in token of their joy. The whole camp resounded with acclamation, and several squadrons of their horse were drawn down towards the river, as if they intended to pass it immediately and attack the English army. The report was instantly communicated from place to place until it reached Dublin. From thence it was conveyed to Paris, where, contrary to the custom of the French court, the people were encouraged to celebrate the event with bonfires and illuminations. William rode along the line to show himself to the army after this narrow escape. At night he called a council of war, and declared his resolution to attack the enemy in the morning. Schomberg at first opposed his design, but finding the king determined, he advised that a strong detachment of horse and foot should that night pass the Boyne at Slane Bridge, and take post between the enemy and the pass at Duleck, that the action might be the more decisive. This counsel being rejected, the king determined that early in the morning Lieutenant General Douglas with the right wing of the infantry, and young Schomberg with the horse, should pass at Slane Bridge, while the main body of the foot should force their passage at Old Bridge, and the left at certain fords between the enemy's camp and Drogheda. The Duke, perceiving that his advice was not relished by the Dutch generals, retired to his tent, where, the order of battle being brought to him, he received it with an air of discontent, saying it was the first that had ever been sent to him in that manner. The proper dispositions being made, William rode quite through the army by torchlight, and then retired to his tent after having given orders to his soldiers to distinguish themselves from the enemy by wearing green boughs in their hats during the action. At 6 o'clock in the morning, General Douglas, with young Schomberg, the Earl of Portland, and Auverquerque, marched to Slane Bridge and passed the river with very little opposition. When they reached the farther bank they perceived the enemy drawn up in 2 lines to a considerable number of horse and foot, with a morass in their front, so that Douglas was obliged to wait for reinforcements. This being arrived, the infantry was led on to the charge through the morass, while Count Schomberg rode round it with his cavalry to attack the enemy in flank. The Irish, instead of waiting the assault, faced about and retreated toward Duleck with some precipitation, yet not so fast but that Schomberg fell in among their rear and did considerable execution. King James, however, soon reinforced his left wing from the centre, and the Count was in his turn obliged to send for assistance. At this juncture, King William's main body, consisting of the Dutch guards, the French regiments, and some battalions of English, passed the river, which was waist-high, under a general discharge of artillery. King James had imprudently removed his cannon from the other side, but he had posted a strong body of musketeers along the bank, behind hedges, houses, and some works raised for the occasion. These poured in a close fire on the English troops before they reached the shore, but it produced very little effect. Then the Irish gave way, and some battalions landed without further opposition. Yet before they could form, they were charged with great impetuosity by a squadron of the enemy's horse, and a considerable body of their cavalry and foot, commanded by General Hamilton, advanced from behind some little hillocks to attack those that were landed, as well as to prevent the rest from reaching the shore. His infantry turned their backs and fled immediately, but the horse charged with incredible fury, both on the bank and in the river, so as to put the unformed regiments in confusion. Then the Duke of Schomberg passed the river in person, put himself at the head of the French Protestants, and pointing to the enemy, "Gentlemen," said he, "those are your persecutors." With these words he advanced to the attack, where he himself sustained a violent onset from a party of the Irish horse, which had broken through one of the regiments and were now on their return. They were mistaken for English and allowed to gallop up to the Duke, who received 2 severe wounds in the head, but the French troops, now sensible of their mistake, rashly threw in their fire on the Irish while they were engaged with the Duke, and instead of saving, shot him dead on the spot. The death of this general had well nigh proved fatal to the English army, which was immediately involved in tumult and disorder, while the infantry of King James rallied and returned to their posts with a face of resolution. They were just ready to fall on the centre when King William, having passed with the left wing, composed of the Danish, Dutch, and Inniskillen horse, advanced to attack them on the right. They were struck with such a panic at his appearance that they made a sudden halt, and then facing about retreated to the village of Dunmore. There they made such a vigorous stand that the Dutch and Danish horse, though headed by the king in person, recoiled. Even the Inniskillens gave way, and the whole wing would have been routed had not a detachment of dragoons, belonging to the regiment of Cunningham and Levison, dismounted and lined the hedges on each side of the ditch through which the fugitives were driven. There they did such execution on the pursuers as soon checked their ardour. The horse, which were broken, had now time to rally, and returning to the charge, drove the enemy before them in their turn. In this action General Hamilton, who had been the life and soul of the Irish during the whole engagement, was wounded and taken, an incident which discouraged them to such a degree that they made no further efforts to retrieve the advantage they had lost. He was immediately brought to the king, who asked him if he thought the Irish would make any further resistance, and he replied, "On my honour I believe they will, for they have still a good body of horse entire." William, eyeing him with a look of disdain, repeated, "Your honour, your honour," but took no other notice of his having acted contrary to his engagement, when he was permitted to go to Ireland on promise of persuading Tyrconnell to submit to the new government. The Irish now abandoned the field with precipitation, but the French and Swiss troops, that acted as their auxiliaries under de Lauzun, retreated in good order, after having maintained the battle for some time with intrepidity and perseverance. As King William did not think proper to pursue the enemy, the carnage was not great. The Irish lost 1,500 men, and the English about 1/3 of that number. though the victory was dearly purchased, considering the death of the gallant Duke of Schomberg, who fell in the 82nd year of his age, after having rivaled the best generals of that time in military reputation. He was the descendant of a noble family in the Palatinate, and his mother was an Englishwoman, daughter of Lord Dudley. Being obliged to leave his country on account of the troubles by which it was agitated, he commenced a soldier of fortune, and served successively in the armies of Holland, England, France, Portugal, and Brandenburg. He attained to the dignity of Marshal in France, Grandee in Portugal, Generalissimo in Prussia, and Duke in England. He professed the Protestant religion, was courteous and humble in his deportment, cool, penetrating, resolute, and sagacious, nor was his probity inferior to his courage. This battle also proved fatal to the brave Caillebotte, who had followed the Duke's fortunes and commanded one of the Protestant regiments. After having received a mortal wound, he was carried back through the river by 4 soldiers, and though almost in the agonies of death, he, with a cheerful countenance, encouraged those who were crossing to do their duty, exclaiming, "À la gloire, mes enfants! À la gloire!" To glory, my lads, to glory. The third remarkable person who lost his life on this occasion was Walker, the clergyman who had so valiantly defended Londonderry against the whole army of King James. He had been very graciously received by King William, who gratified him with a reward of £5,000 and a promise of further favour. But, his military genius still predominating, he attended his royal patron in this battle, and being shot, died in a few minutes. The persons of distinction who fell on the other side were the Lords Dongan and Carlingford, Sir Neil O'Neill, and the Marquis of Hawkincourt. James himself stood aloof during the action on the hill of Dunmore, surrounded with some squadrons of horse, and seeing victory declare against him, retired to Dublin without having made the least effort to reassemble his broken forces. Had he possessed either spirit or conduct, his army might have been rallied and reinforced from his garrisons, so as to be in a condition to keep the field and even to act on the offensive. For his loss was inconsiderable, and the victor did not attempt to molest his troops in their retreat, an omission which has been charged to him as a flagrant instance of misconduct. Indeed, through the whole of this engagement, William's personal courage was much more conspicuous than his military skill. End of section 25. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in May of 2023.
Section 26 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Salem Witch Trials, AD 1692, by Richard Hildreth. Among the people of Massachusetts during the century which saw the Pilgrims seek religious liberty there, a delusion broke out which not only spread horror through the community and caused suffering and disgrace even in the most respectable families, but has baffled all later attempts at explanation. The witchcraft madness, as manifested there and elsewhere in the world, has remained alike the puzzle of history and the riddle of psychology. Historically, witchcraft is classed with other occult phenomena or practices connected with supposed supernatural influences. The famous trials and executions for witchcraft, which took place in and near Salem, Massachusetts, toward the end of the 17th century, owed their special prominence to their peculiar localization and environment. Otherwise, they might have been regarded as nothing more than incidents of a once general course in criminal procedure. Thousands in Europe had already suffered similar condemnation, and the last recorded execution for witchcraft in Great Britain did not occur till 1722. Even so late as 1805, a woman was imprisoned for this crime in Scotland. Hildreth's account skillfully condenses the essential matters relating to this strange episode in Massachusetts history. The practice of magic, sorcery, and spells, in the reality of which all ignorant communities have believed, had long been a criminal offence in England. A statute of the 33rd year of Henri VIII made them capital felonies. Another statute of the first year of James I, more specific in its terms, subjected to the same penalty all persons invoking any evil spirit, or consulting, covenanting with, entertaining, employing, feeding, or rewarding any evil spirit, or taking up dead bodies from their graves to be used in any witchcraft, sorcery, charm, or enchantment, or killing or otherwise hurting any person by such infernal arts. That second Solomon, before whom the illustrious Bacon bowed with so much reverence, was himself a firm believer in witchcraft. He professed, indeed, to be an adept in the art of detecting witches, an art which became the subject of several learned treatises, one of them from James' own royal pen. During the Commonwealth, England had abounded with professional witch detectors, who travelled from county to county, and occasioned the death of many unfortunate persons. The fundamentals of Massachusetts contained a capital law against witchcraft, fortified by that express declaration of Scripture, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." Yet, among other evidences of departure from ancient landmarks, and of the propagation even to New England of a spirit of doubt, were growing suspicions as to the reality of that everyday supernaturalism which formed so prominent a feature of the Puritan theology. The zeal of Increase Mather against this rising incredulity had engaged him, while the old charter was still in existence, to publish a book of remarkable providences, in which were enumerated, among other things, all the supposed cases of witchcraft which had hitherto occurred in New England, with arguments to prove their reality. What at that time had given the matter additional interest was the case of a bewitched or haunted house at Newbury. An intelligent neighbor, who had suggested that a mischievous grandson of the occupant might perhaps be at the bottom of the mystery, was himself accused of witchcraft and narrowly escaped. A witch, however, the credulous townspeople were resolved to find, and they presently fixed upon the wife of the occupant as the culprit. 17 persons testified to mishaps experienced in the course of their lives, which they charitably chose to ascribe to the ill will and diabolical practices of this unfortunate old woman. On this evidence she was found guilty by the jury, but the magistrates, more enlightened, declined to order her execution. The deputies thereupon raised a loud complaint at this delay of justice. But the firmness of Governor Bradstreet, supported as he was by the moderate party, and the abrogation of the charter which speedily followed, saved the woman's life. This same struggle of opinion existed also in the mother country, where the rising sect of freethinkers began to deny and deride all diabolical agencies. Nor was this view confined to professed freethinkers. The latitudinarian party in the church, a rapidly growing body, leaned perceptibly the same way. The serious ministers, on the other hand, led by Richard Baxter, their acknowledged head, defended with zeal the reality of witchcraft and the personality and agency of the devil, to deny which they denounced as little short of atheism. They supported their opinions by the authority of Sir Matthew Hale, Lord Chief Justice of England, as distinguished for piety as for knowledge of the law, under whose instructions 2 alleged witches, at whose trials he had presided shortly after the Restoration, had been found guilty and executed. The accounts of those trials, published in England on occasion of this controversy and republished at Boston, had tended to confirm the popular belief. The doubts by which Mather had been alarmed were yet confined to a few thinking men. Read with a forward and zealous faith, these stories did not fail to make a deep impression on the popular imagination. While Andros was still governor, shortly after Increase Mather's departure for England, 4 young children, members of a pious family in Boston, the eldest a girl of 13, the youngest a boy not 5, had begun to behave in a singular manner, barking like dogs, purring like cats, seeming to become deaf, blind, or dumb, having their limbs strangely distorted, complaining that they were pinched, pricked, pulled, or cut, acting out, in fact, the effects of witchcraft, according to the current notions of it and the descriptions in the books above referred to. The terrified father called in Dr. Oakes, a zealous leader of the ultra-theocratic party, presently sent to England as joint agent with Mather, who gave his opinion that the children were bewitched. The oldest girl had lately received a bitter scolding from an old Irish indented servant, whose daughter she had accused of theft. This same old woman, from indications no doubt given by the children, was soon fixed upon as being the witch. The 4 ministers of Boston and another from Charlestown having kept a day of fasting and prayer at the troubled house, the youngest child was relieved. But the others, more persevering and more artful, continuing as before, the old woman was presently arrested and charged with bewitching them. She had for a long time been reputed a witch, and she even seems to have flattered herself that she was one. Indeed, her answers were so senseless that the magistrates referred it to the doctors to say if she were not crazed in her intellects. On the report of her sanity, the old woman was tried, found guilty, and executed. Though Increase Mather was absent on this interesting occasion, he had a zealous representative in his son, Cotton Mather, by the mother's side grandson of the great Cotton, a young minister of 25, a prodigy of learning, eloquence, and piety, recently settled as colleague with his father over Boston North Church. Cotton Mather had an extraordinary memory, stuffed with all sorts of learning. His application was equal to that of a German professor. His lively imagination, trained in the school of Puritan theology and nourished on the traditionary legends of New England, of which he was a voracious and indiscriminate collector, was still further stimulated by fasts, vigils, prayers, and meditations almost equal to those of any Catholic saint. of a temperament ambitious and active. He was inflamed with a great desire of doing good, fully conscious of all his gifts, and not a little vain of them, like the Jesuit missionaries in Canada. His contemporaries, he believed himself to be often, during his devotional exercises, in direct and personal communication with the deity. In every piece of good fortune, he saw a special answer to his prayers. In every mortification or calamity, the special personal malice of the devil and his agents. Yet both himself and his father were occasionally troubled with temptations to atheism, doubts which they did not hesitate to ascribe to diabolical influence. The secret consciousness of these doubts of their own was perhaps one source of their great impatience at the doubts of others. Cotton Mather had taken a very active part in the late case of witchcraft, and, that he might study the operations of diabolical agency at his leisure, and thus be furnished with evidence and arguments to establish its reality, he took the eldest of the bewitched children home to his own house. His eagerness to believe invited imposture. His excessive vanity and strong prejudices made him easy game. Adroit and artful beyond her years, the girl fooled him to the top of his bent. His ready pen was soon furnished with materials for a story all made up of wonders, which, with some other matters of the same sort, and a sermon preached on the occasion, he presently published under the title of Memorable Providences Relating to Witchcrafts and Possessions, with a preface in which he warned all Sadducees that he should regard their doubts for the future as a personal insult. Cotton Mather was not the only dupe. The old heresy of the sensual Sadducees, denying the being of angels either good or evil, says the recommendatory preface to this book, signed by the other 4 ministers of Boston, died not with them, nor will it, whilst men, abandoning both faith and reason, count it their wisdom to credit nothing but what they see or feel. How much this fond opinion hath gotten ground in this debauched age is awfully observable, and what a dangerous stroke it gives to settle men in atheism is not hard to discern. God is therefore pleased, besides the witness borne to this truth in sacred writ, to suffer devils sometimes to do such things in the world as shall stop the mouths of gainsayers, and extort a confession from them. They add their testimony to the truth of Mather's statements, which they commend as furnishing clear information that there is both a God and a devil, and witchcraft. The book was presently republished in London, with a preface by Baxter, who pronounced the girl's case so convincing that he must be a very obdurate Sadducee who would not believe it. Mather's sermon, prefixed to this narrative, is a curious specimen of fanatical declamation. Witchcraft, he exclaims, is a renouncing of God, and the advancement of a filthy devil into the throne of the Most High. Witchcraft is a renouncing of Christ, and preferring the communion of a loathsome, lying devil before all the salvation of the Lord Redeemer. Witchcraft is a siding with hell against heaven and earth, and therefore a witch is not to be endured in either of them. 'Tis a capital crime, and is to be prosecuted as a species of devilism that would not only deprive God and Christ of all his honor, but also plunder man of all his comfort. Nothing too vile can be said of, nothing too hard can be done to. Such a horrible iniquity as witchcraft is. Such declamations from such a source, giving voice and authority to the popular superstition, prepared the way for the tragedy that followed. The suggestion, however, that Cotton Mather, for purposes of his own, deliberately got up this witchcraft delusion and forced it upon a doubtful and hesitating people is utterly absurd. And so is another suggestion, a striking exhibition of partisan extravagance, that because the case of the 4 Boston children happened during the government of Andros, therefore the responsibility of that affair rests on him and not on the people of Massachusetts. The Irish woman was tried under a Massachusetts law and convicted by a Massachusetts jury, and, had Andros interfered to save her life, to the other charges against him would doubtless have been added that of friendship for witches. Cotton Mather seems to have acted, in a degree, the part of a demagogue. Yet he is not to be classed with those tricky and dishonest men, so common in our times, who play upon popular prejudices which they do not share, in the expectation of being elevated to honors and office. Mather's position, convictions, and temperament alike called him to serve on this occasion as the organ, exponent, and stimulator of the popular faith. The bewitched girl, as she ceased to be an object of popular attention, seems to have returned to her former behavior. But the seed had been sown on fruitful ground. After an interval of nearly 4 years, 3 young girls in the family of Paris, minister of Salem village, now Danvers, began to exhibit similar pranks. As in the Boston case, a physician pronounced them bewitched, and Tituba, an old Indian woman, the servant of Paris, who undertook, by some vulgar rites, to discover the witch, was rewarded by the girls with the accusation of being herself the cause of their sufferings. The neighboring ministers assembled at the house of Paris for fasting and prayer. The village fasted, and presently a general fast was ordered throughout the colony. The bewitched children, thus rendered objects of universal sympathy and attention, did not long want imitators. Several other girls and 2 or 3 women of the neighborhood began to be afflicted in the same way, as did also John, the Indian husband of Tituba, warned, it would seem, by the fate of his wife. Paris took a very active part in discovering the witches. So did Noyes, minister of Salem, described as a learned, a charitable, and a good man. A town committee was soon formed for the detection of the witches. 2 of the magistrates, resident at Salem, entered with great zeal into the matter. The accusations, confined at first to Tituba and 2 other friendless women, one praised, the other bedrid, presently included 2 female members of Paris's church, in which, as in so many other churches, there had been some sharp dissensions. The next Sunday after this accusation, Paris preached from the verse, "Have I not chosen you 12, and one is a devil?" At the announcement of this text, the sister of one of the accused women rose and left the meeting house. She, too, was accused immediately after, and the same fate soon overtook all who showed the least disposition to resist the prevailing delusion. The matter had now assumed so much importance that the deputy governor, for the provisional government was still in operation, proceeded to Salem village, with 5 other magistrates, and held a court in the meeting-house. A great crowd was present. Paris acted at once as clerk and accuser, producing the witnesses and taking down the testimony. The accused were held with their arms extended and hands open, lest by the least motion of their fingers they might inflict torments on their victims, who sometimes affected to be struck dumb, and at others to be knocked down by the mere glance of an eye. They were haunted, they said, by the spectres of the accused, who tendered them a book, and solicited them to subscribe a league with the devil, and when they refused, would bite, pinch, scratch, choke, burn, twist, prick, pull, and otherwise torment them. At the mere sight of the accused brought into court, the afflicted would seem to be seized with a fit of these torments, from which, however, they experienced instant relief when the accused were compelled to touch them, infallible proof to the minds of the gaping assembly that these apparent sufferings were real and the accusations true. The theory was that the touch conveyed back into the witch the malignant humours shot forth from her eyes, and learned references were even made to Descartes, of whose new philosophy some rumours had reached New England, in support of this theory. In the examinations at Salem village meeting-house, some very extraordinary scenes occurred.
"Look!" cried one of the afflicted. "There is Goody Proctor on the beam."
This Goody Proctor's husband, notwithstanding the accusation against her, still took her side, and had attended her to the court, in consequence of which act of fidelity some of the afflicted began now to cry out that he too was a wizard. At the exclamation above cited, many, if not all, the bewitched had grievous fits. Question by the court. Ann Putnam, who hurts you? Answer. Goodman Proctor, and his wife too. Then some of the afflicted cry out,
"There's Proctor going to take up Mrs. Pope's feet."
And immediately her feet are taken up. Question by the court. What do you say, Goodman Proctor, to these things? Answer. I know not. I am innocent. Abigail Williams, another of the afflicted, cries out,
"There is Goodman Proctor going to Mrs. Pope."
And immediately said Pope falls into a fit. A magistrate to Proctor. You see the devil will deceive you. The children, so all of the afflicted were called, could see what you were going to do before the woman was hurt. I would advise you to repentance, for you see the devil is bringing you out. Abigail Williams cries out again,
"There is Goodman Proctor going to hurt Goody Bibber."
And immediately Goody Bibber falls into a fit. Abigail Williams and Ann Putnam both made offer to strike at Elizabeth Proctor, but when Abigail's hand came near, it opened, whereas it was made up into a fist before, and came down exceedingly lightly as it drew near to said Proctor, and at length, with open and extended fingers, touched Proctor's hood very lightly, and immediately Abigail cries out,
"My fingers! My fingers! My fingers burned!"
And Ann Putnam takes on most grievously of her head, and sinks down. Such was the evidence upon which people were believed to be witches. and committed to prison to be tried for their lives. Yet, let us not hurry too much to triumph over the past. In these days of animal magnetism, have we not ourselves seen imposture as gross, and even in respectable quarters a headlong credulity just as precipitate? We must consider also that the judgments of our ancestors were disturbed, not only by wonder, but by fear. Encouraged by the ready belief of the magistrates and the public, the afflicted went on enlarging the circle of their accusations, which presently seemed to derive fresh corroboration from the confessions of some of the accused. Tituba had been flogged into a confession. Others yielded to a pressure more stringent than blows. Weak women, astonished at the charges and contortions of their accusers, assured that they were witches beyond all doubt, and urged to confess as the only possible chance for their lives, were easily prevailed upon to repeat any tales put into their mouths, their journeys through the air on broomsticks to attend witch sacraments, a sort of travesty on the Christian ordinance, at which the devil appeared in the shape of a small black man, their signing the devil's book, renouncing their former baptism, and being baptized anew by the devil, who dipped them in Wenham Pond, after the Anabaptist fashion. Called upon to tell who were present at these sacraments, the confessing witches wound up with new accusations, and by the time Phipps arrived in the colony, near 100 persons were already in prison. The mischief was not limited to Salem. An idea had been taken up that the bewitched could explain the causes of sickness, and one of them, carried to Andover for that purpose, had accused many persons of witchcraft and thrown the whole village into the greatest commotion. Some persons also had been accused in Boston and other towns. It was one of Governor Phipps's first official acts to order all the prisoners into irons. This restraint upon their motions might impede them, it was hoped, in tormenting the afflicted. Without waiting for the meeting of the General Court, to whom that authority properly belonged, Phipps hastened, by advice of his council, to organize a special court for the trial of the witches. Stoughton, the lieutenant governor, was appointed president, but his cold and hard temper, his theological education, and unyielding bigotry were ill qualifications for such an office. His associates, 6 in number, were chiefly Boston men, possessing a high reputation for wisdom and piety, among them Richards, the late agent, Waite Winthrop, brother of Fitz John Winthrop, and grandson of the former governor, and Samuel Sewell, the two latter subsequently, in turn, chief justices of the province. The new court, thus organized, proceeded to Salem and commenced operations by the trial of an old woman who had long enjoyed the reputation of being a witch. Besides spectral evidence, that is, the tales of the afflicted, a jury of women, appointed to make an examination, found upon her a wart or excrescence, adjudged to be a devil's teat. A number of old stories were also raked up of dead hens and foundered cattle and carts upset, ascribed by the neighbors to her incantations. On this evidence she was brought in guilty, and hanged a few days after, when the court took an adjournment to the end of the month. The first General Court under the new charter met, meanwhile, and Increase Mather, who had returned in company with Phipps, gave an account of his agency. From a house not well pleased with the loss of the old charter, he obtained a reluctant vote of thanks, but he received no compensation for 4 years' expenses, which had pressed very heavily upon his narrow income. After passing a temporary act for continuing in force all the old laws, among others the capital law against witchcraft, an adjournment was had, without any objection or even reference, so far as appears, to the special court for the trial of the witches, which surely would have raised a great outcry had it been established for any unpopular purpose. According to a favorite practice of the old government, now put in use for the last time, Phipps requested the advice of the elders as to the proceedings against the witches. The reply, drawn up by the hand of Cotton Mather, acknowledges with thankfulness the success which the merciful God has given to the sedulous and assiduous endeavors of our honorable rulers to defeat the abominable witchcrafts which have been committed in the country, humbly praying that the discovery of those mysterious and mischievous wickednesses may be perfected. It advises, however, critical and exquisite caution in relying too much on the devil's authority, that is, on spectral evidence, or apparent changes wrought in the afflicted by the presence of the accused, neither of which, in the opinion of the ministers, could be trusted as infallible proof. Yet it was almost entirely on this sort of evidence that all the subsequent convictions were had. Stoughton, unfortunately, had espoused the opinion, certainly a plausible one, that it was impossible for the devil to assume the appearance of an innocent man, or for persons not witches to be spectrally seen at witches' meetings. And some of the confessing witches were prompt to flatter the Chief Justice's vanity by confirming a doctrine so apt for their purposes. At the second session of the special court, 5 women were tried and convicted. The others were easily disposed of. But in the case of Rebecca Nurse, one of Paris's church members, a woman hitherto of unimpeachable character, the jury at first gave a verdict of acquittal. At the announcement of this verdict, the afflicted raised a great clamor. The honored court called the jury's attention to an exclamation of the prisoner during the trial, expressive of surprise at seeing among the witnesses 2 of her late fellow prisoners. "Why do these testify against me? They used to come among us." These 2 witnesses had turned confessors, and these words were construed by the court as confirming their testimony of having met the prisoner at witches' meetings. The unhappy woman, partially deaf, listened to this colloquy in silence. Thus pressed by the court, and hearing no reply from the prisoner, the jury changed their verdict and pronounced her guilty. The explanations subsequently offered in her behalf were disregarded. The governor, indeed, granted a reprieve, but the Salem committee procured its recall, and the unhappy woman, taken in chains to the meeting house, was solemnly excommunicated and presently hanged with the others. At the third session of the court, 6 prisoners were tried and convicted, all of whom were presently hanged except Elizabeth Proctor, whose pregnancy was pleaded in delay. Her true and faithful husband, in spite of a letter to the Boston ministers, denouncing the falsehood of the witnesses, complaining that confessions had been extorted by torture, and begging for a trial at Boston or before other judges, was found guilty and suffered with the rest. Another of this unfortunate company was John Willard, employed as an officer to arrest the accused, but whose imprudent expression of some doubts on the subject had caused him to be accused also. He had fled, but was pursued and taken, and was now tried and executed. His behavior, and that of Proctor, at the place of execution, made, however, a deep impression on many minds. A still more remarkable case was that of George Burroughs, a minister whom the incursions of the Eastern Indians had lately driven from Saco back to Salem village, where he had formerly preached, and where he now found among his former parishioners enemies more implacable even than the Indians. It was the misfortune of Burroughs to have many enemies, in part, perhaps, by his own fault. Encouragement was thus found to accuse him. Some of the witnesses had seen him at witches' meetings. Others had seen the apparitions of his dead wives, which accused him of cruelty. These witnesses, with great symptoms of horror and alarm, even pretended to see these dead wives again appearing to them in open court. Though small of size, Burroughs was remarkably strong, instances of which were given in proof that the devil helped him. Stoughton treated him with cruel insolence, and did his best to confuse and confound him. What ensured his condemnation was a paper he handed to the jury, an extract from some author, denying the possibility of witchcraft. Burroughs' speech from the gallows affected many, especially the fluent fervency of his prayers, concluding with the Lord's Prayer, which no witch, it was thought, could repeat correctly. Several, indeed, had been already detected by some slight error or mispronunciation in attempting it. The impression, however, which Burroughs might have produced was neutralized by Cotton Mather, who appeared on horseback among the crowd, and took occasion to remind the people that Burroughs, though a preacher, was no ordained minister, and that the devil would sometimes assume even the garb of an angel of light. At a fourth session of the court, 6 women were tried and found guilty. At another session shortly after, 8 women and 1 man were convicted, all of whom received sentence of death. An old man of 80, who refused to plead, was pressed to death, a barbarous infliction prescribed by the common law for such cases. Ever since the trials began, it had been evident that confession was the only avenue to safety. Several of those now found guilty confessed and were reprieved, but Samuel Woodwell, having retracted his confession, along with 7 others who persisted in their innocence, was sent to execution. The afflicted numbered by this time about 50. 55 had confessed themselves witches and turned accusers. 20 persons had already suffered death. 8 more were under sentence. The jails were full of prisoners, and new accusations were added every day. Such was the state of things when the court adjourned to the first Monday in November. Cotton Mather employed this interval in preparing his Wonders of the Invisible World, containing an exulting account of the late trials, giving full credit to the statements of the afflicted and the confessors, and vaunting the good effects of the late executions in the strange deliverance of some that had lain for many years in a most sad condition, under they knew not what evil hand. While the witch trials were going on, the governor had hastened to Pemaquid, and in accordance with instructions brought with him from England, though at an expense to the province which caused loud complaints, had built there a strong stone fort. Colonel Church had been employed, in the meantime, with 400 men, in scouring the shores of the Penobscot and the banks of the Kennebec. Notwithstanding some slight cautions about trusting too much to spectral evidence, Mather's book, which professed to be published at the special request of the governor, was evidently intended to stimulate to further proceedings. But, before its publication, the reign of terror had already reached such a height as to commence working its own cure. The accusers, grown bold with success, had begun to implicate persons whose character and condition had seemed to place them beyond the possibility of assault. Even the generation of the children of God were in danger. One of the Andover ministers had been implicated, but two of the confessing witches came to his rescue by declaring that they had surreptitiously carried his shape to a witches' meeting, in order to create a belief that he was there. Hale, minister of Beverley, had been very active against the witches, but when his own wife was charged, he began to hesitate. A son of Governor Bradstreet, a magistrate of Andover, having refused to issue any more warrants, was himself accused, and his brother soon after, on the charge of bewitching a dog. Both were obliged to fly for their lives. Several prisoners, by the favor of friends, escaped to Rhode Island, but, finding themselves in danger there, fled to New York, where Governor Fletcher gave them protection. Their property was seized as forfeited by their flight. Lady Phipps applied to in her husband's absence on behalf of an unfortunate prisoner, issued a warrant to the jailer in her own name, and had thus, rather irregularly, procured his discharge. Some of the accusers, it is said, began to throw out insinuations even against her. The extraordinary proceedings on the commitments and trials, the determination of the magistrates to overlook the most obvious falsehoods and contradictions on the part of the afflicted and the confessors, under pretense that the devil took away their memories and imposed upon their brain, while yet reliance was placed on their testimony to convict the accused. The partiality exhibited in omitting to take any notice of certain accusations, the violent means employed to obtain confessions, amounting sometimes to positive torture, the total disregard of retractions made voluntarily, and even at the hazard of life. All these circumstances had impressed the attention of the more rational part of the community, and, in this crisis of danger and alarm, the meeting of the General Court was most anxiously awaited. When that body assembled, a remonstrance came in from Andover against the condemnation of persons of good fame on the testimony of children and others under diabolical influences. What action was taken on this remonstrance does not appear. The court was chiefly occupied in the passage of a number of acts, embodying some of the chief points of the old civil and criminal laws of the colony. The capital punishment of witchcraft was specially provided for in the very terms of the English Act of Parliament. Heresy and blasphemy were also continued as capital offences. By the organization of the Superior Court under the Charter, the Special Commission for the Trial of Witches was superseded. But of this Superior Court Stoughton was appointed Chief Justice, and 3 of his 4 colleagues had sat with him in the Special Court. There is no evidence that these judges had undergone any change of opinion, but when the new court proceeded to hold a special term at Salem for the continuation of the witch trials, a decided alteration in public feeling became apparent. 6 women of Andover renounced their confessions, and sent in a memorial to that effect. Of 56 indictments laid before the grand jury, only 26 were returned true bills. Of the persons tried, 3 only were found guilty. Several others were acquitted, the first instances of the sort since the trials began. The court then proceeded to Charlestown, where many were in prison on the same charge. The case of a woman who for 20 or 30 years had been reputed a witch was selected for trial. Many witnesses testified against her, but the spectral evidence had fallen into total discredit and was not used. Though as strong a case was made out as any at Salem, the woman was acquitted, with her daughter, granddaughter, and several others. News presently came of a reprieve for those under sentence of death at Salem, at which Stoughton was so enraged that he left the bench, exclaiming, "How is it that obstructs the course of justice? I know not. The Lord be merciful to the country." Nor did he again take his seat during that term. At the first session of the Superior Court at Boston, the grand jury, though sent out to reconsider the matter, refused to find a bill even against a confessing witch. The idea was already prevalent that some great mistakes had been committed at Salem. The reality of witchcraft was still insisted upon as zealously as ever, but the impression was strong that the devil had used the afflicted as his instruments to occasion the shedding of innocent blood. On behalf of the ministers, Increase Mather came out with his Cases of Conscience Concerning Witchcraft, in which, while he argued with great learning that spectral evidence was not infallible, and that the devil might assume the shape of an innocent man, he yet strenuously maintained as sufficient proof confession, or the speaking such words or the doing such things as none but such as have familiarity with the devil ever did or can do. As to such as falsely confessed themselves witches, and were hanged in consequence, Mather thought that was no more than they deserved. King William's veto on the Witchcraft Act prevented any further trials, and presently, by Phipps's order, all the prisoners were discharged. To a similar veto, Massachusetts owes it that heresy and blasphemy ceased to appear as capital crimes on her statute book. The Mathers gave still further proof of faith unshaken by discovering an afflicted damsel in Boston, whom they visited and prayed with, and of whose case Cotton Mather wrote an account circulated in manuscript. This damsel, however, had the discretion to accuse nobody, the spectres that beset her being all veiled. Reason and common sense at last found an advocate in Robert Calef, a citizen of Boston, sneered at by Cotton Mather as a weaver who pretended to be a merchant, and afterward, when he grew more angry, as a coal sent from hell to blacken his character, a man, however, of sound intelligence and courageous spirit. Calef wrote an account, also handed about in manuscript, of what had been said and done during a visitation of the Mathers to this afflicted damsel, an exposure of her imposture and their credulity, which so nettled Cotton Mather that he commenced a prosecution for slander against Calef, which, however, he soon saw reason to drop. Calef then addressed a series of letters to Mather and the other Boston ministers, in which he denied and ridiculed the reality of any such compacts with the devil as were commonly believed in under the name of witchcraft. The witchcraft spoken of in the Bible meant no more, he maintained, than hatred or opposition to the word and worship of God, and seeking to seduce therefrom by some sign, a definition which he had found in some English writer on the subject, and which he fortified by diverse texts. It was, perhaps, to furnish materials for a reply to Calef that a circular from Harvard College, signed by Increase Mather as president, and by all the neighboring ministers as fellows, invited reports of apparitions, possessions, enchantments, and all extraordinary things, wherein the existence and agency of the invisible world is more sensibly demonstrated, to be used as some fit assembly of ministers might direct. But the invisible world was fast ceasing to be visible, and Cotton Mather laments that in 10 years scarce 5 returns were received to this circular. Yet the idea of some supernatural visitation at Salem was but very slowly relinquished, being still persisted in even by those penitent actors in the scene who confessed and lamented their own delusion and blood guiltiness. Such were Sewell, one of the judges, Noyes, one of the most active prosecutors, and several of the jurymen who had sat on the trials. The witnesses upon whose testimony so many innocent persons had suffered were never called to any account. When Calef's letters were presently published in London, together with his account of the supposed witchcraft, the book was burned in the college yard at Cambridge by order of Increase Mather. The members of the Boston North Church came out also with a pamphlet in defense of their pastors. Hale, minister of Beverley, in his modest inquiry into the nature of witchcraft, and Cotton Mather, in his Magnalia, though they admit there had been a going too far in the affair at Salem, are yet still as strenuous as ever for the reality of witchcraft. Nor were they without support from abroad. Dr. Watts, then one of the chief leaders of the English dissenters, wrote to Cotton Mather, "I am persuaded there was much agency of the devil in those affairs, and perhaps there were some real witches too." 20 years elapsed before the heirs of the victims, and those who had been obliged to fly for their lives, obtained some partial indemnity for their pecuniary losses. Stoughton and Cotton Mather, though they never expressed the least regret or contrition for their part in the affair, still maintained their places in the public estimation. Just as the trials were concluded, Stoughton, though he held the king's commission as lieutenant governor, was chosen a councillor, a mark of confidence which the theocratic majority did not choose to extend to several of the moderate party named in the original appointment, and to this post he was annually re-elected as long as he lived, while Moody, because he had favored the escape of some of the accused, found it necessary to resign his pastorship of the First Church of Boston and to return again to Portsmouth. Yet we need less wonder at the pertinacity with which this delusion was adhered to, when we find Addison arguing for the reality of witchcraft at the same time that he refuses to believe in any modern instance of it, and even Blackstone, half a century after, gravely declaring that to deny the possibility, nay, actual existence of witchcraft and sorcery is at once flatly to contradict the revealed word of God in various passages both of the Old and New Testament. End of section 26.
Section 27 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Establishment of the Bank of England, A.D. 1694, John Francis. Not only did the establishment of the Bank of England meet the demands of public exigency at the time, it also created an institution which was to become vitally important in the expanding life of the nation. This custodian of the public money and manager of the public debt of Great Britain is now the largest bank in the world. The only other financial institution that could show an equal record of long stability was the Bank of Amsterdam, which existed from 1609 to 1814. The national debt of England began in 1693, when William III, in order to carry on the war against France, resorted to a system of loans. This debt, however, was not intended to be permanent, but when the Bank of England was established, the contracting of a permanent debt began. Its advantages and disadvantages to England have been discussed by many theorists and financial authorities. But of the extraordinary service rendered to Great Britain by the far-seeing Scotchman William Paterson, originator of the plan of the Bank of England, there is no question, although, as Francis shows, the project at first met with opposition from many quarters. The important position assumed by England toward the middle of the 17th century renders the absence of a national bank somewhat surprising. Under the sagacious government of Cromwell, the nation had increased in commercial and political greatness, and although several projects were issued for banks, one of which was to have branches in every important town throughout the country, yet a necessity for their formation not being absolutely felt, the proposals were dismissed. During the Protectorate, however, Parliament, taking into consideration the rate of interest, which was higher in England than abroad, and that the trade was thereby rendered comparatively disadvantageous to the English merchant, reduced the legal rate from 8 to 6%. And this measure, although it had been carried by the Parliament of Cromwell, almost every act of which proved odious in the eyes of the Stuarts, was nevertheless confirmed by the legislature of Charles II. In 1546, the payment of interest had been rendered legal and fixed at 10%. In 1624, the rate had been reduced to 8%, and with the advance of commercial prosperity, it had been found advisable to lower it still further. There were many reasons for the establishment of a national bank. It was necessary for the sake of a secure paper currency. It was required for the support of the national credit. It was desirable as a measure of reducing the rate of interest paid by the state, a rate so high that, according to Anderson, men were induced to take their money out of trade for the sake of securing it, an operation big with mischief. Truth is that the times required it. The theorist may prove to demonstration the perfection of his theory. The speculator may show the certainty of its success. But unless it be a necessity called for by the onward progress of society, it must eventually fall to the ground. That the want of such an establishment was felt is certain. But while such firms as Child's, the books of whom go back to the year 1620 and refer to prior documents, Hoare's, dating from 1680, and Snow's, from 1685, were able to assist the public demand, although at the exorbitant interest of the period, it does not occasion so much surprise that the attempt made to meet the increasing requirements of trade proved insufficient. In 1678, 16 years previous to the foundation of the Bank of England, proposals for a large model of a bank were published, and in 1683, a National Bank of Credit was brought forward. In a rare pamphlet entitled Bank Credit, or the Usefulness and Security of the Bank of Credit, examined in a dialogue between a country gentleman and a London merchant, this idea is warmly defended. It was, however, simply to have one of credit, nor was it proposed to form a bank of deposit, although, by the following remark of the country gentleman, it is evident that such an establishment on a secure scale was desirable. He says, "Could they not, without damage to themselves, have secured the running cash of the nobility, gentry, merchants, and the traders of the city and kingdom from all hazard, which would have been a great benefit to all concerned, who know not where to deposit their cash securely?" After much trouble, this Bank of Credit was established at Devonshire House in Bishopsgate Street, its object, as we have related, being principally to advance money to tradesmen and manufacturers on the security of goods. 3/4 of the value was lent on these, and bills for their amount given to the depositor. In order to render them current, an appointed number of persons in each trade was formed into a society to regulate commercial concerns. Any individual possessed of such bills might therefore obtain from this company goods or merchandise with as much ease as if he offered current coin. The Bank of Credit does not appear to have flourished. Machinery was too complicated, the risk of depreciation and the value of manufactures too great. It was next to impossible for such a company to exist after the Bank of England came with its low discount and free accommodations. The wild spirit of speculation, that spirit which at various periods has created fearful crises in the commercial world, commenced in 1694. The fever which from time to time has flushed the mind of the moneyed man and given a fierce excitement to the almost penniless adventurer, was then and in the following year in full operation. The Great South Sea Scheme in 1720 is ordinarily considered the earliest display of this reckless spirit, but a quarter of a century before, equal ingenuity and equal villainy were exercised. Obscure men, whose sole capital was their enormous impudence, invented similar schemes, promised similar advantages, and used similar arts to entice the capitalists, which were employed with so much success at a later period. The want of a great banking association was sure to be made a pretext. 2 land banks and a London bank, to be managed by the magistrates, with several other proposals, were therefore put promisingly forward. One of these was another Bank of Credit. A pamphlet published in 1694 under the title of England's Glory will give some idea of its nature. If a person desires money to be returned at Coventry or York, he pays it at the office in London, and receives a bill of credit, after their form written upon marble paper, indenture-wise, or on other as may be contrived to present counterfeiting. It was also proposed that the government should share the profits, but neither of the projects was carried out. The people neglected their calling. The legitimate desire of money grew into a fierce and fatal spirit of avarice. The arts, so common at a later day, were had recourse to. Project begat project. Copper was to be turned into brass. Fortunes were to be realized by lotteries. The sea was to yield the treasures it had engulfed. Pearl fisheries were to pay impossible percentages. Lottery on lottery, says a writer of the day. Engine on engine, multiplied wonderfully. If any person got considerably by a happy and useful invention, others followed in spite of the patent, and published printed proposals, filling the daily newspapers therewith, thus going on to jostle one another and abuse the credulity of the people. Amid the many delusive and impracticable schemes were two important projects which have conferred great benefits on the English people. The first of these was the New River Company, the conception of Sir Hugh Middleton. The second was the Corporation of the Bank of England. Nature and the great nations of antiquity suggested the former. The force and pressure of the times demanded the latter. It is from such demands that our chief institutions arise. By precept, we may be taught their propriety. By example, we may see their advantages. But until the necessity is personally felt, they are sure to be neglected, and men wonder at their want of prescience and upbraid their short-sightedness when, with a sudden and sometimes startling success, the proposal they have slighted arises through the energy of another. William Paterson, one of those men whose capacity is measured by failure or success, was the originator of the new bank. And it is perhaps unfortunate for his fame that no biography exists of this remarkable person. As the projector of the present Bank of Scotland, as the very soul of the celebrated Darien Company, and as the founder of the Bank of England, he deserves notice. A speculator as well as an adventurous man, he proved his belief in the practicability of the Darien scheme by accompanying that unfortunate expedition. The formation of the Bank of England was the object of his desires and the subject of his thoughts for a long time previous to its establishment. From that political change which had been so justly termed the Great Revolution to the establishment of the Bank of England, the new government had been in constant difficulties, and the ministerial mode of procuring money was degrading to a great people. The duties in support of the war waged for liberty and Protestantism were required before they were levied. The city corporation was usually applied to for an advance, interest which varied probably according to the necessity of the borrower rather than to the real value of cash, was paid for the accommodation. The officers of the city went round in their turn to the separate wards, and borrowed in smaller amounts the money they had advanced to the state. Interest and premiums were thus often paid to the extent of 25 and even 30%, in proportion to the exigency of the case, and the trader found his pocket filled at the expense of the public. Mr. Paterson gives a graphic description. The erection of this famous bank not only relieved the ministerial managers from their frequent processions into the city for borrowing of money on the best and nearest public securities at 10 or 12% per annum, but likewise gave life and currency to double or treble the value of its capital in other branches of the public credit, and so, under God, became the principal means of the success of the campaign in 1695, as, particularly, in reducing the important fortress of Namur, the first material step toward the peace concluded in 1679. To remedy this evil, the Bank of England was projected. After much labour, William Paterson, aided by Mr. Michael Godfrey, procured from government a consideration of the proposal. The king was abroad when the scheme was laid before the council, but the queen occupied his place. Here considerable opposition occurred. Paterson found it more difficult to procure consent than he anticipated, and all those who feared an invasion of their interests united to stop its progress. The goldsmith foresaw the destruction of his monopoly, and he opposed it from self-interest. The Tory foresaw an easier mode of gaining money for the government he abhorred, with a firmer hold on the people for the monarch he despised, and his antagonism bore all the energy of political partisanship. The usurer foresaw the destruction of his oppressive extortion, and he resisted it with the vigor of his craft. The rich man foresaw his profits diminished on government contracts, and he vehemently and virtuously opposed it on all public principles. Loud, therefore, were the outcries and great the exertions of all parties when the bill was first introduced to the House of Commons. But outcries are vain, and exertions futile in opposition to a dominant and powerful party. A majority had been secured for the measure, and they who opposed its progress covered their defeat with vehement denunciations and vague prophecies. The prophets are in their graves, and their predictions only survive in the history of that establishment, the downfall of which they proclaimed. The scheme of a national bank, says Smollett, has been recommended to the ministry for the credit and security of the government and the increase of trade and circulation. William Paterson was author of that which was carried into execution. When it was properly digested in the Cabinet and a majority of Parliament secured, it was introduced into the House of Commons. The supporters said it would rescue the nation out of the hands of extortioners, lower interest, raise the value of land, revive public credit, extend circulation, improve commerce, facilitate the annual supplies, connect the people more closely with government. The project was violently opposed by a strong party who affirmed that it would become a monopoly and engross the whole of the kingdom, that it might be employed to the worst purposes of arbitrary power, that it would weaken commerce by tempting people to withdraw their money from trade, that brokers and jobbers would prey on their fellow creatures, encourage fraud and gambling, and corrupt the morals of the nation. Previous governments had raised money with comparative ease because they were legitimate. That of William was felt to be precarious. It was feared by the moneylender that a similar convulsion to the one which had borne him so easily to the throne of a great nation might waft him back to the shores of that Holland he so dearly loved. Thus, the very circumstances which made supplies necessary also made them scarce. In addition to these things, his person was unpopular. His phlegmatic Dutch habits contrasted unfavorably with those of the graceful Stuarts, whose evil qualities were forgotten in the remembrance of their showy characteristics. Neither his Dutch followers nor his Dutch manners were regarded with favor, and had it not been for his eminently kingly capacity, these things would have proved as dangerous to the throne as they tended to make the sovereign unpopular. In a pamphlet published a few years after the establishment of the new corporation is the following vivid picture of this monarch's government. In spite of the most glorious prince and most vigilant general the world has ever seen, yet the enemy gained upon us every year. The funds were run down, the credit jobbed away in Change Alley, the king and his troops devoured by mechanics, and sold to usury. Tallies lay bundled up like bath faggots in the hands of brokers and stock jobbers. The Parliament gave taxes, levied funds, but the loans were at the mercy of those men, the jobbers. And they showed their mercy, indeed, by devouring the king and the army, the Parliament, and indeed the whole nation, bringing their great prince sometimes to that exigence, through inexpressible extortions that were put upon him, that he has even gone into the fields without his equipage, nay, even without his army. The regiments have been unclothed when the king had been in the field, and the willing, brave English spirits, eager to honor their country and follow such a king, have marched even to battle without either stockings or shoes, while his servants have been every day working in Exchange Alley to get his men money of the stock jobbers, even after all the horrible demands of discount have been allowed. And at last, scarce 50% of the money granted by Parliament has come into the hands of the Exchequer, and that late, too late for service, and by driblets, till the king has been tired with the delay. This is a strange picture, beating even Mr. Patterson's account of the procession in the city, and adds another convincing proof of the necessity which then existed for some establishment capable of advancing money at a reasonable rate on the security of parliamentary grants. The scheme proposed by William Patterson was too important not to be met with many enemies, and it appears from a pamphlet by Mr. Godfrey, first deputy governor, that some pretended to dislike the bank only for fear it should disappoint their majesties of the supplies proposed to be raised, that all the several companies of oppressors are strangely alarmed and exclaim at the bank, and seemed to have joined in a confederacy against it. The extortion, usury, and oppression were never so attacked as they are likely to be by the bank. That others pretend the bank will join with the prince to make him absolute. That the concern have too good a bargain, and that it would be prejudicial to trade. In Bishop Burner's History of His Own Times, we read an additional evidence of its necessity. It was visible to all that the enemies of the government set themselves against it with such a vehemence of zeal that this alone convinced all people that they saw the strength that our affairs would receive from it. I heard the Dutch often reckon the great advantage they had from their banks, and they concluded that as long as England remained jealous of her government, a bank could never be settled among us, nor gain credit among us to support itself, and upon that they judged that the superiority in trade must still be on their side. All these varied interests were vainly exerted to prevent the bill from receiving the royal sanction, and the Bank of England, founded on the same principles which guarded the banks of Venice and Genoa, was incorporated by royal charter dated July 27, 1694. From Mr. Gilbert's History and Principles of Banking, we present the following brief analysis of this important act. The Act of Parliament by which the bank was established is entitled An Act for Granting to their Majesties several duties upon tonnage of ships and vessels, and upon beer, ale, and other liquors, for securing certain recompenses and advantages in the said act mentioned to such persons as shall voluntarily advance the sum of £1,500,000 towards carrying on the war with France. After a variety of enactments, relative to the duties upon tonnage of ships and vessels, and upon beer, ale, and other liquors, the Act authorizes the raising of £1,200,000 by voluntary subscription, the subscribers to be formed into a corporation and be styled the Governor and Company of the Bank of England. The sum of £300,000 was also to be raised by subscription, and the contributors to receive instead annuities for 1, 2, or 3 lives. Towards the £1,200,000, no one person was to subscribe more than £10,000 before the 1st day of July, next ensuing, nor at any time more than £20,000. The corporation were to lend their whole capital to the government, for which they were to receive interest at a rate of 8% per annum, and £4,000 per annum for management, being £100,000 per annum on the whole. The corporation were not allowed to borrow or owe more than the amount of their capital, and if they did so, the individual members became liable to the creditors in proportion to the amount of their stock. The corporation was not to trade in any goods, wares, or merchandise whatsoever, but they were allowed to deal in bills of exchange, gold, or silver bullion, and to sell any goods, wares, or merchandise upon which they had advanced money, and which had not been redeemed within 3 months after the time agreed upon. The whole of the subscription was filled in a few days, 25% paid down, and, as we have seen, a charter was issued on July 27, 1694, of which the following are the most important points. That the management and government of the corporation be admitted to the governor, deputy governor, and 24 directors, who shall be elected between March 25th and April 25th of each year from among the members of the company, duly qualified. That no dividend shall at any time be made by the said governor and company, save only out of the interest, profit, or produce arising out of the said capital, stock, or fund, or by such dealing as is allowed by Act of Parliament. They must be natural-born subjects of England, or naturalized subjects. They shall have in their own name, and for their own use, severally, viz., the governor at least £4,000, the deputy governor £3,000, and each director £2,000 of the capital stock of the said corporation. That 13 or more of the said governors or directors, of which the governor or deputy governor shall be always one, shall constitute a court of directors for the management of the affairs of the company, and for the appointment of all agents and servants which may be necessary, paying them such salaries as they may consider reasonable. Every elector must have, in his own name and for his own use, £500 or more capital stock, and can only give 1 vote. He must, if required by any member present, take the oath of stock, or the declaration of stock if it be one of those people called Quakers. 4 general courts to be held in every year in the months of September, December, April, and July. A general court may be summoned at any time upon the requisition of 9 proprietors duly qualified as electors. The majority of electors in general courts have the power to make and constitute bylaws and ordinances for the government of the corporation, provided that such bylaws and ordinances be not repugnant to the laws of the kingdom, and be confirmed and approved according to the statutes in such case made and provided. When the payment was completed, it was handed into the exchequer, and the bank procured from other quarters the funds which it required. It employed the same means which the bankers had done at the exchange, with this difference, that the latter traded with personal property, while the bank traded with the deposits of their customers. It was with the circulation of a capital so formed that the bank derived its profits. It is evident, however, from the pamphlet of the first deputy governor, that at this period they allowed interest to their depositors, and another writer, Davenant, makes it a subject of complaint. It would be for the general good of trade if the bank were restrained from allowing interest for running cash. For the ease of having 3 and 4% without trouble must be a continual bar to industry. First in Mercer's Hall, where they remained but a few months, and afterward in Grocer's Hall, since raised for the erection of a more stately structure, the Bank of England conducted its operations. Here, in one room, with almost primitive simplicity, were gathered all who performed the duties of the establishment. I looked into the great hall where the bank is kept, says the graceful essayist of the day, and was not a little pleased to see the directors, secretaries, and clerks, with all the other members of that wealthy corporation, ranged in their several stations according to the parts they hold in that just and regular economy. Secretaries and clerks altogether numbered about 54, while their united salaries did not exceed £4,350. But the picture is a pleasant one, and though so much unlike present usages, it is doubtful whether our forefathers did not derive more benefit from intimate association with and kindly feelings toward their inferiors than their descendants receive from the broad line of demarcation adopted at the present day. The effect of the new corporation was almost immediately experienced. On August 8th, in the year of its establishment, the rate of discount on foreign bills was 6%. Although this was the highest legal interest, yet much higher rates had been previously demanded. The name of William Patterson was not long upon the list of directors. The bank was established in 1694, and for that year only was its founder among those who managed its proceedings. Facts which led to his departure from the honorable post of director are difficult to collect, but it is not at all improbable that the character of Patterson was too speculative for those with whom he was joined in companionship. Sir John Dalrymple remarks, "The persons to whom he applied made use of his ideas, took the honour to themselves, were civil to him a while, and neglected him afterward." Another writer says, "The friendless Scot was intrigued out of his post and out of the honours he had earned." These assertions must be received with caution. Accusations against a great body are easily made, and it is rarely consistent with the dignity of the latter to reply. They are received as truths either because people are too idle to examine, or because there is no opportunity of investigating them. End of section 27.
Section 28 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 12. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Colonization of Louisiana, A.D. 1699, by Charles E.T. Gayeret. It was not only as the beginning of what was to become an important state of the American Union, but also as a nucleus of occupation, which led to an immense acquisition of territory by the United States, that the first settlement in Louisiana proved an event of great significance. Nothing in American history is of greater moment than the adding of the Louisiana Purchase, 1803, to the United States domain, and the acquisition of that vast region, extending from New Orleans to British America, and westward from the Mississippi to the Rocky Mountains, had historic connection with the French settlement of 1699. As early as 1630, the territory afterward known as Louisiana was mostly embraced in the Carolina Grant by Charles I to Sir Robert Heath. It was taken into possession for the French king by La Salle in 1682, and named Louisiana in honor of Louis XIV. In 1698, Louis undertook to colonize the region of the lower Mississippi, and sent out an expedition under Pierre Le Moyne, Sieur d'Iberville, a naval commander, who had served in the French wars of Canada, and aided in establishing French colonies in North America. With 200 colonists, Iberville sailed, September 24, 1698, for the mouth of the Mississippi. Among his companions were his brothers, Savoy and Jean-Baptiste Le Moyne, Sieur de Bienville. The latter was long governor of Louisiana, and founded New Orleans. Of their arrival and subsequent operations in the lower Mississippi region, Gayarré, the Louisiana historian, gives a glowing and picturesque account. On February 27, 1699, Iberville and Bienville reached the Mississippi. When they approached its mouth, they were struck with the gloomy magnificence of the sight. As far as the eye could reach, nothing was to be seen but reeds, which rose 5 or 6 feet above the waters, in which they bathed their roots. They waved mournfully under the blast of the sharp wind of the north, shivering in its icy grasp, as it tumbled, rolled, and gamboled on the pliant surface. Multitudes of birds of strange appearance, with their elongated shapes, so lean that they looked like metamorphosed ghosts, clothed in plumage, screamed in the air as if they were scared of one another. There was something agonizing in their shrieks that was in harmony with the desolation of the place. On every side of the vessel, monsters of the deep and huge alligators heaved themselves up heavily from their native or favorite element, and floating lazily on the turbid waters, seemed to gaze at the intruders. Down the river, and rumbling over its bed, there came a sort of low, distant thunder. Was it the voice of the hoary sire of rivers, raised in anger at the prospect of his gigantic volume of waters being suddenly absorbed by one mightier than he? In their progress, it was with great difficulty that the travelers could keep their bark free from those enormous rafts of trees, which the Mississippi seemed to toss about in mad frolic. A poet would have thought that the great river, when departing from the altitude of its birthplace, and as it rushed down to the sea through 3,000 miles, had, in anticipation of a contest which threatened the continuation of its existence, flung its broad arms right and left across the continent, and, uprooting all its forests, had hoarded them in its bed as missiles to hurl at the head of its mighty rival when they should meet and struggle for supremacy. When night began to cast a darker hue on a landscape on which the imagination of Dante would have gloated, there issued from that chaos of reeds such uncouth and unnatural sounds as would have saddened the gayest and appalled the most intrepid. Could this be the far-famed Mississippi, or was it not rather old Avernus? It was hideous indeed, but hideousness refined into sublimity, filling the soul with a sentiment of grandeur. Nothing daunted, the adventurers kept steadily on their course. They knew that through those dismal portals they were to arrive at the most magnificent country in the world. They knew that awful screen concealed loveliness itself. It was a coquettish freak of nature, when dealing with European curiosity, as it came eagerly bounding to the Atlantic wave, to herald it through an avenue so somber as to cause the wonders of the great valley of the Mississippi to burst with tenfold more force upon the bewildered gaze of those who, by the endurance of so many perils and fatigues, were to merit admittance into its Eden. It was a relief for the adventurers when, after having toiled up the river for 10 days, they at last arrived at the village of the Bayagoula. There they found a letter of Tonty to La Salle, dated in 1685. The letter, or rather that speaking bark, as the Indians called it, had been preserved with great reverence. Tonty, having been informed that La Salle was coming with a fleet from France to settle a colony on the banks of the Mississippi, had not hesitated to set off from the northern lakes, with 20 Canadians and 30 Indians, and to come down to the Belize to meet his friend, who had failed to make out the mouth of the Mississippi, and had been landed by Beaujeu on the shores of Texas. After having waited for some time, and ignorant of what had happened, Tonty, with the same indifference to fatigues and dangers of an appalling nature, retraced his way back, leaving a letter to La Salle to inform him of his disappointment. Is there not something extremely romantic in the characters of the men of that epoch? Here is Tonty undertaking, with the most heroic unconcern, a journey of nearly 3,000 miles, through such difficulties as it is easy for us to imagine, and leaving a letter to La Salle as a proof of his visit, in the same way that one would, in these degenerate days of effeminacy, leave a card at a neighbor's house. The French extended their explorations up to the mouth of the Red River. As they proceeded through that virgin country, with what interest they must have examined every object that met their eyes, and listened to the traditions concerning De Soto, and the more recent stories of the Indians on La Salle and the iron-handed Tonty. A coat of mail, which was presented as having belonged to the Spaniards, and vestiges of their encampment on the Red River, confirmed the French in the belief that there was much of truth in the recitals of the Indians. On their return from the mouth of the Red River, the two brothers separated when they arrived at Bayou Manchac. Bienville was ordered to go down the river to the French fleet, to give information of what they had seen and heard. Iberville went through Bayou Manchac to those lakes which are known under the names of Pontchartrain and Maurepas. Louisiana had been named from a king. Was it not in keeping that those lakes should be called after ministers? From the Bay of St. Louis, Iberville returned to his fleet, where, after consultation, he determined to make a settlement at the Bay of Biloxi. On the east side, at the mouth of the bay, as it were, there is a slight swelling of the shore, about 4 acres square, sloping gently to the woods in the background and on the bay. Thus this position was fortified by nature, and the French skilfully availed themselves of these advantages. The weakest point, which was on the side of the forest, they strengthened with more care than the rest, by connecting with a strong entrenchment the two ravines, which ran to the bay in a parallel line to each other. The fort was constructed with 4 bastions, and was armed with 12 pieces of artillery. When standing on one of the bastions which faced the bay, the spectator enjoyed a beautiful prospect. On the right, the bay could be seen running into the land for miles, and on the left stood Deer Island, concealing almost entirely the broad expanses of water which lay beyond. It was visible only at the 2 extreme points of the island, which both, at that distance, appeared to be within a close proximity of the mainland. No better description can be given than to say that the bay looked like a funnel, to which the island was the lid, not fitting closely, however, but leaving apertures for egress and ingress. The snugness of the locality had tempted the French, and had induced them to choose it as the most favorable spot, at the time, for colonization. Savoy was put in command of the fort, and Bienville, the youngest of the 3 brothers, was appointed his lieutenant. A few huts having been erected round the fort, the settlers began to clear the land in order to bring it into cultivation. Iberville having furnished them with all the necessary provisions, utensils, and other supplies, prepared to sail for France. How deeply affecting must have been the parting scene! How many casualties might prevent those who remained in this unknown region from ever seeing again those who, through the perils of such a long voyage, had to return to their home! What crowding emotions must have filled up the breast of Savoy, Bienville, and their handful of companions, when they beheld the sails of Iberville's fleet fading in the distance like transient clouds! Well may it be supposed that it seemed to them as if their very souls had been carried away, and that they felt a momentary sinking of the heart when they found themselves abandoned, and necessarily left to their own resources, scanty as they were, on a patch of land between the ocean on one side and on the other a wilderness, which fancy peopled with every sort of terrors. The sense of their loneliness fell upon them like the gloom of night, darkening their hopes and filling their hearts with dismal apprehensions. But as the country had been ordered to be explored, Savoy availed himself of that circumstance to refresh the minds of his men by the excitement of an expedition into the interior of the continent. He therefore hastened to dispatch most of them with Bienville, who, with the chief of the Bayagulas for his guide, went to visit the Colapissas. They inhabited the northern shore of Lake Pontchartrain, and their domains embraced the sites now occupied by Louisbourg, Manneville, and Fontainebleau. That tribe numbered 300 warriors, who, in their distant hunting excursions, had been engaged in frequent skirmishes with some of the British colonists in South Carolina. When the French landed, they were informed that, 2 days previous, the village of the Colapissas had been attacked by a party of 200 Chickasaws, headed by 2 Englishmen. These were the first tidings which the French had of their old rivals, and which proved to be the harbinger of the incessant struggle which was to continue for more than a century between the two races, and to terminate by the permanent occupation of Louisiana by the Anglo-Saxon. Bienville returned to the fort to convey this important information to Savoy. After having rested there for several days, he went to the Bay of Pascagoula, and ascended the river which bears that name, and the banks of which were tenanted by a branch of the Biloxis and by the Moabites. Encouraged by the friendly reception which he met everywhere, he ventured farther, and paid a visit to the Mobilians, who entertained him with great hospitality. Bienville found them much reduced from what they had been, and listened with eagerness to the many tales of their former power, which had been rapidly declining since the crushing blow they had received from De Soto. When Iberville ascended the Mississippi the first time, he had remarked Bayou Plaquemine and Bayou Chattemachas. The one he called after the fruit of certain trees, which appeared to have exclusive possession of its banks, and the other after the name of the Indians who dwelt in the vicinity. He had ordered them to be explored, and the indefatigable Bienville, on his return from Mobile, obeyed the instructions left to his brother, and made an accurate survey of these 2 bayous. When he was coming down the river, at the distance of about 18 miles below the site where New Orleans now stands, he met an English vessel of 16 guns, under the command of Captain Barr. The English captain informed the French that he was examining the banks of the river, with the intention of selecting a spot for the foundation of a colony. Bienville told him that Louisiana was a dependency of Canada, that the French had already made several establishments on the Mississippi, and he appealed, in confirmation of his assertions, to their own presence in the river in such small boats, which evidently proved the existence of some settlement close at hand. The Englishmen believed Bienville and sailed back. Where this occurrence took place, the river makes a considerable bend, and it was from the circumstance which I have related that the spot received the appellation of the English Turn, a name which it has retained to the present day. It was not far from that place, the atmosphere of which appears to be fraught with some malignant spell hostile to the sons of Albion, that the English, who were outwitted by Bienville in 1699, met with a signal defeat in battle from the Americans in 1815. The diplomacy of Bienville and the military genius of Jackson proved to them equally fatal when they aimed at the possession of Louisiana. Since the exploring expedition of La Salle down the Mississippi, Canadian hunters, whose habits and intrepidity Fenimore Cooper has so graphically described in the character of Leather Stocking, used to extend their roving excursions to the banks of that river, and those holy missionaries of the Church, who, as the pioneers of religion, have filled the New World with their sufferings, and whose incredible deeds in the service of God afford so many materials for the most interesting of books, had come in advance of the pickaxe of the settler, and had domiciliated themselves among the tribes who lived near the waters of the Mississippi. One of them, Father Montigny, was residing with the Tenses within the territory of the present parish of Tenses, in the state of Louisiana, and another, Father Davian, was the pastor of the Yazoo in the present state of Mississippi. Such were the two visitors who, in 1699, appeared before Savoy at the fort of Biloxi, to relieve the monotony of his cheerless existence, and to encourage him in his colonizing enterprise. Their visit, however, was not of long duration, and they soon returned to discharge the duties of their sacred mission. Iberville had been gone for several months, and the year was drawing to a close without any tidings of him. A deeper gloom had settled over the little colony at Biloxi, when, on December 7th, some signal guns were heard at sea, and the grateful sound came booming over the waters, spreading joy in every breast. There was not one who was not almost oppressed with the intensity of his feelings. At last friends were coming, bringing relief to the body and to the soul. Every colonist hastily abandoned his occupation of the moment and ran to the shore. The soldier himself, in the eagerness of expectation, left his post of duty and rushed to the parapet which overlooked the bay. Presently several vessels hove in sight, bearing the white flag of France, and, approaching as near as the shallowness of the beach permitted, folded their pinions like waterfowl seeking repose on the crest of the billows. It was Iberville returning with the news that, on his representations, Savoy had been appointed by the king governor of Louisiana, Bienville lieutenant governor, and Boisbriand commander of the fort at Biloxi, with the grade of major. Iberville, having been informed by Bienville of the attempt of the English to make a settlement on the banks of the Mississippi, and of the manner in which it had been foiled, resolved to take precautionary measures against the repetition of any similar attempt. Without loss of time, he departed with Bienville on January 16th, 1700, and running up the river, he constructed a small fort on the first solid ground which he met, and which is said to have been at a distance of 54 miles from its mouth. When so engaged, the two brothers one day saw a canoe rapidly sweeping down the river, and approaching the spot where they stood. It was occupied by 8 men, 6 of whom were rowers. The 7th was the steersman, and the 8th, from his appearance, was evidently of a superior order to that of his companions, and the commander of the party. Well may it be imagined what greeting the stranger received. When leaping on shore, he made himself known as the Chevalier de Tonty, who had again heard of the establishment of a colony in Louisiana, and who, for the second time, had come to see if there was any truth in the report. With what emotion did Iberville and Bienville fold in their arms the faithful companion and friend of La Salle, of whom they had heard so many wonderful tales from the Indians, to whom he was so well known under the name of Iron Hand. With what admiration they looked at his person, and with what increasing interest they listened to his long recitals of what he had done and had seen on that broad continent, the threshold of which they had hardly passed. After having rested 3 days at the fort, the indefatigable Tonty reascended the Mississippi with Iberville and Bienville, and finally parted with them at Natchez. Iberville was so much pleased with that part of the bank of the river where now exists the city of Natchez, that he marked it down as a most eligible spot for a town, of which he drew the plan, and which he called Rosalie, after the maiden name of the Countess Pontchartrain, the wife of the Chancellor. He then returned to the new fort he was erecting on the Mississippi, and Bienville went to explore the country of the Yatasses, of the Natchitoches, and of the Ochitas. What romance can be more agreeable to the imagination than to accompany Iberville and Bienville in their wild explorations, and to compare the state of the country in their time with what it is in our days? When the French were at Natchez, they were struck with horror at an occurrence, too clearly demonstrating the fierceness of disposition of that tribe, which was destined in after years to become celebrated in the history of Louisiana. One of their temples having been set on fire by lightning, a hideous spectacle presented itself to the Europeans. The tumultuous rush of the Indians, the infernal howlings and lamentations of the men, women, and children, the unearthly vociferations of the priests, their fantastic dances and ceremonies around the burning edifice, the demoniac fury with which mothers rushed to the fatal spot, and with the piercing cries and gesticulations of maniacs, flung their newborn babies into the flames to pacify their irritated deity, the increasing anger of the heavens, blackening with the impending storm, the lurid flashes of lightning darting as it were in mutual enmity from the clashing clouds, the low distant growling of the coming tempest, the long column of smoke and fire shooting upward from the funeral pyre, and looking like one of the gigantic torches of pandemonium. The war of the elements combined with the worst effects of frenzied superstition of man, the suddenness and strangeness of the awful scene, all the circumstances produced such an impression upon the French as to deprive them for a moment of the powers of volition and action. Rooted to the ground, they stood aghast with astonishment and indignation at the appalling scene. Was it a dream, a wild delirium of the mind? But no, the monstrous reality of the vision was but too apparent, and they threw themselves among the Indians, supplicating them to cease their horrible sacrifice to their gods, and joining threats to their supplications. Owing to this intervention, and perhaps because a sufficient number of victims had been offered, the priests gave the signal of retreat, and the Indians slowly withdrew from the accursed spot. Such was the aspect under which the Natchez showed themselves for the first time to their visitors. It was ominous presage for the future. After these explorations, Iberville departed again for France, to solicit additional assistance from the government, and left Bienville in command of the new fort on the Mississippi. It was very hard for the two brothers, Savoy and Bienville, to be thus separated, when they stood so much in need of each other's countenance, to breast the difficulties that sprung up around them with a luxuriance which they seemed to borrow from the vegetation of the country. The distance between the Mississippi and Biloxi was not so easily overcome in those days as in ours, and the means which the two brothers had of communing together were very scanty and uncertain. Savoy died August 22nd, 1701, and Louisiana remained under the sole charge of Bienville, who, though very young, was fully equal to meet that emergency, by the maturity of his mind and by his other qualifications. He had hardly consigned his brother to the tomb when Iberville returned with 2 ships of the line, and a brig laden with troops and provisions. According to Iberville's orders, and in conformity with the king's instructions, Bienville left Boisbriand, his cousin, with 20 men at the old fort of Biloxi, and transported the principal seat of the colony to the western side of the river Mobile, not far from the spot where now stands the city of Mobile. Near the mouth of that river there is an island which the French had called Massacre Island, from the great quantity of human bones which they found bleaching on its shores. It was evident that there some awful tragedy had been acted, but tradition, when interrogated, laid her choppy finger upon her skinny lips, and answered not. This uncertainty, giving a free scope to the imagination, shrouded the place with a higher degree of horror, and with a deeper hue of fantastical gloom. It looked like the favored ballroom of the witches of hell. The wind sighed so mournfully through the shriveled up pines. Those vampire heads seemed incessantly to bow to some invisible and grisly visitors. The footsteps of the stranger emitted such an awful and supernatural sound, when trampling on the skulls which strewed his path, that it was impossible for the coldest imagination not to labor under some crude and ill-defined apprehension. Verily, the weird sisters could not have chosen a fitter abode. Nevertheless, the French, supported by their mercurial temperament, were not deterred from forming an establishment on that sepulchral island, which they thought afforded some facilities for their transatlantic communications. In 1703 war had broken out between Great Britain, France, and Spain, and Iberville, a distinguished officer of the French navy, was engaged in expeditions that kept him away from the colony. It did not cease, however, to occupy his thoughts, and had become clothed in his eye with a sort of family interest. Louisiana was thus left, for some time, to her scanty resources, but weak as she was, she gave early proofs of that generous spirit which has ever since animated her, and on the towns of Pensacola and St. Augustine, then in possession of the Spaniards, being threatened with an invasion by the English of South Carolina, she sent to her neighbors what help she could in men, ammunition, and supplies of all sorts. It was the more meritorious as it was the obulus of the poor. The year 1703 slowly rolled by and gave way to 1704. Still nothing was heard from the parent country. There seemed to be an impassable barrier between the old and the new continent. The milk which flowed from the motherly breast of France could no longer reach the parched lips of her newborn infant, and famine began to pinch the colonists, who scattered themselves all along the coast to live by fishing. They were reduced to the veriest extremity of misery, and despair had settled in every bosom, in spite of the encouragements of Bienville, who displayed the most manly fortitude amid all the trials to which he was subjected, when suddenly a vessel made its appearance. The colonists rushed to the shore with wild anxiety, but their exultation was greatly diminished when, on the nearer approach of the moving speck, they recognized the Spanish instead of the French flag. It was relief, however, coming to them, and proffered by a friendly hand. It was a return made by the governor of Pensacola for the kindness he had experienced the year previous. Thus the debt of gratitude was paid. It was a practical lesson. Where the seeds of charity are cast, there springs the harvest in time of need. Good things, like evils, do not come singly, and this succor was but the herald of another one, still more effectual, in the shape of a ship from France. Iberville had not been able to redeem his pledge to the poor colonists, but he had sent his brother Chateauguay in his place, at the imminent risk of being captured by the English, who occupied at that time most of the avenues of the Gulf of Mexico. He was not the man to spare either himself or his family in cases of emergency, and his heroic soul was inured to such sacrifices. Grateful the colonists were for this act of devotedness, and they resumed the occupation of their tenements, which they had abandoned in search of food. The aspect of things was suddenly changed. Abundance and hope reappeared in the land, whose population was increased by the arrival of 17 persons, who came under the guidance of Chateauguay, with the intention of making a permanent settlement, and who, in evidence of their determination, had provided themselves with all the implements of husbandry. We, who daily see hundreds flocking to our shores, and who look at the occurrence with as much unconcern as at the passing cloud, can hardly conceive the excitement produced by the arrival of these 17 emigrants among men who, for nearly 2 years, had been cut off from communication with the rest of the civilized world. A denizen of the moon, dropping on this planet, would not be stared at and interrogated with more eager curiosity. This excitement had hardly subsided when it was revived by the appearance of another ship, and it became intense when the inhabitants saw a procession of 20 females with veiled faces proceeding arm in arm, and 2 by 2, to the house of the governor, who received them in state, and provided them with suitable lodgings. What did it mean? Innumerable were the gossipings of the day, and part of the coming night itself was spent in endless commentaries and conjectures. But the next morning, which was Sunday, the mystery was cleared by the officiating priest reading from the pulpit after Mass, and for the general information, the following communication from the minister to Bienville. His Majesty sends 20 girls to be married to the Canadians and to the other inhabitants of Mobile, in order to consolidate the colony. All these girls are industrious and have received a pious and virtuous education. Beneficial results to the colony are expected from their teaching their useful attainments to the Indian females, in order that none should be sent except those of known virtue and of unspotted reputation. His Majesty did entrust the Bishop of Quebec with the mission of taking these girls from such establishments as, from their very nature and character, would put them at once above all suspicions of corruption. You will take care to settle them in life as well as may be in your power, and to marry them to such men as are capable of providing them with a commodious home. This was a very considerate recommendation, and very kind it was indeed from the great Louis XIV, one of the proudest monarchs that ever lived, to descend from his Olympian seat of majesty to the level of such details, and to such minute instructions for ministering to the personal comforts of his remote Louisianan subjects. Many were the jibes and high was the glee on that occasion. Pointed were the jokes aimed at young Bienville on his being thus transformed into a matrimonial agent and pater familia. The intentions of the king, however, were faithfully executed, and more than one rough but honest Canadian boatman of the St. Lawrence and of the Mississippi closed his adventurous and erratic career, and became a domestic and useful member of that little commonwealth, under the watchful influence of the dark-eyed maid of the Loire or of the Seine. Infinite are the chords of the lyre which delights the romantic muse, and these incidents, small and humble as they are, appear to me to be imbued with an indescribable charm, which appeals to her imagination. Section 28.